Chapter 1 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 1. On the first Sunday in the month of August, 1815, at 10 o'clock precisely, as on every Sunday morning, the sacristan of the parish church at Sairmeuse sounded the 3 strokes of the bell which warn the faithful that the priest is ascending the steps of the altar to celebrate High Mass. The church was already more than half full, and from every side little groups of peasants were hurrying into the churchyard. The women were all in their bravest attire, with cunning little fichus crossed upon their breasts, broad-striped, brightly colored skirts, and large white coifs. Being as economical as they were coquettish, they came barefooted, bringing their shoes in their hands, but put them on reverentially before entering the house of God. But few of the men entered the church. They remained outside to talk, seating themselves in the porch or standing about the yard in the shade of the century-old elms, for such was the custom in the hamlet of Sairmeuse. The 2 hours which the women consecrated to prayer the men employed in discussing the news, the success or the failure of the crops, and before the service ended they could generally be found, glass in hand, in the bar-room of the village inn. For the farmers, for a league around, the Sunday Mass was only an excuse for a reunion, a sort of weekly buzz. All the curés who had been successively stationed at Sairmeuse had endeavored to put an end to this scandalous habit, as they termed it, but all their efforts had made no impression upon country obstinacy. They had succeeded in gaining only one concession. At the moment of the elevation of the host, voices were hushed, heads uncovered, and a few even bowed the knee and made the sign of the cross. But this was the affair of an instant only, and conversation was immediately resumed with increased vivacity. But today the usual animation was wanting. No sounds came from the little knots of men gathered here and there, not an oath, not a laugh. Between buyers and sellers one did not overhear a single one of those interminable discussions, punctuated with the popular oaths such as, "By my faith in God," or "May the devil burn me." They were not talking, they were whispering together. A gloomy sadness was visible upon each face. Lips were placed cautiously at the listener's ear. Anxiety could be read in every eye. One scented misfortune in the very air. Only a month had elapsed since Louis XVIII had been, for the second time, installed in the Tuileries by a triumphant coalition. The earth had not yet had time to swallow the sea of blood that flowed at Waterloo. 1,200,000 foreign soldiers desecrated the soil of France. The Prussian General Muffling was governor of Paris, and the peasantry of Sairmeuse trembled with indignation and fear. The king, brought back by the Allies, was no less to be dreaded than the Allies themselves. To them this great name of Bourbon signified only a terrible burden of taxation and oppression. Above all, it signified ruin, for there was scarcely one among them who had not purchased some morsel of government land, and they were assured now that all estates were to be returned to the former proprietors, who had emigrated after the overthrow of the Bourbons. Hence it was with a feverish curiosity that most of them clustered around a young man who, only 2 days before, had returned from the army. With tears of rage in his eyes, he was recounting the shame and the misery of the invasion. He told of the pillage at Versailles, the exactions at Orleans, and the pitiless requisitions that had stripped the people of everything. and these accursed foreigners to whom the traitors have delivered us will not go so long as a shilling or a bottle of wine is left in France," he exclaimed. As he said this, he shook his clenched fist menacingly at a white flag that floated from the tower. His generous anger won the close attention of his auditors, and they were still listening to him with undiminished interest when the sound of a horse's hoofs resounded upon the stones of the only street in Sairmeuse. A shudder traversed the crowd. The same fear stopped the beating of every heart. Who could say that this rider was not some English or Prussian officer? He had come perhaps to announce the arrival of his regiment and imperiously demand money, clothing, and food for his soldiers. But the suspense was not of long duration. The rider proved to be a fellow countryman, clad in a torn and dirty blue linen blouse. He was urging forward with repeated blows a little bony, nervous mare, fevered with foam. "Ah, it is Father Chupin," murmured one of the peasants with a sigh of relief. "The same," observed another. "He seems to be in a terrible hurry. The old rascal has probably stolen the horse he's riding." This last remark disclosed the reputation Father Chupin enjoyed among his neighbors. He was, indeed, one of those thieves who are the scourge and the terror of the rural districts. He pretended to be a day laborer, but the truth was that he held work in holy horror, and spent all his time in sleeping and idling about his hovel. Hence, stealing was the only means of support for himself, his wife, 2 sons, terrible youths, who somehow had escaped the conscription. They consumed nothing that was not stolen. Wheat, wine, fuel, fruits, all were the rightful property of others. Hunting and fishing at all seasons, and with forbidden appliances, furnished them with ready money. Everyone in the neighborhood knew this, and yet when Father Chupin was pursued and captured, as he was occasionally, no witness could be found to testify against him. "He is a hard case," men said, "and if he had a grudge against anyone, he would be quite capable of lying in ambush and shooting him as he would a squirrel." Meanwhile the rider had drawn rein at the inn of the Boeuf Couronne. He alighted from his horse, and crossing the square, approached the church. He was a large man, about 50 years of age, as gnarled and sinewy as the stem of an old grapevine. At the first glance one would not have taken him for a scoundrel. His manner was humble and even gentle, but the restlessness of his eye and the expression of his thin lips betrayed diabolical cunning and the coolest calculation. At any other time this despised and dreaded individual would have been avoided, but curiosity and anxiety led the crowd toward him. "Ah, well, Father Chupin," they cried, as soon as he was within the sound of their voices, "whence do you come in such haste?" "From the city." To the inhabitants of Sairmeuse and its environs, the city meant the country town of the arrondissement Montagnac, a charming sub-prefecture of 8,000 souls, about 4 leagues distance. "And was it at Montagnac that you bought the horse you were riding just now?" "I did not buy it. It was loaned to me." This was such a strange assertion that his listeners could not repress a smile. He did not seem to notice it, however. "It was loaned me," he continued, "in order that I might bring some great news here the quicker." Fear resumed possession of the peasantry. "Is the enemy in the city?" anxiously inquired some of the more timid. "Yes, but not the enemy you refer to. This is the former lord of the manor, the Duc de Sairmeuse." "Ah, they said he was dead." "They were mistaken." "Have you seen him?" "No, I have not seen him, but someone else has seen him for me, and has spoken to him, and this someone is Monsieur Lecoq, the proprietor of the Hôtel de France at Montagnac. I was passing the house this morning when he called me. 'Here, old man,' he said, 'do you wish to do me a favor?' Naturally, I replied, 'Yes.' whereupon he placed a coin in my hand and said, "Well, go and tell them to saddle a horse for you, then gallop to Sairmeuse and tell my friend Lacheneur that the Duc de Sairmeuse arrived here last night in a post-chaise, with his son, Monsieur Martial, and 2 servants." Here, in the midst of these peasants, who were listening to him with pale cheeks and set teeth, Father Chupin preserved the subdued mien appropriate to a messenger of misfortune. But if one had observed him carefully, one would have detected an ironical smile upon his lips and a gleam of malicious joy in his eyes. He was, in fact, inwardly jubilant. At that moment he had his revenge for all the slights and all the scorn he had been forced to endure. And what a revenge! And if his words seemed to fall slowly and reluctantly from his lips, it was only because he was trying to prolong the sufferings of his auditors as much as possible. But a robust young fellow with an intelligent face, who perhaps read Father Chupin's secret heart, brusquely interrupted him. "What does the presence of the Duc de Sairmeuse at Montenac matter to us?" he exclaimed. "Let him remain at the Hôtel de France as long as he chooses. We shall not go in search of him." "No, we shall not go in search of him," echoed the other peasants approvingly. The old rogue shook his head with affected commiseration. "Monsieur Lecoq will not put you to that trouble," he replied. "He will be here in less than 2 hours." "How do you know?" "I know it through Monsieur Laugeron, who, when I mounted his horse, said to me, 'Above all, old man, explain to my friend Lacheneur that the Duke has ordered horses to be in readiness to convey him to Sairmeuse at 11 o'clock. With a common movement, all the peasants who had watches consulted them. "And what does he want here?" demanded the same young farmer. "Pardon, he did not tell me," replied Father Chupin, "but one need not be very cunning to guess. He comes to revisit his former estates, and to take them from those who have purchased them, if possible. From you, Rousselet, he will claim the meadows upon the Oiselle, which always yield 2 crops. From you, Father Gaucher, the ground upon which the Croix Brûlée stands. And from you, Chanlouineau, the vineyards on the Bordière." Chanlouineau was the impetuous young man who had interrupted Father Chupin twice already. "Claim the Bordière!" he exclaimed with even greater violence. "Let him try, and we will see. It was waste land when my father bought it, covered with briars. Even a goat could not have found pasture there. We have cleared it of stones, we have scratched up the soil with our very nails, we have watered it with our sweat, and now they would try to take it from us. Ah, they shall have my last drop of blood first." "I do not say, but—" "But what? Is it any fault of ours that the nobles fled to foreign lands? We have not stolen their lands, have we? The government offered them for sale. We bought them and paid for them. They are lawfully ours." "That is true, but Monsieur de Sairmeuse is the great friend of the king." The young soldier, whose voice had aroused the most noble sentiments only a moment before, was forgotten. Invaded France, the threatening enemy, were alike forgotten. The all-powerful instinct of avarice was suddenly aroused. "In my opinion," resumed Chanlouineau, "we should do well to consult the Baron d'Escorval." "Yes, yes," exclaimed the peasants, "let us go at once." They were starting, when a villager who sometimes read the papers checked them by saying, "Take care what you do. Do you not know that since the return of the Bourbons, Monsieur d'Escorval is of no account whatever? Fouché has him upon the proscription list, and he is under the surveillance of the police." This objection dampened the enthusiasm. "That is true," murmured some of the older men. "A visit to Monsieur d'Escorval would, perhaps, do us more harm than good. And besides, what advice could he give us?" Chamboneau had forgotten all prudence. "What of that?" he exclaimed. "If Monsieur d'Escorval has no counsel to give us about this matter, he can perhaps teach us how to resist and to defend ourselves." For some moments Father Chupin had been studying with an impassive countenance the storm of anger he had aroused. In his secret heart he experienced the satisfaction of the incendiary at the sight of the flames he has kindled. Perhaps he already had a presentiment of the infamous part he would play a few months later. Satisfied with his experiment, he assumed for the time the role of moderator. "Wait a little. Do not cry before you are hurt," he exclaimed in an ironical tone. "Who told you that the Duc de Sermaz would trouble you? How much of his former domain do you all own between you? Almost nothing. A few fields and meadows, and a hill on the Barrière. All these together did not in former times yield him an income of 5,000 francs a year." "Yes, that is true," replied Chanlouineau, "and if the revenue you mentioned is quadrupled, it is only because the land is now in the hands of 40 proprietors, who cultivate it themselves. Another reason why the Duke will not say a word: he will not wish to set the whole district in commotion. In my opinion, he will dispossess only one of the owners of his former estates, and that is our worthy ex-mayor, Monsieur Lacheneur, in short." Ah, he knew only too well the egotism of his compatriots. He knew with what complacency and eagerness they would accept an expiatory victim whose sacrifice should be their salvation. "That is a fact," remarked an old man. "Monsieur Lacheneur owns nearly all the Sermeuse property." "Say all, while you are about it," rejoined Father Chupin. "Where does Monsieur Lacheneur live? In that beautiful Chateau de Sermeuse, whose gable we can see there through the trees? He hunts in the forests which once belonged to the Duc de Sermeuse. He fishes in their lakes. He drives the horses which once belonged to them, in the carriages upon which one can now see their coat of arms, if it had not been painted out. 20 years ago Lacheneur was a poor devil like myself. Now he is a grand gentleman with 50,000 livres a year. He wears the finest broadcloth and top boots like the Baron d'Escorval. He no longer works. He makes others work, and when he passes, everyone must bow to the earth. If you kill so much as a sparrow upon his lands, as he says, he will cast you into prison. Ah, he has been fortunate. The Emperor made him mayor. The Bourbon deprived him of his office, but what does that matter to him? He is still the real master here, as the Sermeuse were in other days. His son is pursuing his studies in Paris, intending to become a notary. As for his daughter, Mademoiselle Marie-Anne—" "Not a word against her!" exclaimed Chanlouineau. "If she were mistress, there would not be a poor man in the country. And yet how some of her pensioners abuse her bounty! Ask your wife if this is not so, Father Chupin." Undoubtedly the impetuous young man spoke at the peril of his life, but the wicked old Chupin swallowed this affront, which he would never forget, and humbly continued: "I do not say that Mademoiselle Marie-Anne is not generous, but after all her charitable work she has plenty of money left for her fine dresses and her fal lals. I think that Monsieur Lacheneur ought to be very well content, even after he has restored to its former owner 1/2 or even 3/4 of the property he has acquired. No one can tell how. He would have enough left then to grind the poor underfoot." After his appeal to selfishness, Father Chupin appealed to envy. There could be no doubt of his success. But he had not time to pursue his advantage. The services were over, and the worshippers were leaving the church. Soon there appeared upon the porch the man in question, with a young girl of dazzling beauty leaning upon his arm. Father Chupin walked straight toward him, and brusquely delivered his message. Monsieur Lacheneur staggered beneath the blow. He turned first so red, then so frightfully pale, that those around him thought he was about to fall. But he quickly recovered his self-possession, and without a word to the messenger, he walked rapidly away, leading his daughter. Some minutes later an old post-chaise, drawn by 4 horses, dashed through the village at a gallop, and paused before the house of the village curé. Then one might have witnessed a singular spectacle. Father Chupin had gathered his wife and his children together, and the 4 surrounded the carriage, shouting with all the power of their lungs, "Long live the Duc de Sairmeuse!" End of Chapter 1. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Chapter 2 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 2. A gently ascending road more than 2 miles in length, shaded by a quadruple row of venerable elms, led from the village to the Château de Sairmeuse. Nothing could be more beautiful than this avenue, a fit approach to a palace. And the stranger who beheld it could understand the naively vain proverb of the country, "He does not know the real beauty of France who has never seen Sairmeuse nor the Oiselle." The Oiselle is the little river which one crosses by means of a wooden bridge on leaving the village, and whose clear and rapid waters give a delicious freshness to the valley. At every step, as one ascends, the view changes. It is as if an enchanting panorama were being slowly unrolled before one. On the right, you can see the sawmills of Ferriol. On the left, like an ocean of verdure, the forest of Dolomieu trembles in the breeze. Those imposing ruins on the other side of the river are all that remain of the feudal manor of the house of Breuil. That red brick mansion with granite trimmings half concealed by a bend in the river belongs to the Baron d'Escorval. And if the day is clear, one can easily distinguish the spires of Montignac in the distance. This was the path traversed by Monsieur Lacheneur after Chupin had delivered his message. But what did he care for the beauties of the landscape? Upon the church porch he had received his death wound, and now, with a tottering and dragging step, he dragged himself along like one of those poor soldiers, mortally wounded upon the field of battle, who go back seeking a ditch or quiet spot where they can lie down and die. He seemed to have lost all thought of his surroundings, all consciousness of previous events. He pursued his way, lost in his reflections, guided only by force of habit. 2 or 3 times his daughter, Marie-Anne, who was walking by his side, addressed him, but an "Ah, let me alone," uttered in a harsh tone, was the only response she could draw from him. Evidently he had received a terrible blow, and undoubtedly, as often happens under such circumstances, the unfortunate man was reviewing all the different phases of his life. At 20, Lacheneur was only a poor ploughboy in the service of the Sairmeuse family. His ambition was modest then. When stretched beneath a tree at the hour of noonday rest, his dreams were as simple as those of an infant. "If I could but amass 100 pistoles," he thought, "I would ask Father Barrois for the hand of his daughter Martha, and he would not refuse me. 100 pistoles, 1,000 francs, an enormous sum for him who, in 2 years of toil and privation, had only laid by 11 louis, which he had placed carefully in a tiny box and hidden in the depths of his straw mattress. Still, he did not despair. He had read in Martha's eyes that she would wait. And Mademoiselle Armande de Sairmeuse, a rich old maid, was his godmother, and he thought, if he attacked her adroitly, that he might perhaps interest her in his love affair. Then the terrible storm of the Revolution burst over France. With the fall of the first thunderbolts, the Duke of Sairmeuse left France with the Count d'Artois. They took refuge in foreign lands as a passer-by seeks shelter in a doorway from a summer shower, saying to himself, "This will not last long." The storm did last, however, and the following year Mademoiselle Armande, who had remained at Sairmeuse, died. The chateau was then closed, the president of the district took possession of the keys in the name of the government, and the servants were scattered. Lacheneur took up his residence in Montagnac. Young, daring, and personally attractive, blessed with an energetic face and an intelligence far above his station, it was not long before he became well known in the political clubs. For 3 months Lacheneur was the tyrant of Montagnac. But this métier of public speaker is by no means lucrative, so the surprise throughout the district was immense when it was ascertained that the former ploughboy had purchased the chateau, and almost all the land belonging to his old master. It is true that the nation had sold this princely domain for scarcely a 20th part of its real value. The appraisement was 69,000 francs. It was giving the property away. And yet it was necessary to have this amount, and Lacheneur possessed it, since he had poured it in a flood of beautiful louis d'or into the hands of the receiver of the district. From that moment his popularity waned. The patriots who had applauded the ploughboy cursed the capitalist. He discreetly left them to recover from their rage as best they could, and returned to Sairmeuse. There everyone bowed low before the citoyen Lacheneur. Unlike most people, he did not forget his past hopes at the moment when they might be realized. He married Martha Barrière, and, leaving the country to work out its own salvation without his assistance, he gave his time and attention to agriculture. Any close observer in those days would have felt certain that the man was bewildered by the sudden change in his situation. His manner was so troubled and anxious that one, to see him, would have supposed him a servant in constant fear of being detected in some indiscretion. He did not open the chateau, but installed himself and his young wife in the cottage formerly occupied by the head gamekeeper, near the entrance of the park. But little by little, with the habit of possession, came assurance. The consulate had succeeded the directory. The empire succeeded the consulate. Citoyen Lacheneur became Monsieur Lacheneur. Appointed mayor 2 years later, he left the cottage and took possession of the chateau. The former ploughboy slumbered in the bed of the Duc de Sairmeuse. He ate from the massive plate, graven with their coat of arms. He received his visitors in the magnificent salon in which the Duc de Sairmeuse had received their friends in years gone by. To those who had known him in former days, Monsieur Lacheneur had become unrecognizable. He had adapted himself to his lofty station. Blushing at his own ignorance, he had found the courage, wonderful in one of his age, to acquire the education which he lacked. Then all his undertakings were successful to such a degree that his good fortune had become proverbial. That he took any part in an enterprise sufficed to make it turn out well. His wife had given him 2 lovely children, a son and a daughter. His property, managed with a shrewdness and sagacity which the former owners had not possessed, yielded him an income of at least 60,000 francs. How many, under similar circumstances, would have lost their heads? But he, Monsieur Lacheneur, had been wise enough to retain his sang-froid. In spite of the princely luxury that surrounded him, his own habits were simple and frugal. He had never had an attendant for his own person. His large income he consecrated almost entirely to the improvement of his estate, or to the purchase of more land. And yet he was not avaricious. In all that concerned his wife or children, he did not count the cost. His son, Jean, had been educated in Paris. He wished him to be fitted for any position. Unwilling to consent to a separation from his daughter, he had procured a governess to take charge of her education. Sometimes his friends accused him of an inordinate ambition for his children, but he always shook his head sadly as he replied, "If I can only ensure them a modest and comfortable future. But what folly it is to count upon the future! 30 years ago, who could have foreseen that the Sairmeuse family would be deprived of their estates?" With such opinions he should have been a good master. He was, but no one thought the better of him on that account. His former comrades could not forgive him for his sudden elevation. They seldom spoke of him without wishing his ruin in ambiguous words. Alas, the evil days came. Toward the close of the year 1812, he lost his wife. The disasters of the year 1813 swept away a large portion of his personal fortune, which had been invested in manufacturing enterprise. Compromised by the first Restoration, he was obliged to conceal himself for a time, and to cap the climax, the conduct of his son, who was still in Paris, caused him serious disquietude. Only the evening before he had thought himself the most unfortunate of men. But here was another misfortune menacing him, a misfortune so terrible that all the others were forgotten. From the day on which he had purchased Sairmeuse to this fatal Sunday in August of 1815 was an interval of 20 years. 20 years! And it seemed to him only yesterday that, blushing and trembling, he had laid those piles of louis d'or upon the desk of the receiver of the district. Had he dreamed it? He had not dreamed it. His entire life, with its struggles and its miseries, its hopes and its fears, its unexpected joys and its blighted hopes, all passed before him. Lost in these memories, he had quite forgotten the present situation, when a commonplace incident, more powerful than the voice of his daughter, brought him back to the terrible reality. The gate leading to the Chateau de Sairmeuse, to his chateau, was found to be locked. He shook it with a sort of rage, and being unable to break the fastening, he found some relief in breaking the bell. On hearing the noise, the gardener came running to the scene of action. "Why is this gate closed?" demanded Monsieur Lacheneur, with unwonted violence of manner. "By what right do you barricade my house when I, the master, am without?" The gardener tried to make some excuse. "Hold your tongue," interrupted Monsieur Lacheneur. "I dismiss you. You are no longer in my service." He passed on, leaving the gardener petrified with astonishment, crossed the courtyard, a courtyard worthy of the mansion, bordered with velvet turf and with flowers and with dense shrubbery. In the vestibule, inlaid with marble, 3 of his tenants sat awaiting him, for it was on Sunday that he always received the workmen who desired to confer with him. They rose at his approach and removed their hats deferentially, but he did not give them time to utter a word. "Who permitted you to enter here?" he said savagely. "And what do you desire? They sent you to play the spy on me, did they? Leave, I tell you." The 3 farmers were even more bewildered and dismayed than the gardener had been, and their remarks must have been interesting. But Monsieur Lacheneur could not hear them. He had opened the door of the grand salon and dashed in, followed by his frightened daughter. Never had Marie-Anne seen her father in such a mood, and she trembled, her heart torn by the most frightful presentiments. She had heard it said that oftentimes, under the influence of some dire calamity, unfortunate men have suddenly lost their reason entirely, and she was wondering if her father had become insane. It would seem, indeed, that such was the case. His eyes flashed, convulsive shudders shook his whole body, a white foam gathered on his lips. He made the circuit of the room as a wild beast makes the circuit of his cage, uttering harsh imprecations and making frenzied gestures. His actions were strange, incomprehensible. Sometimes he seemed to be trying the thickness of the carpet with the toe of his boot. Sometimes he threw himself upon a sofa or a chair as if to test its softness. Occasionally he paused abruptly before some one of the valuable pictures that covered the walls, or before a bronze. One might have supposed that he was taking an inventory and appraising all the magnificent and costly articles which decorated this apartment, the most sumptuous in the chateau. "And I must renounce all this," he exclaimed at last. These words explained everything. "No, never," he resumed in a transport of rage. "Never, never! I cannot, I will not!" Now Marie-Anne understood it all. But what was passing in her father's mind? She wished to know, and leaving the low chair in which she had been seated, she went to her father's side. "Are you ill, father?" she asked in her sweet voice. "What is the matter? What do you fear? Why do you not confide in me? Am I not your daughter? Do you no longer love me?" At the sound of this dear voice, Monsieur Lacheneur trembled like a sleeper suddenly aroused from the terrors of a nightmare, and he cast an indescribable glance upon his daughter. "Did you not hear what Chupin said to me?" he replied slowly. "The Duc de Sairmeuse is at Montaignac. He will soon be here, and we are dwelling in the chateau of his fathers, and his domain has become ours." The vexed question regarding the national lands, which agitated France for 30 years, Marie understood, for she had heard it discussed 1,000 times. "Ah, well, dear father," said she, "what does that matter, even if we do hold the property? You have bought it and paid for it, have you not? So it is rightfully and lawfully ours." Monsieur Lacheneur hesitated a moment before replying. But his secret suffocated him. He was in one of those crises in which a man, however strong he may be, totters and seeks some support, however fragile. "You would be right, my daughter," he murmured with drooping head, "if the money that I gave in exchange for Sairmeuse had really belonged to me." At this strange avowal, the young girl turned pale and recoiled a step. "What?" she faltered. "This gold was not yours, my father? To whom did it belong? From whence did it come?" The unhappy man had gone too far to retract. "I will tell you all, my daughter," he replied, "and you shall judge. You shall decide. When the Sairmeuse family fled from France, I had only my hands to depend upon, and it was almost impossible to obtain work. I wondered if starvation were not near at hand. Such was my condition when someone came after me one evening to tell me that Mademoiselle Armande de Sairmeuse, my godmother, was dying and wished to speak with me. I ran to the chateau. The messenger had told the truth. Mademoiselle Armande was sick unto death. I felt this on seeing her upon her bed, whiter than wax. Ah, if I were to live 100 years, never should I forget her face as it looked at that moment. It was expressive of a strength of will and an energy that would hold death at bay until the task upon which she had determined was performed. When I entered the room, I saw a look of relief appear upon her countenance. "Oh, how long you were in coming," she murmured faintly. I was about to make some excuse when she motioned me to pause and ordered the women who surrounded her to leave the room. As soon as we were alone, "You are an honest boy," said she, "and I am about to give you a proof of my confidence. People believe me to be poor, but they are mistaken. While my relatives were gaily ruining themselves, I was saving the 500 louis which the Duke, my brother, gave me each year." She motioned me to come nearer and to kneel beside her bed. I obeyed, and Mademoiselle Armande leaned toward me, almost glued her lips to my ear, and added, "I possess 80,000 francs." I felt a sudden giddiness, but my godmother did not notice it. "This amount," she continued, "is not a quarter part of the former income from our family estates, but now who knows but it will, one day, be the only resource of the Sairmeuse. I am going to place it in your charge, Lacheneur. I confide it to your honor and to your devotion. The estates belonging to the emigrants are to be sold, I hear. If such an act of injustice is committed, you will probably be able to purchase our property for 70,000 francs. If the property is sold by the government, purchase it. If the lands belonging to the emigrants are not sold, take that amount to the Duke, my brother, who is with the Count d'Artois. The surplus, that is to say, the 10,000 francs remaining, I give to you. They are yours." She seemed to recover her strength. She raised herself in bed, and holding the crucifix attached to her rosary to my lips, she said, "Swear by the image of our Saviour that you will faithfully execute the last will of your dying godmother." I took the required oath, and an expression of satisfaction overspread her features. "That is well," she said. "I shall die content. You will have a protector on high, but this is not all. In times like these in which we live, this gold will not be safe in your hands unless those about you are ignorant that you possess it. I have been endeavoring to discover some way by which you could remove it from my room and from the chateau without the knowledge of anyone, and I have found a way. The gold is here in this cupboard, at the head of my bed, in a stout oaken chest. You must find strength to move the chest, you must. You can fasten a sheet around it and let it down gently from the window into the garden. You will then leave the house as you entered it, and as soon as you are outside, you must take the chest and carry it to your home. The night is very dark, and no one will see you if you are careful. But make haste. My strength is nearly gone." The chest was heavy, but I was very strong. In less than 10 minutes the task of removing the chest from the chateau was accomplished without a single sound that would betray us. As I closed the window, I said, "It is done, godmother." "God be praised," she whispered. "Sairmeuse is saved." I heard a deep sigh. I turned. She was dead. This scene that Monsieur Lacheneur was relating rose vividly before him. To feign, to disguise the truth, or to conceal any portion of it was an impossibility. He forgot himself and his daughter. He thought only of the dead woman, of Mademoiselle Armande de Sairmeuse, and he shuddered on pronouncing the word. She was dead. It seemed to him that she was about to speak, and to insist upon the fulfillment of his pledge. After a moment's silence, he resumed in a hollow voice, "I called for aid. It came. Mademoiselle Armande was adored by everyone. There was great lamentation, and a half-hour of indescribable confusion followed her death. I was able to withdraw, unnoticed, to run into the garden, and to carry away the oaken chest. An hour later it was concealed in the miserable hovel in which I dwelt. The following year I purchased Sairmeuse." He had confessed all, and he paused, trembling, trying to read his sentence in the eyes of his daughter. "And can you hesitate?" she demanded. "Ah, you do not know. I know that Sairmeuse must be given up." This was the decree of his own conscience, that faint voice which speaks only in a whisper, but which all the tumult on earth cannot overpower. "No one saw me take away the chest," he faltered. "If anyone suspected it, there is not a single proof against me. But no one does suspect it." Marie-Anne rose. Her eyes flashed with generous indignation. "My father!" she exclaimed. "Oh, my father!" Then, in a calmer tone, she added, "If others know nothing of this, can you forget it?" Monsieur Lacheneur appeared almost ready to succumb to the torture of the terrible conflict raging in his soul. "Return?" he exclaimed. "What shall I return? That which I have received? So be it. I consent. I will give the Duke the 80,000 francs. To this amount I will add the interest on this sum since I have had it, and we shall be free of all obligation." The girl sadly shook her head. "Why do you resort to subterfuges which are so unworthy of you?" she asked gently. You know perfectly well that it was Sairmeuse which Mademoiselle Armande intended to entrust to the servant of her house, and it is Sairmeuse which must be returned." The word servant was revolting to a man who, at least while the empire endured, had been a power in the land. "Oh, you are cruel, my daughter," he said, with intense bitterness, "as cruel as a child who has never suffered, as cruel as one who, having never himself been tempted, is without mercy for those who have yielded to temptation. It is one of those acts which God alone can judge, since God alone can read the depths of one's secret soul. I am only a depositary, you tell me. It was indeed in this light that I formerly regarded myself. If your poor sainted mother was still alive, she would tell you the anxiety and anguish I felt on being made the master of riches which were not mine. I trembled lest I should yield to their seductions. I was afraid of myself. I felt as a gambler might feel who had the winnings of others confided to his care, as a drunkard might feel who had been placed in charge of a quantity of the most delicious wines. Your mother would tell you that I moved heaven and earth to find the Duc de Sairmeuse, but he had left the Count d'Artois, and no one knew where he had gone or what had become of him. 10 years passed before I could make up my mind to inhabit the chateau. Yes, 10 years, during which I had the furniture dusted each morning as if the master was to return that evening. At last I ventured. I had heard Monsieur d'Escorval declare that the Duke had been killed in battle. I took up my abode here, and from day to day, in proportion as the domain of Sairmeuse became more beautiful and extensive beneath my care, I felt myself more and more its rightful owner. But this despairing pleading in behalf of a bad cause produced no impression upon Marie-Anne's loyal heart. "Restitution must be made," she repeated. Monsieur Lacheneur wrung his hands. "Implacable!" he exclaimed. "She is implacable. Unfortunate girl, does she not understand that it is for her sake I wish to remain where I am? I am old, and I am familiar with toil and poverty. Idleness has not removed the callosities from my hand. What do I require to keep me alive until the day comes for me to take my place in the graveyard? A crust of bread and an onion in the morning, a porringer of soup in the evening, and for the night a bundle of straw. I could easily earn that. But you, unhappy child, and your brother, what will become of you?" "We must not discuss nor haggle with duty, my father. I think, however, that you are needlessly alarmed. I believe the Duke is too noble-hearted ever to allow you to suffer want after the immense service you have rendered him." The old servitor of the house of Sairmeuse laughed a loud, bitter laugh. "You believe that?" said he. "Then you do not know the nobles who have been our masters for ages. Ah, you're a worthy fellow. Very coldly said will be the only recompense I shall receive, and you will see me, at my plough, you out at service, and if I venture to speak of the 10,000 francs that were given me, I shall be treated as an impostor, as an impudent fool. By the holy name of God, this shall not be." "Oh, my father!" "No, this shall not be. And I realize, as you cannot realize, the disgrace of such a fall. You think you are beloved in Sairmeuse. You are mistaken. We have been too fortunate not to be the victims of hatred and jealousy. If I fall tomorrow, you will see all who kissed your hands today fall upon you to tear you to pieces." His eyes glittered. He believed he had found a victorious argument. "And then you, yourself, will realize the horror of the disgrace. It will cost you the deadly anguish of a separation from him who your heart has chosen." He had spoken truly, for Marie-Anne's beautiful eyes filled with tears. "If what you say proves true, father," she murmured in an altered voice, "I may, perhaps, die of sorrow, but I cannot fail to realize that my confidence and my love has been misplaced." "And you still insist upon my returning Sairmeuse to its former owner?" honor speaks, my father." Monsieur Lacheneur made the armchair in which he was seated tremble by a violent blow of his fist. "And if I am just as obstinate," he exclaimed, "if I keep the property, what will you do?" "I shall say to myself, father, that honest poverty is better than stolen wealth. I shall leave this chateau, which belongs to the Duc de Sairmeuse, and I shall seek a situation as a servant in the neighborhood." Monsieur Lacheneur sank back in his armchair, sobbing. He knew his daughter's nature well enough to be assured that what she said, that she would do. But he was conquered. His daughter had won the battle. He had decided to make the heroic sacrifice. "I will relinquish Sairmeuse," he faltered. "Come what may—" He paused suddenly. A visitor was entering the room. It was a young man about 20 years of age, of distinguished appearance, but with a rather melancholy and gentle manner. His eyes, when he entered the apartment, encountered those of Marie-Anne. He blushed slightly, and the girl half turned away, crimsoning to the roots of her hair. "Monsieur," said the young man, "my father sends me to inform you that the Duc de Sairmeuse and his son have just arrived. They have asked the hospitality of our curé." Monsieur Lacheneur rose, unable to conceal his frightful agitation. "You will thank the Baron d'Escorval for his attention, my dear Maurice," he responded. "I shall have the honor of seeing him today, after a very momentous step which we are about to take, my daughter and I." Young d'Escorval had seen at the first glance that his presence was inopportune, so he remained only a few moments. But as he was taking leave, Marie-Anne found time to say, in a low voice, "I think I know your heart, Maurice. This evening I shall know it certainly." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com.
Chapter 3 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanna. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 3. Few of the inhabitants of Sairmeuse knew, except by name, the terrible duke whose arrival had thrown the whole village into commotion. Some of the oldest residents had a faint recollection of having seen him long ago, before '89 indeed, when he came to visit his aunt, Mademoiselle Armande. His duties then had seldom permitted him to leave the court. If he had given no sign of life during the Empire, it was because he had not been compelled to submit to the humiliations and suffering which so many of the emigrants were obliged to endure in their exile. On the contrary, he had received, in exchange for the wealth of which he had been deprived by the Revolution, a princely fortune. Taking refuge in London after the defeat of the army of Conde, he had been so fortunate as to please the only daughter of Lord Holland, one of the richest peers in England, and he had married her. She possessed a fortune of £250,000 sterling, more than 6,000,000 francs. Still, the marriage was not a happy one. The chosen companion of the dissipated and licentious Count d'Artois was not likely to prove a very good husband. The young Duchess was contemplating a separation when she died, in giving birth to a boy, who was baptized under the names of Anne-Marie Marchal. The loss of his wife did not render the Duc de Sairmeuse inconsolable. He was rich and freer than he ever had been. As soon as les convenances permitted, he confided his son to the care of a relative of his wife, and began his roving life again. Rumor had told the truth. He had fought, and that furiously, against France in the Austrian, and then in the Russian ranks. And he took no pains to conceal the fact, convinced that he had only performed his duty. He considered that he had honestly and loyally gained the rank of general, which the Emperor of all the Russias had bestowed upon him. He had not returned to France during the first Restoration, but his absence had been involuntary. His father-in-law, Lord Holland, had just died, and the Duke was detained in London by business connected with his son's immense inheritance. Then followed the 100 days. They exasperated him. But the good cause, as he styled it, having triumphed anew, he hastened to France. Alas! Lacheneur judged the character of his former master correctly when he resisted the entreaties of his daughter. This man, who had been compelled to conceal himself during the first Restoration, knew only too well that the returned émigrés had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. The Duc de Sairmeuse was no exception to the rule. He thought, and nothing could be more sadly absurd, that a mere act of authority would suffice to suppress for ever all the events of the Revolution and of the Empire. When he said, "I do not admit that," he firmly believed that there was nothing more to be said, that controversy was ended, and that what had been was as if it had never been. If some who had seen Louis XVII at the helm in 1814 assured the Duke that France had changed in many respects since 1789, he responded with a shrug of the shoulders. "Nonsense! As soon as we assert ourselves, all these rascals whose rebellion alarms you will quietly sink out of sight." Such was really his opinion. On the way from Montaigu to Sairmeuse, the Duke, comfortably ensconced in his berlin, unfolded his theories for the benefit of his son. "The king has been poorly advised," he said in conclusion. "Besides, I am disposed to believe that he inclines too much to Jacobinism. If he would listen to my advice, he would make use of the 1,200,000 soldiers, which our friends have placed at his disposal, to bring his subjects to a sense of their duty. 1,200,000 bayonets have far more eloquence than the articles of a charter." He continued his remarks on the subject until the carriage approached Sairmeuse. Though but little given to sentiment, he was really affected by the sight of the country in which he was born, where he had played as a child, and of which he had heard nothing since the death of his aunt. Everything was changed, still the outlines of the landscape remained the same. The valley of the Oiselle was as bright and laughing as in days gone by. "I recognize it," he exclaimed, with a delight that made him forget politics. "I recognize it." Soon the changes became more striking. The carriage entered Sairmeuse, and rattled over the stones of the only street in the village. This street in former years had been unpaved, and had always been rendered impassable by wet weather. "Aha!" murmured the Duke, "this is an improvement." It was not long before he noticed others. The dilapidated thatched hovels had given place to pretty and comfortable white cottages with green blinds, and a vine hanging gracefully over the door. As the carriage passed the public square in front of the church, Martial observed the groups of peasants who were still talking there. "What do you think of all these peasants?" he inquired of his father. "Do they have the appearance of people who are preparing a triumphal reception for their old masters?" Monsieur de Sairmeuse shrugged his shoulders. He was not the man to renounce an illusion for such a trifle. "They do not know that I am in this post-chaise," he replied. "When they know—" Shouts of "Vive le Monsieur le Duc de Sairmeuse!" interrupted him. "Do you hear that, Marquis?" he exclaimed, and pleased by these cries that proved him in the right, he leaned from the carriage window, waving his hand to the honest Chupin family, who were running behind the vehicle with noisy shouts. The old rascal, his wife, and his children, all possessed powerful voices, and it was not strange that the Duke believed the whole village was welcoming him. He was convinced of it, and when the berlin stopped before the house of the curé, Monsieur de Sairmeuse was persuaded that the prestige of the nobility was greater than ever. Upon the threshold of the parsonage, Bibiaine, the old housekeeper, was standing. She knew who these guests must be, for the curé's servants always know what is going on. "Monsieur has not yet returned from church," she said, in response to the Duke's inquiry. "But if the gentlemen wish to wait, it will not be long before he comes, for the poor dear man has not breakfasted yet." "Let us go in," the Duke said to his son. and guided by the housekeeper, they entered a sort of drawing-room where the table was spread. Monsieur de Sairmeuse took inventory of the apartment in a single glance. The habits of a house reveal those of its master. This was clean, poor, and bare. The walls were whitewashed. A dozen chairs composed the entire furniture. Upon the table, laid with monastic simplicity, were only tin dishes. This was either the abode of an ambitious man or a saint. "Will these gentlemen take any refreshments?" inquired Bibiaine. "Upon my word," replied Martial, "I must confess that the drive has whetted my appetite amazingly." "Blessed Jesus!" exclaimed the old housekeeper in evident despair. "What am I to do? I who have nothing, that is to say, yes, I have an old hen left in the coop. Give me time to wring its neck, to pick it and clean it." She paused to listen, and they heard a step in the passage. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "here's Monsieur le Curé now." The son of a poor farmer in the environs of Maintenon, he owed his Latin and tonsure to the privations of his family. Tall, angular, and solemn, he was as cold and impassive as the stones of his church. By what immense efforts of will, at the cost of what torture, had he made himself what he was? One could form some idea of the terrible restraint to which he had subjected himself by looking at his eyes, which occasionally emitted the lightnings of an impassioned soul. Was he old or young? The most subtle observer would have hesitated to say on seeing this pallid and emaciated face, cut in two by an immense nose, a real eagle's beak, as thin as the edge of a razor. He wore a white cassock, which had been patched and darned in numberless places, but which was a marvel of cleanliness, and which hung about his tall, attenuated body like the sails of a disabled vessel. He was known as the Abbé Midon. At the sight of the two strangers seated in his drawing-room, he manifested some slight surprise. The carriage standing before the door had announced the presence of a visitor, but he had expected to find one of his parishioners. No one had warned him or the sacristan, and he was wondering with whom he had to deal and what they desired of him. Mechanically he turned to Bibiaine, but the old servant had taken flight. The Duke understood his host's astonishment. "Upon my word, Abbé," he said, with the impertinent ease of a grand seigneur who makes himself at home everywhere, "we have taken your house by storm, and hold the position, as you see. I am the Duc de Sairmeuse, and this is my son, the Marquis." The priest bowed, but he did not seem greatly impressed by the exalted rank of his guests. "It is a great honor for me," he replied, in a more than reserved tone, "to receive a visit from the former master of this place." He emphasized this word former in such a manner that it was impossible to doubt his sentiments and his opinions. "Unfortunately," he continued, "you will not find here the comforts to which you are accustomed, and I fear—" "Nonsense!" interrupted the Duke. "An old soldier is not fastidious, and what suffices for you, Monsieur Abbé, will suffice for us, and rest assured that we will amply repay you in one way or another for any inconvenience we may cause you." The priest's eye flashed. This want of tact, this disagreeable familiarity, this last insulting remark, kindled with the anger of the man concealed beneath the priest. "Besides," added Martial gaily, "we have been vastly amused by Bibiaine's anxieties. We already know that there's a chicken in the coop." "That is to say, there was one, Monsieur le Marquis." The old housekeeper, who suddenly reappeared, explained her master's response. She seemed overwhelmed with despair. "Blessed Virgin! Monsieur, what shall I do?" she clamored. "The chicken has disappeared. Someone has certainly stole it, for the coop is securely closed." "Do not accuse your neighbor hastily," interrupted the curé. "No one has stolen it from us. Bertrande was here this morning to ask alms in the name of her sick daughter. I had no money, and I gave her this fowl that she might make a good bouillon for the sick girl." This explanation changed Bibiaine's consternation to fury. Planting herself in the centre of the room, one hand upon her hip, and gesticulating wildly with the other, she exclaimed, pointing to her master, "This is just the sort of man he is. He has less sense than a baby. Any miserable peasant who meets him can make him believe anything he wishes. Any great falsehood brings tears to his eyes. and then they can do what they like with him. In that way they take the very shoes off his feet and the bread from his mouth. Bertrand's daughter, messieurs, is no more ill than you or I." "Enough," said the priest sternly. "Enough." Then, knowing by experience that his voice had not the power to check her flood of reproaches, he took her by the arm and led her out into the passage. Monsieur de Sairmeuse and his son exchanged a glance of consternation. Was this a comedy that had been prepared for their benefit? Evidently not, since their arrival had not been expected. But the priest, whose character had been so plainly revealed by this quarrel with his domestic, was not a man to their taste. At least he was evidently not the man they had hoped to find, not the auxiliary whose assistance was indispensable to the success of their plans. Yet they did not exchange a word. They listened. They heard the sound as of a discussion in the passage. The master spoke in low tones, but with an unmistakable accent of command. The servant uttered an astonished exclamation, but the listeners could not distinguish a word. Soon the priest re-entered the apartment. "I hope, gentlemen," he said, with a dignity that could not fail to check any attempt at raillery, "that you will excuse this ridiculous scene. The Curé de Sairmeuse, thank God, is not so poor as she says." Neither the Duke nor Marshal made any response. Even their remarkable assurance was very sensibly diminished, and Monsieur de Sairmeuse deemed it advisable to change the subject. This he did by relating the events which he had just witnessed in Paris, and by insisting that His Majesty Louis XVIII had been welcomed with enthusiasm and transports of affection. Fortunately, the old housekeeper interrupted this recital. She entered, loaded with china, silver, and bottles, and behind her came a large man in a white apron, bearing 3 or 4 covered dishes in his hands. It was the order to go and obtain this repast from the village inn which had drawn from Bibiaine so many exclamations of wonder and dismay in the passage. A moment later the curé and his guests took their places at the table. Had the much-lamented chicken constituted the dinner, the rations would have been short. This the worthy woman was obliged to confess, on seeing the terrible appetite evinced by Monsieur de Sairmeuse and his son. One would have sworn that they had eaten nothing for a fortnight, she told her friends the next day. Abbé Midon was not hungry, though it was 2 o'clock, and he had eaten nothing since the previous evening. The sudden arrival of the former masters of Sairmeuse filled his heart with gloomy forebodings. Their coming, he believed, presaged the greatest misfortunes. So while he played with his knife and fork, pretending to eat, he was really occupied in watching his guests, and in studying them with all the penetration of a priest, which, by the way, is generally far superior to that of a physician or of a magistrate. The Duc de Sairmeuse was 57, but looked considerably younger. The storms of his youth, the dissipation of his riper years, the great excesses of every kind in which he had indulged, had not impaired his iron constitution in the least. Of Herculean build, he was extremely proud of his strength, and of his hands, which were well formed, but large, firmly knit, and powerful, such hands as rightly belonged to a gentleman whose ancestors had given many a crushing blow with ponderous battle-axe in the Crusades. His face revealed his character. He possessed all the graces and all the vices of a courtier. He was, at the same time, spiritual and ignorant, sceptical and violently imbued with the prejudices of his class. Though less robust than his father, Marshal was a no less distinguished-looking cavalier. It was not strange that women raved over his blue eyes and the beautiful blonde hair which he inherited from his mother. To his father he owed energy, courage, and it must also be added, perversity. But he was his superior in education and in intellect. If he shared his father's prejudices, he had not adopted them without weighing them carefully. What the father might do in a moment of excitement, the son was capable of doing in cold blood. It was thus that the abbé, with rare sagacity, read the characters of his guests. So it was with great sorrow, but without surprise, that he heard the Duke advance on the questions of the day the impossible ideas shared by nearly all the émigrés. Knowing the condition of the country and the state of public opinion, the curé endeavoured to convince the obstinate man of his mistake. But upon this subject the Duke would not permit contradiction, or even raillery, and he was fast losing his temper when Bibiaine appeared at the parlour door. "Monsieur le Duc," she said, "Monsieur Lacheneur and his daughter are without and desire to speak to you." End of chapter 3. Recording by Joanna. Chapter 4 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanna. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 4. This name Lacheneur awakened no recollection in the mind of the Duke. First, he had never lived at Sairmeuse, and even if he had, what courtier of the Ancien Regime ever troubled himself about the individual names of the peasants whom he regarded with such profound indifference? When a grand seigneur addressed these people, he said, "Hallo! Hi! There! Friend! My worthy fellow!" So it was with the air of a man who is making an effort of memory that the Duc de Sairmeuse repeated, "Lacheneur! Monsieur Lacheneur." But Martial, a closer observer than his father, had noticed that the priest's glance wavered at the sound of this name. "Who is this person, Abbe?" demanded the Duke lightly. "Monsieur Lacheneur," replied the priest, with very evident hesitation, "is the present owner of the Chateau de Sairmeuse." Martial, the precocious diplomat, could not repress a smile on hearing this response, which he had foreseen. But the Duke bounded from his chair. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "it is the rascal who has had the impudence. Let him come in, old woman, let him come in." Bibiaine retired, and the priest's uneasiness increased. "Permit me, Monsieur le Duc," he said hastily, "to remark that Monsieur Lacheneur exercises a great influence in this region. To offend him would be impolitic." "I understand you advise me to be conciliatory. Such sentiments are purely Jacobin. If His Majesty listens to the advice of such as you, all these sales of confiscated estates will be ratified. Zounds, our interests are the same. If the revolution has deprived the nobility of their property, it has also impoverished the clergy." "The possessions of a priest are not of this world, monsieur," said the curé coldly. Monsieur de Sairmeuse was about to make some impertinent response when Monsieur Lacheneur appeared, followed by his daughter. The wretched man was ghastly pale. Great drops of perspiration stood out upon his temples. His restless, haggard eyes revealed his distress of mind. Marianne was as pale as her father, but her attitude and the light that burned in her eyes told of invincible energy and determination. "Ah, well, friend," said the Duke, "so we are the owner of Sairmeuse, it seems." This was said with such a careless insolence of manner that the curé blushed that they should thus treat, in his own house, a man whom he considered his equal. He rose and offered the visitors chairs. "Will you take a seat, dear Monsieur Lacheneur?" said he, with a politeness intended as a lesson for the Duke. "And you also, mademoiselle, do me the honour." But the father and the daughter both refused the proffered civility with a motion of the head. "Monsieur le Duc," continued Lacheneur, "I am an old servant of your house." "Ah, indeed!" "Mademoiselle Armande, your aunt, accorded my poor mother the honour of acting as my godmother." "Ah, yes," interrupted the Duke, "I remember you now. Our family has shown great goodness to you and yours, and it was to prove your gratitude, probably, that you made haste to purchase our estate?" The former ploughboy was of humble origin, but his heart and his character had developed with his fortunes. He understood his own worth. Much as he was disliked, and even detested by his neighbours, everyone respected him. and here was a man who treated him with undisguised scorn. Why? By what right? Indignant at the outrage, he made a movement as if to retire. No one save his daughter knew the truth. He had only to keep silence, and Sairmeuse remained his. Yes, he had still the power to keep Sairmeuse, and he knew it, for he did not share the fears of the ignorant rustics. He was too well informed not to be able to distinguish between the hopes of the émigrés and the possible. He knew that an abyss separated the dream from the reality. A beseeching word uttered in a low tone by his daughter made him turn again to the Duke. "If I purchased Sairmeuse," he answered in a voice husky with emotion, "it was in obedience to the command of your dying aunt, and with the money which she gave me for that purpose. If you see me here, it is only because I come to restore to you the deposit confided in my keeping." Anyone not belonging to that class of spoilt fools which surround a throne would have been deeply touched. But the Duke thought this grand act of honesty and of generosity the most simple and natural thing in the world. "That is very well, so far as the principle is concerned," said he. "Let us now speak of the interest. Sairmeuse, if I remember rightly, yielded an average income of 100,000 louis per year. These revenues, well invested, should have amounted to a very considerable amount. Where is this?" This claim, thus advanced, and at such a moment, was so outrageous that Martial, disgusted, made a sign to his father, which the latter did not see. But the curé, hoping to recall the extortioner to something like a sense of shame, exclaimed, "Monsieur le Duc! Oh, Monsieur le Duc!" Lacheneur shrugged his shoulders with an air of resignation. "The income I have used for my own living expenses, and in educating my children, but most of it has been expended in improving the estate, which today yields an income twice as large as in former years." "That is to say, for 20 years, Monsieur Lacheneur has played the part of Lord of the Manor, a delightful comedy. You are rich now, I suppose?" "I possess nothing, but I hope you will allow me to take 10,000 francs, which your aunt gave to me." "Ah, she gave you 10,000 francs, and when?" "On the same evening that she gave me the 80,000 francs intended for the purchase of the estate." "Perfect. What proof can you furnish that she gave you this sum?" Lacheneur stood motionless and speechless. He tried to reply, but he could not. If he opened his lips, it would only be to pour forth a torrent of menaces, insults, and invectives. Marianne stepped quickly forward. "The proof, monsieur," said she in a clear, ringing voice, "is the word of this man, who, of his own free will, comes to return to you, to give you a fortune." As she sprang forward, her beautiful dark hair escaped from its confinement. The rich blood crimsoned her cheeks. Her dark eyes flashed brilliantly, and sorrow, anger, horror at the humiliation imparted a sublime expression to her face. She was so beautiful that Martial regarded her with wonder. "Lovely," he murmured in English, "beautiful as an angel." These words, which she understood, abashed Marianne, but she had said enough. Her father felt that he was avenged. He drew from his pocket a roll of papers, and throwing them upon the table, "Here are your titles," he said, addressing the Duke in a tone full of implacable hatred. "Keep the legacy that your aunt gave me. I wish nothing of yours. I shall never set foot in Sairmeuse again. Penniless I entered it, penniless I will leave it." He quitted the room with head proudly erect, and when they were outside, he said but one word to his daughter. "Well." "You have done your duty," she replied. "It is those who have not done it who are to be pitied." She had no opportunity to say more. Martial came running after them, anxious for another chance of seeing this young girl whose beauty had made such an impression upon him. "I hastened after you," he said, addressing Marianne rather than Monsieur Lacheneur, "to reassure you. All this will be arranged, mademoiselle. Eyes so beautiful as yours should never know tears. I will be your advocate with my father." "Mademoiselle Lacheneur has no need of an advocate," a harsh voice interrupted. Martial turned and saw the young man who, that morning, went to warn Monsieur Lacheneur of the Duke's arrival. I am the Marquis de Sairmeuse, he said insolently. And I, said the other quietly, am Maurice de Courval. They surveyed each other for a moment, each expecting, perhaps, an insult from the other. Instinctively, they felt that they were to be enemies, and the bitterest animosity spoke in the glances they exchanged. Perhaps they felt a presentiment that they were to be champions of two different principles, as well as rivals. Martial, remembering his father, yielded. We shall meet again, Monsieur de Courval, he said as he retired. At this threat, Maurice shrugged his shoulders and said, You had better not desire it. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Clifford. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 5. The abode of the Baron d'Escorval, that brick structure with stone trimmings which was visible from the superb avenue leading to Sairmeuse, was small and unpretentious. Its chief attraction was a pretty lawn that extended to the banks of the Oiselle and a small but beautifully shaded park. It was known as the Château d'Escorval, but that appellation was gross flattery. Any petty manufacturer who'd amassed a small fortune would have desired a larger, handsomer, and more imposing establishment. Monsieur d'Escorval, and it will be an eternal honour to him in history, was not rich. Although he had been entrusted with several of those missions from which generals and diplomats often return laden with millions, Monsieur d'Escorval's worldly possessions consisted only of the little patrimony bequeathed him by his father, a property which yielded an income of from 20 to 25,000 francs a year. This modest dwelling, situated about a mile from Sairmeuse, represented the savings of 10 years. He had built it in 1806 from a plan drawn by his own hand, and it was the dearest spot on earth to him. He always hastened to this retreat when his work allowed him a few days of rest. But this time he had not come to Escorval of his own free will. He had been compelled to leave Paris by the prescribed list of the 24th of July, that fatal list which summoned the enthusiastic Labédoyère and the honest and virtuous Drouot before a court-martial. And even in this solitude, Monsieur d'Escorval's situation was not without danger. He was one of those who, some days before the disaster of Waterloo, had strongly urged the Emperor to order the execution of Fouché, the former Minister of Police. Now, Fouché knew this counsel, and he was powerful. Take care, Monsieur d'Escorval's friends wrote him from Paris. But he put his trust in Providence and faced the future, threatening though it was, with the unalterable serenity of a pure conscience. The Baron was still young. He was not yet 50, but anxiety, work, and long nights passed in struggling with the most arduous difficulties of the imperial policy had made him old before his time. He was tall, slightly inclined to embonpoint, and stooped a little. His calm eyes, his serious mouth, his broad furrowed forehead, and his austere manners inspired respect. He must be stern and inflexible, said those who saw him for the first time. But they were mistaken. If, in the exercise of his official duties, this truly great man had the strength to resist all temptations to swerve from the path of right, if, when duty was at stake, he was as rigid as iron, in private life he was as unassuming as a child, and kind and gentle even to the verge of weakness. To this nobility of character he owed his domestic happiness, that rare and precious happiness which fills one's existence with a celestial perfume. During the bloodiest epoch of the Reign of Terror, Monsieur d'Escorval had wrested from the guillotine a young girl named Victoire Laure de Lalleux, a distant cousin of the Rétaux of Commarin, as beautiful as an angel and only 3 years younger than himself. He loved her, and though she was an orphan, destitute of fortune, he married her, considering the treasure of her virgin heart of far greater value than the most magnificent dowry. She was an honest woman, as her husband was an honest man, in the most strict and vigorous sense of the word. She was seldom seen at the Tuileries, where Monsieur d'Escorval's worth made him eagerly welcomed. The splendours of the imperial court, which at that time surpassed all the pomp of the time of Louis XIV, had no attractions for her. Grace, beauty, youth, and accomplishments, she reserved them all for the adornment of her home. Her husband was her god. She lived in him and through him. She had not a thought which did not belong to him. The short time that he could spare from his arduous labours to devote to her were her happiest hours. And when in the evening they sat beside the fire in their modest drawing-room, with their son Maurice playing on the rug at their feet, it seemed to them that they had nothing to wish for here below. The overthrow of the empire surprised them in the heyday of their happiness. Surprised them? No. For a long time Monsieur d'Escorval had seen the prodigious edifice erected by the genius whom he had made his idol totter as if about to fall. Certainly he felt intense chagrin at this fall, but he was heartbroken at the sight of all the treason and cowardice which followed it. He was indignant and horrified at the rising en masse of the avaricious, who hastened to gorge themselves with the spoil. Under these circumstances, exile from Paris seemed an actual blessing. Besides, as he remarked to the Baroness, we shall soon be forgotten here. But even while he said this, he felt many misgivings. Still, by his side, his noble wife presented a tranquil face, even while she trembled for the safety of her adored husband. On this first Sunday in August, Monsieur d'Escorval and his wife had been unusually sad. A vague presentiment of approaching misfortune weighed heavily upon their hearts. At the same hour that Lacheneur presented himself at the house of the Abbé Midon, they were seated upon the terrace in front of the house, gazing anxiously at the two roads leading from Escorval to the château and to the village of Sairmeuse. Warned that same morning by his friends in Montagnac of the arrival of the Duke, the Baron had sent his son to inform Monsieur Lacheneur. He had requested him to be absent as short a time as possible, but in spite of this fact the hours were rolling by, and Maurice had not returned. What if something has happened to him? Both father and mother were thinking. No, nothing had happened to him. Only a word from Mademoiselle Lacheneur had sufficed to make him forget his usual deferences to his father's wishes. "This evening," she had said, "I shall certainly know your heart." What could this mean? Could she doubt him? Tortured by the most cruel anxieties, the poor youth could not resolve to go away without an explanation, and he hung around the chateau, hoping that Marie-Anne would reappear. She did reappear at last, but leaning upon the arm of her father. Young d'Escorval followed them at a distance, and soon saw them enter the parsonage. What were they going to do there? He knew that the Duke and his son were within. The time that they remained there, and which he passed in the public square, seemed more than a century long. They emerged at last, however, and he was about to join them, when he was prevented by the appearance of Martial, whose promises he overheard. Maurice knew nothing of life. He was as innocent as a child, but he could not mistake the intentions that dictated this step on the part of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. At the thought that a libertine's caprice should dare rest for an instant upon the pure and beautiful girl whom he loved with all the strength of his being, whom he had sworn should be his wife, all his blood mounted madly to his brain. He felt a wild longing to chastise the insolent wretch. Fortunately, unfortunately perhaps, his hand was arrested by the recollection of a phrase which he had heard his father repeat 1,000 times. Calmness and irony are the only weapons worthy of the strong. And he possessed sufficient strength of will to appear calm, while in reality he was beside himself with passion. It was Martial who lost his self-control and who threatened him. "Ah, yes, I will find you again, upstart," repeated Maurice, through his set teeth as he watched his enemy move away. For Martial had turned and discovered that Marianne and her father had left him. He saw them standing about 100 paces from him. Although he was surprised at their indifference, he made haste to join them and addressed Monsieur Lacheneur. "We are just going to your father's house," was the response he received in an almost ferocious tone. A glance from Marianne commanded silence. He obeyed and walked a few steps behind them, with his head bowed upon his breast, terribly anxious, and seeking vainly to explain what had passed. His attitude betrayed such intense sorrow that his mother divined it as soon as she caught sight of him. All the anguish which this courageous woman had hidden for a month found utterance in a single cry. "Ah, here is misfortune," said she. "We shall not escape it." It was indeed misfortune. One could not doubt it when one saw Monsieur Lacheneur enter the drawing-room. He advanced with the heavy, uncertain step of a drunken man, his eye void of expression, his features distorted, his lips pale and trembling. "What has happened?" asked the Baron eagerly. But the other did not seem to hear him. "Ah, I warned her," he murmured, continuing a monologue which had begun before he entered the room. "I told my daughter so." Madame d'Escorval, after kissing Marianne, drew the girl toward her. "What has happened? For God's sake, tell me what has happened!" she exclaimed. With a gesture expressive of the most sorrowful resignation, the girl motioned her to look and to listen to Monsieur Lacheneur. He had recovered from that stupor, the gift of God, which follows cries that are too terrible for human endurance. Like a sleeper who on waking finds his miseries forgotten during his slumber, lying in wait for him, he regained with consciousness the capacity to suffer. "It is only this, Monsieur le Baron," replied the unfortunate man in a harsh, unnatural voice. "I rose this morning the richest proprietor in the country, and I shall lie down tonight poorer than the poorest beggar in this commune. I had everything. I no longer have anything, nothing but my 2 hands. They earned me my bread for 25 years. They will earn it for me now until the day of my death. I had a beautiful dream. It ended." Before this outburst of despair, Monsieur d'Escorval turned pale. "You must exaggerate your misfortune," he faltered. "Explain what has happened." Unconscious of what he was doing, Monsieur Lacheneur threw his hat upon a chair, and flinging back his long grey hair, he said, "To you I will tell all. I came here for that purpose. I know you, I know your heart, and have you not done me the honour to call me your friend?" Then, with the cruel exactness of the living, breathing truth, he related the scene which had just taken place at the presbytery. The Baron listened petrified with astonishment, almost doubting the evidence of his own senses. Madame d'Escorval's indignant and sorrowful exclamations showed that every noble sentiment in her soul revolted against such injustice. But there was one auditor whom Marie-Anne alone observed, and who was moved to his very entrails by this recital. This auditor was Maurice. Leaning against the door, pale as death, he tried most energetically, but in vain, to repress the tears of rage and sorrow which swelled up in his eyes. To insult Lacheneur was to insult Marianne, that is to say, to injure, to strike, to outrage him in all that he held most dear in the world. Ah, it is certain that Martial, had he been within his reach, would have paid dearly for these insults to the father of the girl Maurice loved. But he swore that this chastisement was only deferred, that it should surely come. And it was not mere angry boasting. This young man, though so modest and so gentle in manner, had a heart that was inaccessible to fear. His beautiful dark eyes, which had the trembling timidity of the eyes of a young girl, met the gaze of an enemy without flinching. When Monsieur Lacheneur had repeated the last words which he had addressed to the Duc de Sairmeuse, Monsieur d'Escorval offered him his hand. "I have told you already that I was your friend," he said in a voice faltering with emotion, "but I must tell you today that I am proud of having such a friend as you." The unfortunate man trembled at the touch of that loyal hand which clasped his so warmly, and his face betrayed an ineffable satisfaction. "If my father had not returned it," murmured the obstinate Marianne, "my father would have been an unfaithful guardian, a thief. He has done only his duty." Monsieur d'Escorval turned to the young girl, a little surprised. "You speak the truth, mademoiselle," he said reproachfully. "But when you are as old as I am, and have had my experience, you will know that the accomplishment of a duty is, under certain circumstances, a heroism of which few persons are capable." Monsieur Lacheneur turned to his friend. "Ah, your words do me good, monsieur," said he. "Now I am content with what I have done." The Baroness rose, too much the woman to know how to resist the generous dictates of her heart. "And I also, Monsieur Lacheneur," she said, "desire to press your hand. I wish to tell you that I esteem you as much as I despise the ingrates who have sought to humiliate you when they should have fallen at your feet. They are heartless monsters, the like of whom certainly cannot be found upon the earth." "Alas!" sighed the Baron, "the Allies have brought back others who, like these men, think the world created exclusively for their benefit." "And these people wish to be our masters," growled Lacheneur. By some strange fatality no one chanced to hear the remark made by Monsieur Lacheneur. Had they overheard and questioned him, he would probably have disclosed some of the projects which were as yet in embryo in his own mind, and in that case what disastrous consequences might have been averted. Monsieur d'Escorval had regained his usual coolness. "Now, my dear friend," he inquired, "what course do you propose to pursue with these members of the Sairmeuse family?" "They will hear nothing more from me, for some time at least." "What! Shall you not claim the 10,000 francs that they owe you?" "I shall ask them for nothing." "You will be compelled to do so. Since you have alluded to the legacy, your own honour will demand that you insist upon its payment by all legal methods. There are still judges in France." Monsieur Lacheneur shook his head. "The judges will not accord me the justice I desire. I shall not apply to them." "But—" "No, monsieur, no. I wish to have nothing to do with these men. I shall not even go to the chateau to remove my clothing, nor that of my daughter. If they send it to us, very well. If it pleases them to keep it, so much the better. The more shameful, infamous, and odious their conduct appears, the better I shall be satisfied." The Baron made no reply, but his wife spoke, believing she had a sure means of conquering this incomprehensible obstinacy. "I should understand your determination if you were alone in the world," said she. "But you have children." "My son is 18, madame. He possesses good health and an excellent education. He can make his own way in Paris if he chooses to remain there." "But your daughter—" "Marianne will remain with me." Monsieur d'Escorval thought it his duty to interfere. "Take care, my dear friend, that your grief does not overthrow your reason," said he. "Reflect, what will become of you, your daughter and yourself?" The wretched man smiled sadly. "Oh," he replied, "we are not as destitute as I said. I exaggerated our misfortune. We are still landed proprietors. Last year an old cousin, whom I could never induce to come and live at Sairmeuse, died, bequeathing all her property to Marianne. This property consisted of a poor little cottage near the Reche, with a little garden and a few acres of sterile land. In compliance with my daughter's entreaties, I repaired the cottage, and sent there a few articles of furniture, a table, some chairs, and a couple of beds. My daughter designed it as a home for old Father Griva and his wife. And I, surrounded by wealth and luxury, said to myself, how comfortable those two old people will be there. They will live as snug as a bug in a rug. Well, what I thought so comfortable for others will be good enough for me. I will raise vegetables, and Marianne shall sell them." Was he speaking seriously? Maurice must have supposed so, for he sprang forward. "This shall not be, Monsieur Lacheneur," he exclaimed. "Oh, no, this shall not be, for I love Marianne, and I ask you to give her to me for my wife." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 6. Maurice and Marianne had loved each other for many years. As children, they had played together in the magnificent grounds surrounding the Château de Sairmeuse and in the park at Escorval. Together they chased the brilliant butterflies, searched for pebbles on the banks of the river, or rolled in the hay while their mothers sauntered through the meadows bordering the Oiselle, for their mothers were friends. Madame Lacheneur had been reared like other poor peasant girls. That is to say, on the day of her marriage, it was only with great difficulty she succeeded in inscribing her name upon the register. But from the example of her husband she had learned that prosperity, as well as noblesse, entails certain obligations upon one, and with rare courage, crowned with still rarer success, she had undertaken to acquire an education in keeping with her fortune and her new rank. And the Baroness had made no effort to resist the sympathy that attracted her to this meritorious young woman, in whom she had discerned a really superior mind and a truly refined nature. When Madame Lacheneur died, Madame d'Escorval mourned for her as she would have mourned for a favorite sister. From that moment Maurice's attachment assumed a more serious character. Educated in a Parisian lyceum, his teachers sometimes had occasion to complain of his want of application. "If your professors are not satisfied with you," said his mother, "you shall not accompany me to Escorval on the coming of your vacation, and you will not see your little friend." And this simple threat was always sufficient to make the schoolboy resume his studies with redoubled diligence. So each year as it passed strengthened the grande passion which preserved Maurice from the restlessness and the errors of adolescence. The two children were equally timid and artless, and equally infatuated with each other. Long walks in the twilight under the eyes of their parents, a glance that revealed their delight at meeting each other, flowers exchanged between them, which were religiously preserved, such were their simple pleasures. But that magical and sublime word, love, so sweet to utter and so sweet to hear, had never once dropped from their lips. The audacity of Maurice had never gone beyond a furtive pressure of the hand. The parents could not be ignorant of this mutual affection, and if they pretended to shut their eyes, it was only because it did not displease them nor disturb their plans. Monsieur and Madame d'Escorval saw no objection to their son's marriage with a young girl whose nobility of character they appreciated, and who was as beautiful as she was good. That she was the richest heiress in all the country round about was naturally no objection. So far as Monsieur Lacheneur was concerned, he was delighted at the prospect of a marriage which would ally him, a former ploughboy, with an old family whose head was universally respected. So, although no direct allusion to the subject had ever escaped the lips of the Baron or of Monsieur Lacheneur, there was a tacit agreement between the two families. Yes, the marriage was considered a foregone conclusion. And yet this impetuous and unexpected declaration by Maurice struck everyone dumb. In spite of his agitation, the young man perceived the effect produced by his words, and frightened by his own boldness, he turned and looked questioningly at his father. The Baron's face was grave, even sad, but his attitude expressed no displeasure. This gave renewed courage to the anxious lover. "You will excuse me, monsieur," he said, addressing Lacheneur, "for presenting my request in such a manner and at such a time, but surely when fate glowers ominously upon you, that is the time when your friends should declare themselves, and deem themselves fortunate if their devotion can make you forget the infamous treatment to which you have been subjected." As he spoke, he was watching Marianne. Blushing and embarrassed, she turned away her head, perhaps to conceal the tears which inundated her face, tears of joy and gratitude. The love of the man she adored came forth victorious from a test which it would not be prudent for many heiresses to impose. Now she could truly say that she knew Maurice's heart. He, however, continued, I have not consulted my father, sir, but I know his affection for me and his esteem for you. When the happiness of my life is at stake, he will not oppose me. He who married my dear mother without a dowry must understand my feelings." He was silent, awaiting the verdict. "I approve your course, my son," said Monsieur d'Escorval, deeply affected. "You have conducted yourself like an honorable man. Certainly you are very young to become the head of a family, but as you say, circumstances demand it." He turned to Monsieur Lacheneur and added, "My dear friend, I, in my son's behalf, ask the hand of your daughter in marriage." Maurice had not expected so little opposition. In his delight he was almost tempted to bless the hateful Duc de Sairmeuse, to whom he would owe his approaching happiness. He sprang toward his father, and seizing his hands he raised them to his lips, faltering, "Thanks, you are so good. I love you. Oh, how happy I am!" Alas, the poor boy was in too much haste to rejoice. A gleam of pride flashed in Monsieur Lacheneur's eyes, but his face soon resumed its gloomy expression. "Believe me, Monsieur le Baron, I am deeply touched by your grandeur of soul. Yes, deeply touched. You wish to make me forget my humiliation, but for this very reason I should be the most contemptible of men if I did not refuse the great honor you desire to confer upon my daughter." "What?" exclaimed the Baron in utter astonishment. "You refuse?" "I am compelled to do so." Thunderstruck at first, Maurice afterward renewed the attack with an energy which no one had ever suspected in his character before. "Do you, then, wish to ruin my life, monsieur?" he exclaimed. "To ruin our life? For if I love Marianne, she also loves me." It was easy to see that he spoke the truth. The unhappy girl, crimson with happy blushes the moment before, had suddenly become whiter than marble as she looked imploringly at her father. "It cannot be," repeated Monsieur Lacheneur, "and the day will come when you will bless the decision I make known at this moment." Alarmed by her son's evident agony, Madame d'Escorval interposed. "You must have reasons for this refusal." "None that I can disclose, madame, but never while I live shall my daughter be your son's wife." "Ah, it will kill my child!" exclaimed the Baroness. Monsieur Lacheneur shook his head. "Monsieur Maurice," said he, "is young. He will console himself. He will forget." "Never," interrupted the unhappy lover, "never." "And your daughter?" inquired the Baroness. Ah, this was the weak spot in his armor. The instinct of a mother was not mistaken. Monsieur Lacheneur hesitated a moment, but he finally conquered the weakness that had threatened to master him. "Marianne," he replied slowly, "knows her duty too well not to obey when I command. When I tell her the motive that governs my conduct, she will become resigned, and if she suffers, she will know how to conceal her sufferings." He paused suddenly. They heard in the distance a firing of musketry, the discharge of rifles, whose sharp ring overpowered even the sullen roar of cannon. Every face grew pale. Circumstances imparted to these sounds an ominous significance. With the same anguish clutching the hearts of both, Monsieur d'Escorval and Lacheneur sprang out upon the terrace. But all was still again. Extended as was the horizon, the eye could discern nothing unusual. The sky was blue. Not a particle of smoke hung over the trees. "It is the enemy," muttered Monsieur Lacheneur, in a tone which told how gladly he would have shouldered his gun, and with 500 others marched against the united allies. He paused. The explosions were repeated with still greater violence, and for a period of 5 minutes succeeded each other without cessation. Monsieur d'Escorval listened with knitted brows. "That is not the fire of an engagement," he murmured. To remain long in such a state of uncertainty was out of the question. "If you will permit me, father," ventured Maurice, "I will go and ascertain." "Go," replied the Baron quietly, "but if it is anything which I doubt, do not expose yourself to danger. Return." "Oh, be prudent," insisted Madame d'Escorval, who already saw her son exposed to the most frightful peril. "Be prudent," entreated Marianne, who alone understood what attractions danger might have for a despairing and unhappy man. These precautions were unnecessary. As Maurice was rushing to the door, his father stopped him. "Wait," said he, "here is someone who can probably give us information." A man had just appeared around a turn of the road leading to Sairmeuse. He was advancing bareheaded in the middle of a dusty road, with hurried strides, and occasionally brandishing his stick, as if threatening an enemy visible to himself alone. Soon they were able to distinguish his features. "It is Chanlouineau," exclaimed Monsieur Lacheneur. "The owner of the vineyards on the Borderie?" "The same, the handsomest young farmer in the country, and the best also. Ah, he has good blood in his veins. We may well be proud of him." "Ask him to stop," said Monsieur d'Escorval. Lacheneur leaned over the balustrade, and forming a trumpet out of his two hands, he called, "Oh, Chanlouineau!" The robust young farmer raised his head. "Come up," shouted Lacheneur. "The Baron wishes to speak to you." Chanlouineau responded by a gesture of assent. They saw him enter the gate, cross the garden, and at last appear at the door of the drawing-room. His features were distorted with fury. His disordered clothing gave evidence of a serious conflict. His cravat was gone, and his torn shirt-collar revealed his muscular throat. "Where is this fighting?" demanded Lacheneur eagerly. "And with whom?" Chanlouineau gave a nervous laugh, which resembled a roar of rage. "They are not fighting," he replied. "They are amusing themselves. This firing which you hear is in honor of Monsieur le Duc de Sairmeuse." "Impossible!" "I know it very well, and yet what I have told you is the truth. It is the work of that miserable wretch and thief, Chupin. Ah, canaille! If I ever find him within reach of my arm, he will never steal again." Monsieur Lacheneur was confounded. "Tell us what has happened," he said excitedly. "Oh, it is as clear as daylight. When the Duke arrived at Sairmeuse, Chupin, the old scoundrel, with his two rascally boys and that old hag his wife, ran after the carriage like beggars after a diligence, crying, 'Vive Monsieur le Duc!' The Duke was enchanted, for he doubtless expected a volley of stones, and he placed a 6-franc piece in the hand of each of the wretches. This money gave Chupin an appetite for more, so he took it into his head to give this old noble a reception like that which was given to the Emperor. Having learned through Bibiaine, whose tongue is as long as a viper's, all that has passed at the presbytery, between you, Monsieur Lacheneur, and the Duke, he came and proclaimed it in the market-place. When they heard it, all who had purchased national lands were frightened. Chupin had counted on this, and soon he began telling the poor fools that they must burn powder under the Duke's nose if they wished him to confirm their titles to their property." "And did they believe him?" "Implicitly. It did not take them long to make their preparations. They went to the town hall and took the firemen's rifles and the guns used for firing a salute on fete days. The mayor gave them the powder, and you heard? When I left Sairmeuse, there were more than 200 idiots before the presbytery shouting, 'Vive Monseigneur! Vive le Duc de Sairmeuse!'" It was as d'Escorval had thought. "The same pitiful farce that was played in Paris, only on a smaller scale," he murmured. "Avarice and human cowardice are the same the world over." Meanwhile, Chanlouineau was going on with his recital. To make the fete complete, the devil must have warned all the nobility in the neighborhood, for they all came running. They say that Monsieur de Sairmeuse is a favorite with the king, and that he can get anything he wishes. So you can imagine how they all greeted him. I am only a poor peasant, but never would I lie down in the dust before any man as these old nobles who were so haughty with us did before the Duke. They kissed his hands, and he allowed them to do it. He walked about the square with the Marquis de Courtornieu." "And his son?" interrupted Maurice. "The Marquis Martial, is it not? He is also walking before the church with Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu upon his arm. Ah, I do not understand how people can call her pretty. A little bit of a thing, so blonde that one might suppose her hair was grey. Ah, how those two laughed and made fun of the peasants. They say they are going to marry each other, and even this evening there is to be a banquet at the Château de Courtornieu in honor of the Duke." He had told all he knew. He paused. "You have forgotten only one thing," said Monsieur Lacheneur. "That is to tell us how your clothing happened to be torn, as if you had been fighting." The young farmer hesitated for a moment, then replied somewhat brusquely, "I can tell you all the same. While Chupin was preaching, I also preached, but not in the same strain. The scoundrel reported me. So in crossing the square, the Duke paused before me and remarked, 'So you are an evil-disposed person?' I said no, but I knew my rights. Then he took me by the coat and shook me, and told me that he would cure me, and that he would take possession of his vineyard again. Saint Dieu! When I felt the old rascal's hand upon me, my blood boiled. I pinioned him. Fortunately 6 or 7 men fell upon me and compelled me to let him go. But he had better make up his mind not to come prowling round my vineyard." He clenched his hands, his eyes blazed ominously, his whole person breathed an intense desire for vengeance. And Monsieur d'Escorval was silent, fearing to aggravate this hatred so imprudently kindled, and whose explosion he believed would be terrible. Monsieur Lacheneur had risen from his chair. "I must go and take possession of my cottage," he remarked to Chanlouineau. "You will accompany me. I have a proposition to make to you." Monsieur and Madame d'Escorval endeavored to detain him, but he would not allow himself to be persuaded, and he departed with his daughter. But Maurice did not despair. Marianne had promised to meet him the following day in the pine grove near the Reche. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 7. The demonstrations which had greeted the Duc de Sairmeuse had been correctly reported by Chanlouineau. Chupin had found the secret of kindling to a white heat the enthusiasm of the cold and calculating peasants who were his neighbours. He was a dangerous rascal, the old robber, shrewd and cautious, bold, as those who possess nothing can afford to be, as patient as a savage, in short, one of the most consummate scoundrels that ever existed. The peasants feared him, and yet they had no conception of his real character. All his resources of mind had, until now, been expended in evading the precipice of the rural code. To save himself from falling into the hands of the gendarmes, and to steal a few sacks of wheat, he had expended treasures of intrigue which would have made the fortunes of 20 diplomats. Circumstances, as he always said, had been against him. So he desperately caught at the first and only opportunity worthy of his talent which had ever presented itself. Of course, the wily rustic had said nothing of the true circumstances which attended the restoration of Sairmeuse to its former owner. From him the peasants learned only the bare fact, and the news spread rapidly from group to group. "Monsieur Lecoq has given up Sairmeuse," said he. "Chateau, forests, vineyards, fields. He surrenders everything." This was enough, and more than enough to terrify every landowner in the village. If Lacheneur, this man who was so powerful in their eyes, considered the danger so threatening that he deemed it necessary or advisable to make a complete surrender, what was to become of them, poor devils, without aid, without counsel, without defence? They were told that the government was about to betray their interests, that a decree was in process of preparation which would render their title deeds worthless. They could see no hope of salvation except through the Duke's generosity, the generosity which Chupin painted with the glowing colours of the rainbow. When one is not strong enough to weather the gale, one must bow like a reed before it, and rise again after the storm has passed. Such was their conclusion. And they bowed, and their apparent enthusiasm was all the more vociferous on account of the rage and fear that filled their hearts. A close observer would have detected an undercurrent of anger and menace in their shouts. Each man also said to himself, "What do we risk by crying, 'Vive le Duc'? Nothing, absolutely nothing, if he is contented with that as a compensation for his lost property. Good. If he is not content, we shall have time afterward to adopt other measures." So they shouted themselves hoarse. And while the Duke was sipping his coffee in the little drawing-room of the presbytery, he expressed his lively satisfaction at the scene without. He, this grand seigneur of times gone by, this man of absurd prejudice and obstinate illusions, the unconquerable and the incorrigible, he took these acclamations, truly spurious coin, as Chateaubriand says, for ready money. "How you have deceived me, Cure," he was saying to Abbe Midon. "How could you declare that your people were unfavorably disposed towards us? One is compelled to believe that these evil intentions exist only in your mind and in your own heart." Abbe Midon was silent. What could he reply? He could not understand this sudden revolution in public opinion, this abrupt change from gloom and discontent to excessive gaiety. "There is somebody at the bottom of all this," he thought. It was not long before it became apparent who that somebody was. Emboldened by his success without, Chupin ventured to present himself at the presbytery. He entered the drawing-room with his back rounded in a circle, scraping and cringing, an obsequious smile upon his lips. And through the half-open door one could discern, in the shadows of the passage, the far from reassuring faces of his two sons. He came as an ambassador, he declared, after an interminable litany of protestations. He came to implore Monseigneur to show himself upon the public square. "Ah, well, yes," exclaimed the Duke, rising. "Yes, I will yield to the wishes of these good people. Follow me, Marquise." As he appeared at the door of the presbytery, a loud shout rent the air. The rifles were discharged, the guns belched forth their smoke and fire. Never had Sairmeuse heard such a salvo of artillery. 3 windows of the Bouffron were shattered. A veritable grand seigneur, the Duc de Sairmeuse, knew how to preserve an appearance of haughtiness and indifference. Any display of emotion was, in his opinion, vulgar. But in reality he was delighted, charmed. So delighted that he desired to reward his welcomers. A glance over the deeds handed him by Lacheneur had showed him that Sairmeuse had been restored to him intact. The portions of the immense domain which had been detached and sold separately were of relatively minor importance. The Duke thought it would be politic and, at the same time, inexpensive to abandon all claim to these few acres, which were now shared by 40 or 50 peasants. "My friends," he exclaimed in a loud voice, "I renounce, for myself and for my descendants, all claim to the land belonging to my house, which you have purchased. They are yours. I give them to you." By this absurd pretence of a gift, Monsieur de Sairmeuse thought to add the finishing touch to his popularity. A great mistake! It simply assured the popularity of Chupin, the organizer of the farce. And while the Duke was promenading through the crowd with a proud and self-satisfied air, the peasants were secretly laughing and jeering at him. And if they promptly took sides with him against Chanlouineau, it was only because his gift was still fresh in their mind, except for this. But the Duke had not time to think much about this encounter, which produced a vivid impression upon his son. One of his former companions in exile, the Marquise de Courtornieu, whom he had informed of his arrival, hastened to welcome him, accompanied by his daughter, Mademoiselle Blanche. Marshal could do no less than offer his arm to the daughter of his father's friend, and they took a leisurely promenade in the shade of the lofty trees, while the Duke renewed his acquaintance with all the nobility of the neighbourhood. There was not a single nobleman who did not hasten to press the hand of the Duc de Sairmeuse. First, he possessed, it was said, a property of more than 20 millions in England. Then, he was a friend of the king, and each neighbour had some favour to ask for himself, for his relatives, or for his friends. Poor king! He should have had entire France to divide like a cake between these comrades, whose voracious appetites it was impossible to satisfy. That evening, after a grand banquet at the Château de Courtornieu, the Duke slept in the Château de Sairmeuse, in the room which had been occupied by Lacheneur. "Like Louis XVIII," he laughingly said, "in the chamber of Bonaparte." He was gay, chatty, and full of confidence in the future. "It is good to be in one's own house," he remarked to his son again and again. But Marshal responded only mechanically. His mind was occupied with thoughts of two women who had made a profound impression upon his by no means susceptible heart that day. He was thinking of those two young girls so utterly unlike, Blanche de Courtornieu, Marianne Lacheneur. End of chapter 7. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 29th of October 2011. Chapter 8 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 8. Only those who, in the bright springtime of life, have loved, have been loved in return, and have suddenly seen the impassable gulf open between them and happiness, can realize Maurice d'Escorval's disappointment. All the dreams of his life, all his future plans, were based upon his love for Marianne. If this love failed him, the enchanted castle which hope had erected would crumble and fall, burying him in the ruins. Without Marianne, he saw neither aim nor motive in his existence. Still, he did not suffer himself to be deluded by false hopes. Although at first his appointed meeting with Marianne on the following day seemed salvation itself, on reflection he was forced to admit that this interview would change nothing, since everything depended upon the will of another party, the will of Monsieur Lacheneur. The remainder of the day he passed in mournful silence. The dinner hour came. He took his seat at the table, but it was impossible for him to swallow a morsel, and he soon requested his parents' permission to withdraw. Monsieur d'Escorval and the Baroness exchanged a sorrowful glance, but did not allow themselves to offer any comment. They respected his grief. They knew that his was one of those sorrows which are only aggravated by any attempt of consolation. "Poor Maurice," murmured Madame Escorval, as soon as her son had left the room, and, as her husband made no reply, she added hesitatingly, "Perhaps it will not be prudent for us to leave him too entirely to the dictates of his despair." The Baron shuddered. He divined only too well the terrible apprehension of his wife. "We have nothing to fear," he replied quickly. I heard Marianne promise to meet Maurice tomorrow in the grove at the Reche. The anxious mother breathed more freely. Her blood had frozen with horror at the thought that her son might, perhaps, be contemplating suicide. But she was a mother, and her husband's assurances did not satisfy her. She hastily ascended the stair leading to her son's room, softly opened the door, and looked in. He was so engrossed in his gloomy reverie that he had heard nothing, and did not even suspect the presence of the anxious mother who was watching over him. He was sitting at the window, his elbows resting upon the sill, his head supported by his hands, looking out into the night. There was no moon, but the night was clear, and over beyond the light fog that indicated the course of the Oiselle, one could discern the imposing mass of the Château de Sermeuse, with its towers and fanciful turrets. More than once he had sat thus silently gazing at this chateau, which sheltered what was dearest and most precious in all the world to him. From his windows he could see those of the room occupied by Marianne, and his heart always quickened its throbbing when he saw them illuminated. She is there, he thought, in her virginal chamber. She is kneeling to say her prayers. She murmurs my name after that of her father, imploring God's blessing upon us both. But this evening he was not waiting for a light to gleam through the panes of that dear window. Marianne was no longer at Sermeuse. She had been driven away. Where was she now? She, accustomed to all the luxury that wealth could procure, no longer had any home except a poor thatch-covered hovel, whose walls were not even whitewashed, whose only floor was the earth itself, dusty as the public highway in summer, frozen or muddy in winter. She was reduced to the necessity of occupying herself the humble abode she, in her charitable heart, had intended as an asylum for one of her pensioners. What was she doing now? Doubtless she was weeping. At this thought poor Maurice was heartbroken. What was his surprise, a little after midnight, to see the chateau brilliantly illuminated. The Duke and his son had repaired to the chateau after the banquet given by the Marquise de Courtenay was over, and, before going to bed, they made a tour of inspection through this magnificent abode in which their ancestors had lived. They, therefore, might be said to have taken possession of the mansion whose threshold Monsieur de Sermeuse had not crossed for 22 years, and which Marshall had never seen. Maurice saw the lights leap from story to story, from casement to casement, until at last even the windows of Marianne's room were illuminated. At this sight the unhappy youth could not restrain a cry of rage. These men, these strangers, dared enter this virgin bower, which he, even in thought, scarcely dared to penetrate. They trampled carelessly over the delicate carpet with their heavy boots. Maurice trembled in thinking of the liberties which they, in their insolent familiarity, might venture upon. He fancied he could see them examining and handling the 1,000 petty trifles with which young girls love to surround themselves. They opened the presses. Perhaps they were reading an unfinished letter lying upon her writing desk. Never until this evening had Marshall supposed he could hate another as he hated these men. At last, in despair, he threw himself upon his bed, and passed the remainder of the night in thinking over what he should say to Marianne on the morrow, and in seeking some issue from his inextricable labyrinth. He rose before daybreak, and wandered about the park like a soul in distress, fearing, yet longing, for the hour that would decide his fate. Madame d'Escorval was obliged to exert all her authority to make him take some nourishment. He had quite forgotten that he had passed 24 hours without eating. When 11 o'clock sounded, he left the house. the land of the Rachet are situated on the other side of Oisel. Maurice, to reach his destination, was obliged to cross the river at the ferry only a short distance from his home. When he reached the river bank, he found 6 or 7 peasants who were waiting to cross. These people did not observe Maurice. They were talking earnestly, and he listened. "It is certainly true," said one of the men. "I heard it from Jean-Louis Naud himself only last evening. He was wild with delight. 'I invite you all to the wedding,' he cried. 'I am betrothed to Monsieur Le Chenor's daughter. The affair is decided.'" This astounding news positively stunned Maurice. He was actually unable to think or to move. Besides, he has been in love with her for a long time. Everyone knows that. One had only to see his eyes when he met her. Coals of fire were nothing to them. But while her father was so rich he did not dare to speak. Now that the old man has met with these reverses, he ventures to offer himself, and is accepted. "An unfortunate thing for him," remarked a little old man. "Why so?" "If Monsieur Le Chenier is ruined, as they say." The others laughed heartily. "Ruined? Monsieur Le Chenor!" they exclaimed in chorus. "How absurd! He is richer than all of us together. Do you suppose that he has been stupid enough not to have laid anything aside during all these years? He has put his money not in grounds, as he pretends, but somewhere else." "You are saying what is untrue," interrupted Maurice indignantly. "Monsieur Le Chenor left Sairmeuse as poor as he entered it." On recognizing Monsieur d'Escorval's son, the peasants became extremely cautious. He questioned them, but could obtain only vague and unsatisfactory answers. A peasant, when interrogated, will never give a response which he thinks will be displeasing to his questioner. He is afraid of compromising himself. The news he had heard, however, caused Maurice to hasten on still more rapidly after crossing the Oisel. "Marianne marry Jean-Louis Naud," he repeated. "It is impossible! It is impossible!" End of chapter 8. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 29th of October, 2011. Chapter 9 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 9. The Reche, literally translated the waste, where Marianne had promised to meet Maurice, owed its name to the rebellious and sterile character of the soil. Nature seemed to have laid her curse upon it. Nothing would grow there. The ground was covered with stones, and the sandy soil defied all attempts to enrich it. A few stunted oaks rose here and there above the thorns and broom plant. But on the lowlands of the Reche is a flourishing grove. The firs are straight and strong, for the floods of winter have deposited in some of the cleft of the rock sufficient soil to sustain them and the wild clematis and honeysuckle that cling to their branches. On reaching this grove, Maurice consulted his watch. It marked the hour of midday. He had supposed that he was late, but he was more than an hour in advance of the appointed time. He seated himself upon a high rock from which he could survey the entire Reche, and waited. The day was magnificent, the air intensely hot. The rays of the August sun fell with a scorching violence upon the sandy soil, and withered the few plants which had sprung up since the last rain. The stillness was profound, almost terrible. Not a sound broke the silence, not even the buzzing of an insect, nor a whisper of breeze in the trees. All nature seemed sleeping. and on no side was there anything to remind one of life, motion, or mankind. This repose of nature, which contrasted so vividly with the tumult raging in his own heart, exerted a beneficial effect upon Maurice. These few moments of solitude afforded him an opportunity to regain his composure, to collect his thoughts scattered by the storm of passion which had swept over his soul, as leaves are scattered by the fierce November gale. With sorrow comes experience, and that cruel knowledge of life which teaches one to guard oneself against one's hope. It was not until he heard the conversation of these peasants that Maurice fully realized the horror of Lacheneur's position. Suddenly precipitated from the social eminence which he had attained, he found in the valley of humiliations into which he was cast only hatred, distrust, and scorn. Both factions despised and denied him. "Traitor!" cried one. "Thief!" cried the other. He no longer held any social status. He was the fallen man, the man who had been and who was no more. Was not the excessive misery of such a position a sufficient explanation of the strangest and wildest resolutions? This thought made Maurice tremble. Connecting the stories of the peasants with the words addressed to Chanlouineau at Escorval by Monsieur Lacheneur on the preceding evening, he arrived at the conclusion that this report of Marianne's approaching marriage to the young Thanner was not so improbable as he had first supposed. But why should Monsieur Lacheneur give his daughter to an uncultured peasant? From mercenary motives? Certainly not, since he had just refused an alliance of which he had been proud in his days of prosperity. Could it be in order to satisfy his wounded pride, then? Perhaps he did not wish it to be said that he owed anything to a son-in-law. Maurice was exhausting all his ingenuity and penetration in endeavouring to solve this mystery, when at last, on a footpath which crosses the waste, a woman appeared. Marianne. He rose, but fearing observation, did not venture to leave the shelter of the grove. Marianne must have felt a similar fear, for she hurried on, casting anxious glances on every side as she ran. Maurice remarked, not without surprise, that she was bareheaded, and that she had neither shawl nor scarf about her shoulders. As she reached the edge of the wood, he sprang towards her, and catching her hand, raised it to his lips, which she had so often yielded to him, was now gently withdrawn, with so sad a gesture that he could not help feeling there was no hope. "I came, Maurice," she began, "because I could not endure the thought of your anxiety. By doing so, I have betrayed my father's confidence. He was obliged to leave home. I hastened here, and yet I promised him, only 2 hours ago, that I would never see you again. You hear me? Never!" She spoke hurriedly, but Maurice was appalled by the firmness of her accent. Had he been less agitated, he would have seen what a terrible effort this semblance of calmness cost the young girl. He would have understood it from her pallor, from the contraction of her lips, from the redness of the eyelids which she had vainly bathed with fresh water, and which betrayed the tears that had fallen during the night. "If I have come," she continued, "it is only to tell you that, for your own sake, as well as for mine, there must not remain in the secret recesses of our heart even the slightest shadow of a hope. All is over. We are separated for ever. Only weak natures revolt against a destiny which they cannot alter. Let us accept our fate uncomplainingly. I wish to see you once more, and to say this: have courage, Maurice. Go away. Leave Escorval. Forget me." "Forget you, Marianne!" exclaimed the wretched young man. "Forget you!" His eyes met hers, and in a husky voice he added, "Will you then forget me?" "I am a woman, Maurice." But he interrupted her. "Ah, I did not expect this," he said despondently. "Poor fool that I was! I believed that you would find a way to touch your father's heart." She blushed slightly, hesitated, and said, I have thrown myself at my father's feet. He repulsed me." Maurice was thunderstruck, but recovered himself. "It was because you did not know how to speak to him," he exclaimed in a passion of fury. "But I shall know. I will present such arguments that he will be forced to yield. What right has he to ruin my happiness with his caprices? I love you. By right of this love you are mine. Mine rather than his. I will make him understand this. You shall see. Where is he? Where can I find him?" Already he was starting to go, he knew not where. Marianne caught him by the arm. "Remain," she commanded. "Remain. So you have failed to understand me, Maurice. Ah, well, you must know the truth. I am acquainted now with the reason of my father's refusal, and though his decision should cost me my life, I approve it. Do not go to find my father. If, moved by your prayers, he gave his consent, I should have the courage to refuse mine." Maurice was so beside himself that this reply did not enlighten him. Crazed with anger and despair, and with no remorse for the insult he addressed to this woman whom he loved so deeply, he exclaimed, "Is it for the Chanlouineau, then, that you are reserving your consent? He believes so, since he goes about everywhere saying that you will soon be his wife." Marianne shuddered, as if a knife had entered her very heart. And yet there was more sorrow than anger in the glance she cast upon Maurice. "Must I stoop so low as to defend myself from such an imputation?" she asked sadly. "Must I declare that if even I suspect such an arrangement between Chanlouineau and my father, I have not been consulted? Must I tell you that there are some sacrifices which are beyond the strength of poor human nature? Understand this. I have found strength to renounce the man I love. I shall never be able to accept another in his place." Maurice hung his head, abashed by her earnest words, dazzled by the sublime expression of her face. Reason returned. He realized the enormity of his suspicions, and was horrified with himself for having dared to give utterance to them. "Oh, pardon!" he faltered. "Pardon! What did the mysterious causes of all these events, which had so rapidly succeeded each other, or Monsieur Lacheneur's secret, or Marianne's reticence, matter to him now? He was seeking some chance of salvation. He believed that he had found it. "We must fly!" he exclaimed. "Fly at once, without pausing to look back. Before night we shall have passed the frontier." He sprang towards her with outstretched arms, as if to seize her and bear her away, but she checked him by a single look. "Fly?" said she reproachfully. "Fly? And it is you, Maurice, who counsel me thus? What, while misfortune is crushing my poor father to the earth, shall I add despair and shame to his sorrows? His friends have deserted him. Shall I, his daughter, also abandon him? Ah, if I did that, I should be the vilest, the most cowardly of creatures. If my father, yesterday, when I believed him the owner of Sairmeuse, had demanded the sacrifice to which I consented last evening, I might, perhaps, have resolved upon the extreme measure you have counselled. In broad daylight I might have left Sairmeuse on the arm of my lover. It is not the world that I fear. But if one might consent to fly from the chateau of a rich and happy father, one cannot consent to desert the poor abode of a despairing and penniless parent. Leave me, Maurice, where honour holds me. It will not be difficult for me, who am the daughter of generations of peasants, to become a peasant. Go, I cannot endure more. Go, and remember that one cannot be utterly wretched if one's conscience is clean and one's duty fulfilled." Maurice was about to reply, when a crackling of dry branches made him turn his head. Scarcely 10 paces off, Marshal de Sairmeuse was standing motionless, leaning upon his gun. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 13th of November, 2011. Chapter 10 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 10. The Duc de Sairmeuse had slept little and poorly on the night following his return, or his restoration, as he styled it. Inaccessible, as he pretended to be, to the emotions which agitated the common herd, the scenes of the day had greatly excited him. He could not help reviewing them, although he made it the rule of his life never to reflect. While exposed to the scrutiny of the peasants and of his acquaintances at the Château de Cotonnier, he felt that his honour required him to appear cold and indifferent, but as soon as he had retired to the privacy of his chamber, he gave free vent to his excessive joy. For his joy was intense, almost verging on delirium. Now he was forced to admit to himself the immense service Lacheneur had rendered him in restoring Sairmeuse. This poor man, to whom he had displayed the blackest ingratitude, this man, honest to heroism, whom he had treated as an unfaithful servant, had just relieved him of an anxiety which had poisoned his life. Lacheneur had just placed the Duc de Sairmeuse beyond the reach of not probable, but very possible calamity, which he had dreaded for some time. If his secret anxiety had been made known, it would have created much merriment. "Nonsense!" people would have exclaimed. "Everyone knows that the Sairmeuse possesses property to the amount of at least 8 to 10 millions in England." This was true. Only these millions, which he had accrued from the estate of the Duchess and of Lord Holland, had not been bequeathed to the Duke. He enjoyed absolute control of this enormous fortune. He disposed of the capital and the immense revenues to please himself, but it all belonged to his only son. The Duke possessed nothing, a pitiful income of 1,200 francs, perhaps, but, strictly speaking, not even the means of subsistence. Marshal, certainly, had never said a word which would lead him to suspect that he had any intention of removing his property from his father's control. But he might possibly utter this word. Had he not good reason to believe that sooner or later this fatal word would be uttered? And even at the thought of such contingency he shuddered with horror. He saw himself reduced to a pension, a very handsome pension undoubtedly, but still a fixed, immutable, regular pension, by which he would be obliged to regulate his expenditures. He would be obliged to calculate that two ends might meet, he, who had been accustomed to inexhaustible coffers. "And this will necessarily happen sooner or later," he thought, "if Marshal should marry, or if he should become ambitious, or meet with evil counsellors. That will be the end of my reign." He watched and studied his son, as a jealous woman studies and watches the lover she mistrusts. He thought he read in his eyes many thoughts which were not there, and according as he saw him, gay or sad, careless or preoccupied, he was reassured or still more alarmed. Sometimes he imagined the worst. "If I should quarrel with Marshal," he thought, "he would take possession of his entire fortune, and I should be left without bread." These torturing apprehensions were, to a man who judged the sentiments of others by his own, a terrible chastisement. Ah, no one would have wished his existence at the price he paid for it, not even the poor wretches who envied his lot and apparent happiness as they saw him roll by in his magnificent carriage. There were days when he almost went mad. "What am I?" he exclaimed, foaming with rage. "A mere plaything in the hands of a child. My son owns me. If I displease him, he casts me aside. Yes, he can dismiss me as he would a lackey. If I enjoy his fortune, it is only because he is willing that I should do so. I owe my very existence, as well as my luxuries, to his charity. but a moment of anger, even of caprice, may deprive me of everything. With such ideas in his brain, the Duke could not love his son. He hated him. He passionately envied him all the advantages he possessed, his youth, his millions, his physical beauty, and his talents, which were really of a superior order. We meet every day mothers who are jealous of their daughters, and some fathers. This was one of those cases. The Duke, however, showed no sign of mental disquietude, and if Marshall had possessed less penetration, he would have believed that his father adored him. But if he had detected the Duke's secret, he did not allow him to discover it, nor did he abuse his power. Their manner toward each other was perfect. The Duke was kind even to weakness, Marshall full of deference. But their relations were not those of father and son. One was in constant fear of displeasing the other. The other was a little too sure of his power. They lived on a footing of perfect equality, like two companions of the same age. From this trying situation, Lacheneur had rescued the Duke. The owner of Sairmeuse, an estate worth more than $1 million, the Duke was free from his son's tyranny. He had recovered his liberty. What brilliant projects flitted through his brain that night! He beheld himself the richest landowner in that locality. He was the chosen friend of the king. Had he not a right to aspire to anything? Such prospect enchanted him. He felt 20 years younger, the 20 years that had been passed in exile. So, rising before 9 o'clock, he went to awaken Marshall. On returning from dining with the Marquise de Courtenay the evening before, the Duke had gone through the chateau, but this hasty examination by candlelight had not satisfied his curiosity. He wished to see it in detail by daylight. Followed by his son, he explored one after another of the rooms of the princely abode, and, with every step, the recollections of his infancy crowded upon him. Lacheneur had respected everything. The Duke found articles as old as himself, religiously preserved, occupying the old familiar places from which they had never been removed. When his inspection was concluded, "Decidedly, Marquise," he exclaimed, "this Lacheneur was not such a rascal as I supposed. I am disposed to forgive him a great deal, on account of the care which he have taken of our house in our absence." Marshall seemed engrossed in thought. "I think, monsieur," he said at last, "that we should testify our gratitude to this man by paying him a large indemnity." This word excited the Duke's anger. "An indemnity!" he exclaimed. "Are you mad, Marquise? Think of the income that he has received from my estate. Have you forgotten the calculation made for us last evening by the Chevalier de la Livandière?" "The Chevalier is a fool," declared Marshall promptly. "He forgot that Lacheneur has trebled the value of Sairmeuse. I think that our family honor requires us to bestow upon this man an indemnity of at least 100,000 francs. This would, moreover, be a good stroke of policy in the present state of public sentiment, and His Majesty would, I am sure, be much pleased." Stroke of policy, public sentiment, His Majesty. One might have obtained almost anything from Monsieur de Sairmeuse by these arguments. "Heavenly powers!" he exclaimed. 100,000 francs! How you talk! It is all very well for you, with your fortune. Still, if you really think so— "Ah, my dear sir, is not my fortune yours? Yes, such is really my opinion. So much so, indeed, that if you will allow me to do so, I will see Lacheneur myself, and arrange the matter in such a way that his pride will not be wounded. He is a devotion which it would be very well to retain." The Duke opened his eyes to their widest extent. "Lacheneur's pride," he murmured, "devotion which it would be well to retain. Why do you sing in this strain? Whence comes this extraordinary interest?" He paused, enlightened by a sudden recollection. "I understand," he exclaimed. "I understand. He has a pretty daughter." Marshall smiled without replying. "Yes, pretty as a rose," continued the Duke, "but 100,000 francs! Sounds! That is a round sum to pay for such a whim, but if you insist upon it." Armed with this authorization, Marshall, 2 hours later, started on his mission. The first peasant he met told him the way to the cottage which Monsieur Lacheneur now occupied. "Follow the river," said the man, "and when you see a pine grove upon your left, cross it." Marshall was crossing it when he heard the sound of voices. He approached, recognized Marianne and Maurice d'Escorval, and obeying an angry impulse, he paused. End of chapter 10. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 13th of November, 2011.
Chapter 11 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 11. During the decisive moments of life, when one's entire future depends upon a word or a gesture, 20 contradictory inspirations can traverse the mind in the time occupied by a flash of lightning. On the sudden apparition of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse, Maurice d'Escorval's first thought was this: "How long has he been there? Has he been playing the spy? Has he been listening to us? What did he hear?" His first impulse was to spring upon his enemy, to strike him in the face, and compel him to engage in a hand-to-hand struggle. The thought of Marianne checked him. He reflected upon the possible, even probable results of a quarrel born of such circumstances. The combat which would ensue would cost this pure young girl her reputation. Martial would talk of it, and country people are pitiless. He saw this girl, whom he looked so devotedly upon, become the talk of the neighborhood, saw the finger of scorn pointed at her, and possessed sufficient self-control to master his anger. All these reflections had occupied only half a second. Then, politely touching his hat and stepping toward Martial, "You are a stranger, monsieur," said he, in a voice which was frightfully altered, "and you have doubtless lost your way?" His words were ill-chosen, and defeated his prudent intentions. A curt "mind your own business" would have been less wounding. He forgot that this word "stranger" was the most deadly insult that one could cast in the face of the former émigré, who had returned with the allied armies. Still, the young Marquis did not change his insolently nonchalant attitude. He touched the visor of his hunting cap with his finger and replied, "It is true, I have lost my way." Agitated as Marianne was, she could not fail to understand that her presence was all that restrained the hatred of these two young men. Their attitude, the glance with which they measured each other, did not leave the shadow of a doubt on that score. If one was ready to spring upon the other was on the alert, ready to defend himself. The silence of nearly a moment which followed was as threatening as the profound calm which precedes the storm. Martial was the first to break it. "A peasant's directions are not generally remarkable for their clearness," he said lightly, "and for more than an hour I have been seeking the house to which Monsieur Lacheneur has retired." "Ah, I am sent to him by the Duc de Sairmeuse, my father." Knowing what he did, Maurice supposed that these strangely rapacious individuals had some new demand to make. "I thought," said he, "that all relations between Monsieur Lacheneur and Monsieur de Sairmeuse were broken off last evening at the house of the Abbé." This was said in the most provoking manner, and yet Martial never so much as frowned. He had sworn that he would remain calm, and he had strength enough to keep his word. "If these relations, as God forbid, have been broken off," he replied, "believe me, Monsieur d'Escorval, it is no fault of ours." "Then it is not as people say?" "What people? Who?" "The people here in the neighborhood." "Ah, and what do these people say?" "The truth. That you have been guilty of an offense which a man of honor could never forgive nor forget." The young Marquis shook his head gravely. "You are quick to condemn, sir," he said coldly. "Permit me to hope that Monsieur Lacheneur will be less severe than yourself, and that his resentment, just, I confess, will vanish before—" he hesitated, "before a truthful explanation." Such an expression from the lips of this haughty young aristocrat! Was it possible? Martial profited by the effect he had produced to advance toward Marie Anne, and addressing himself exclusively to her, seemed after that to ignore the presence of Maurice completely. "For there has been a mistake, a misunderstanding, mademoiselle," he continued. "Do not doubt it. The Sairmeuse are not ingrates. How could anyone have supposed that we would intentionally give offense to a devoted friend of our family, and that at a moment when he had rendered us a most signal service? A true gentleman like my father, and a hero of probity like yours, cannot fail to esteem each other. I admit that in the scene of yesterday, Monsieur de Sairmeuse did not appear to advantage. But the step he takes today proves his sincere regret." Certainly this was not the cavalier tone which he had employed in addressing Marie Anne for the first time on the square in front of the church. He had removed his hat, he remained half inclined before her, and he spoke in a tone of profound respect, as though it were a haughty duchess, and not the humble daughter of that rascal Lacheneur whom he was addressing. Was it only a roue's manoeuvre, or had he also involuntarily submitted to the power of this beautiful girl? It was both, and it would have been difficult for him to say where the voluntary ended and where the involuntary began. He continued, "My father is an old man who has suffered cruelly. Exile is hard to bear, but if sorrows and deceptions have embittered his character, they have not changed his heart. His apparent imperiousness and arrogance conceal a kindness of heart, which I have often seen degenerate into positive weakness. And, why should I not confess it, the Duc de Sairmeuse, with his white hair, still retains the illusions of a child. He refuses to believe that the world has progressed during the past 20 years. Moreover, people had deceived him by the most absurd fabrications. To speak plainly, even while we were in Montaignac, Monsieur Lacheneur's enemies succeeded in prejudicing my father against him. One would have sworn that he was speaking the truth, so persuasive was his voice, so entirely did the expression of his face, his glance, and his gestures accord with his words. And Maurice, who was certain that the young man was lying, impudently lying, was abashed by this scientific prevarication, which is so universally practised in good society, and of which he was entirely ignorant. But what did the Marquis desire here, and why this farce? "Need I tell you, mademoiselle," he resumed, "all that I suffered last evening in the little drawing-room in the presbytery? No, never in my whole life can I recollect such a cruel moment. I understood, and I did honor to Monsieur Lacheneur's heroism. Hearing of our arrival, he, without hesitation, without delay, hastened to voluntarily surrender a princely fortune, and he was insulted. This excessive injustice horrified me, and if I did not openly protest against it, if I did not show my indignation, it was only because contradiction drives my father to the verge of frenzy. And what good would it have done for me to protest? The filial love and piety which you displayed were far more powerful in their effect than any words of mine would have been. You were scarcely out of the village before Monsieur de Sairmeuse, already ashamed of his injustice, said to me, 'I have been wrong, but I am an old man. It is hard for me to decide to make the first advance. You, Marquis, go and find Monsieur Lacheneur, and obtain his forgiveness.' Marie-Anne, redder than a peony, and terribly embarrassed, lowered her eyes. 'I thank you, monsieur,' she faltered, 'in the name of my father.' 'Oh, do not thank me,' interrupted Martial earnestly. 'It will be my duty, on the contrary, to render you thanks. If you can induce Monsieur Lacheneur to accept the reparation which is due him, and he will accept it, if you will only condescend to plead our cause, who could resist your sweet voice, your beautiful, beseeching eyes?' However inexperienced Maurice might be, he could no longer fail to comprehend Martial's intentions. This man, whom he mortally hated already, dared to speak of love to Marie-Anne, and before him, Maurice. In other words, the Marquis, not content with having ignored and insulted him, presumed to take an insolent advantage of his supposed simplicity. The certainty of this insult sent all his blood in a boiling torrent to his brain. He seized Martial by the arm, and with irresistible power whirled him twice around, then threw him more than 10 feet, exclaiming, 'This last is too much, Marquis de Sairmeuse.' Maurice's attitude was so threatening that Martial fully expected another attack. The violence of the shock had thrown him down upon one knee. Without rising, he lifted his gun, ready to take aim. It was not from anything like cowardice on the part of the Marquis de Sairmeuse that he decided to fire upon an unarmed foe, but the affront which he had received was so deadly and so ignoble in his opinion that he would have shot Maurice like a dog rather than feel the weight of his finger upon him again. This expression of anger from Maurice, Marie-Anne had been expecting and hoping for every moment. She was even more inexperienced than her lover, but she was a woman, and could not fail to understand the meaning of the young Marquis. He was evidently paying his court to her, and with what intentions it was only too easy to divine. Her agitation, while the Marquis spoke in a more and more tender voice, changed first to stupor, then to indignation, as she realized his marvelous audacity. After that, how could she help blessing the violence which put an end to a situation which was so insulting for her and so humiliating for Maurice? An ordinary woman would have thrown herself between the two men who were ready to kill each other. Marie-Anne did not move a muscle. Was it not the duty of Maurice to protect her when she was insulted? Who, then, if not he, should defend her from the insolent gallantry of this libertine? She would have blushed, she who was energy personified, to love a weak and pusillanimous man. But any intervention was unnecessary. Maurice comprehended that this was one of those affronts which the person insulted must not seem to suspect, under penalty of giving the offending party the advantage. He felt that Marie-Anne must not be regarded as the cause of the quarrel. His instant recognition of the situation proved a powerful reaction in his mind, and he recovered as if by magic his coolness and the free exercise of his faculties. "Yes," he resumed defiantly, "this is hypocrisy enough. To dare to prate of reparation after the insults that you and yours have inflicted is adding intentional humiliation to insult. I will not permit it." Martial had thrown aside his gun. He now rose and brushed the knee of his pantaloons, to which a few particles of dust had adhered, with a phlegm whose secret he had learned in England. He was too discerning not to perceive that Maurice had disguised the true cause of his outburst of passion. But what did it matter to him? Had he avowed it, the Marquis would not have been displeased. Yet it was necessary to make some response, and to preserve the superiority which he imagined he had maintained up to that time. "You will never know, monsieur," he said, glancing alternately at his gun and at Marianne, "all that you owe to Mademoiselle Lacheneur. We shall meet again, I hope." "You have made that remark before," Maurice interrupted tauntingly. "Nothing is easier than to find me. The first peasant you meet will point out the house of Baron d'Escorval." "Eh bien, sir, I cannot promise that you will not see two of my friends." "Oh, whenever it may please you." "Certainly, but it would gratify me to know by what right you make yourself the judge of Monsieur Lacheneur's honor, and take it upon yourself to defend what has not been attacked. Who has given you this right?" From Martial's sneering tone, Maurice was certain that he had overheard at least a part of his conversation with Marianne. "My right," he replied, "is that of friendship. If I tell you that your advances are unwelcome, it is because I know that Monsieur Lacheneur will accept nothing from you. No, nothing, under whatever guise you may offer these alms, which you tender merely to appease your own conscience. He will never forgive the affront, which is his honor and your shame. Ah! you thought to degrade him, Messieurs de Sairmeuse, and you have lifted him far above your mock grandeur. He receive anything from you? Go, learn that your millions will never give you a pleasure equal to the ineffable joy he will feel when seeing you roll by in your carriage. He says to himself, 'Those people owe everything to me.'" His burning words vibrated with such intensity of feeling that Marianne could not resist the impulse to press his hand, and this gesture was his revenge upon Martial, who turned pale with passion. "But I have still another right," continued Maurice. "My father yesterday had the honor of asking Monsieur Lacheneur the hand of his daughter." "And I refused it," cried a terrible voice. Marianne and both young men turned with the same movement of alarm and surprise. Monsieur Lacheneur stood before them, and by his side was Chanlouineau, who surveyed the group with threatening eyes. "Yes, I refused it," resumed Monsieur Lacheneur, "and I do not believe that my daughter will marry anyone without my consent. What did you promise me this morning, Marianne? Can it be you who grant a rendezvous to gallants in the forest? Return to the house instantly." "But, father—" "Return," he repeated with an oath. "Return, I command you." She obeyed and departed, not without giving Maurice a look in which he read a farewell that she believed would be eternal. As soon as she had gone, perhaps 20 paces, Monsieur Lacheneur, with folded arms, confronted Maurice. "As for you, Monsieur d'Escorval," said he rudely, "I hope that you will no longer undertake to prowl around my daughter." "I swear to you, monsieur." "Oh, no oaths, if you please. It is an evil action to endeavor to turn a young girl from her duty, which is obedience. You have broken forever all relations between your family and mine." The poor youth tried to excuse himself, but Monsieur Lacheneur interrupted him. "Enough, enough," said he. "Go back to your home." And as Maurice hesitated, he seized him by the collar and dragged him to the little footpath leading through the grove. It was the work of scarcely 10 seconds, and yet he found time to whisper in the young man's ear, in his formerly friendly tones, "Go, you little wretch! Do you wish to render all my precautions useless?" He watched Maurice as he disappeared, bewildered by the scene he had just witnessed, and stupefied by what he had just heard, and it was not until he saw that young d'Escorval was out of hearing that he turned to Martial. "As I have had the honor of meeting you, Monsieur le Marquis," said he, "I deem it my duty to inform you that Chupin and his sons are searching for you everywhere. It is at the insistence of the Duke, your father, who is anxious for you to repair at once to the Château de Courtornieu." He turned to Chanlouineau and added, "We will now proceed on our way." But Martial detained him with a gesture. "I am much surprised to hear that they are seeking me," said he. "My father knows very well where he sent me. I was going to your house, monsieur, and at his request." "To my house?" "To your house, yes, monsieur, to express our sincere regret at the scene which took place at the presbytery last evening." And without waiting for any response, Martial, with wonderful cleverness and felicity of expression, began to repeat to the father the story which he had just related to the daughter. According to his version, his father and himself were in despair. How could Monsieur Lacheneur suppose them guilty of such black ingratitude? Why had he retired so precipitately? The Duc de Sairmeuse held at Monsieur Lacheneur's disposal any amount which it might please him to mention, 60, 100,000 francs, even more. But Monsieur Lacheneur did not appear to be dazzled in the least, and when Martial had concluded, he replied respectfully but coldly that he would consider the matter. This coldness amazed Chanlouineau. He did not conceal the fact when the Marquis, after many earnest protestations, at last wended his way homeward. "We have misjudged these people," he declared. But Monsieur Lacheneur shrugged his shoulders. "And so you are foolish enough to suppose that it was to me that he offered all that money? Zounds! I have ears. Ah, well, my poor boy, you must not believe all they hear, if you have. The truth is that these large sums were intended to win the favour of my daughter. She has pleased this coxcomb of a marquis, and he wishes to make her his mistress." Chanlouineau stopped short, with eyes flashing and hands clenched. "Good God!" he exclaimed, "prove that, and I am yours, body and soul, to do anything you desire." End of chapter 11. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 12 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 12. No, never in my whole life have I met a woman who can compare with this Marianne. What grace and what dignity! Ah, her beauty is divine. So Martial was thinking while returning to Sairmeuse after his proposals to Monsieur Lacheneur. At the risk of losing his way, he took the shortest course, which led across the fields and over ditches, which he leaped with the aid of his gun. He found a pleasure entirely novel and very delightful in picturing Marianne, as he had just seen her, blushing and paling, about to swoon, then lifting her head haughtily in her pride and disdain. Who would have suspected that such indomitable energy and such an impassioned soul was hidden beneath such girlish artlessness and apparent coldness? What an adorable expression illumined her face! What passion shone in those great black eyes when she looked at that little fool d'Escorval! What would not one give to be regarded thus, even for a moment? How could the boy help being crazy about her? He himself loved her, without being as yet willing to confess it. What other name could be given to this passion which had overpowered reason, and to the furious desires which agitated him? "Ah!" he exclaimed, "she shall be mine. Yes, she shall be mine. I will have her." Consequently, he began to study the strategic side of the undertaking, which this resolution involved, with the sagacity of one who had not been without an extended experience in such matters. His début, he was forced to admit, had been neither fortunate nor adroit. Conveyed compliments and money had both been rejected. If Marianne had heard his covert insinuations with evident horror, Monsieur Lacheneur had received with even more than coldness his advances and his offers of actual wealth. Moreover, he remembered Chanlouineau's terrible eyes. "How he measured me, that magnificent rustic!" he growled. "At a sign from Marianne he would have crushed me like an eggshell, without a thought of my ancestors. Ah, does he also love her? There will be 3 rivals in that case. But the more difficult and even perilous the undertaking seemed, the more his passions were inflamed. My failures can be repaired, he thought. Occasions of meeting shall not be wanting. Will it not be necessary to hold frequent interviews with Monsieur Lacheneur in effecting a formal transfer of Sairmeuse? I will win him over to my side. With the daughter, my course is plain. Profiting by my unfortunate experience, I will in the future be as timid as I have been bold, and she will be hard to please if she is not flattered by this triumph of her beauty. D'Escorval remains to be disposed of. But this was the point upon which Martial was most exercised. He had, it is true, seen this rival rudely dismissed by Monsieur Lacheneur, and yet the anger of the latter had seemed to him too great to be absolutely real. He suspected a comedy, but for whose benefit? For his, or for Chanlouineau's? And yet, what could possibly be the motive? And yet, he reflected, my hands are tied, and I cannot call this little d'Escorval to account for his insolence. To swallow such an affront in silence is hard. Still, he is brave. There is no denying that. Perhaps I can find some other way to provoke his anger. But even then, what could I do? If I harmed a hair on his head, Marianne would never forgive me. Ah, I would give a handsome sum in exchange for some little device to send him out of the country. Revolving in his mind these plans, whose frightful consequences he could neither calculate nor foresee, Martial was walking up the avenue leading to the chateau, when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned, and seeing 2 men running after him and motioning to him to stop, he paused. It was Chupin, accompanied by one of his sons. This old rascal had been enrolled among the servants charged with preparing Sairmeuse for the reception of the Duke, and he had already discovered the secret of making himself useful to his master, which was by seeming to be indispensable. "Ah, monsieur," he cried, "we've been searching for you everywhere, my son and I. It was Monsieur le Duc." "Very well," said Martial dryly. "I am returning." But Chupin was not sensitive, and although he had not been very favourably received, he ventured to follow the Marquis at a little distance, but sufficiently near to make himself heard. He also had his schemes, for it was not long before he began a long recital of the calumnies which had been spread about the neighbourhood in regard to the Lacheneur affair. Why did he choose this subject in preference to any other? Did he suspect the young Marquis's passion for Marianne? According to this report, Lacheneur, he no longer said monsieur, was unquestionably a rascal. The complete surrender of Sairmeuse was only a farce, as he must possess thousands and hundreds of thousands of francs, since he was about to marry his daughter. If the scoundrel had felt only suspicions, they were changed into certainty by the eagerness with which Martial demanded, "How? Is Mademoiselle Lacheneur to be married?" "Yes, monsieur." "And to whom?" "To Chanlouineau, the fellow whom the peasants wished to kill yesterday upon the square, because he was disrespectful to the Duke. He is an avaricious man, and if Marianne does not bring him a good round sum as a dowry, he will never marry her, no matter how beautiful she may be." "Are you sure of what you say?" "It is true. My eldest son heard from Chanlouineau and from Lacheneur that the wedding would take place within a month." And turning to his son, "Is it not true, boy?" "Yes," promptly replied the youth, who had heard nothing of the kind. Martial was silent, ashamed perhaps of allowing himself to listen to the gossip, but glad to have been informed of such an important circumstance. If Chupin was not telling a falsehood, and what reason could he have for doing so? It became evident that Monsieur Lacheneur's conduct concealed some great mystery. Why, without some potent motive, should he have refused to give his daughter to Maurice d'Escorval, whom she loved, to bestow her upon a peasant? As he reached Sairmeuse, he was swearing that he would discover this motive. A strange scene awaited him. In the broad open space, Extending from the front of the chateau to the parterre lay a huge pile of all kinds of clothing, linen, plate, and furniture. One might have supposed that the occupants of the chateau were moving. A half-dozen men were running to and fro, and standing in the centre of the rubbish was the Duc de Sairmeuse giving orders. Martial did not understand the whole meaning of the scene at first. He went to his father, and after saluting him respectfully, inquired, "What is all this?" Monsieur de Sairmeuse laughed heartily. "What, can you not guess?" he replied. "It is very simple, however. When the lawful master on his return sleeps beneath the bed coverings of the usurper, it is delightful the first night, not so pleasant the second. Everything here reminds me too forcibly of Monsieur Lacheneur. It seems to me that I am in his house, and the thought is unendurable. So I have had them collect everything belonging to him and to his daughter, everything, in fact, which did not belong to the chateau in former years. The servants will put it all into a cart and carry it to him." The young Marquis gave fervent thanks to heaven that he had arrived before it was too late. Had his father's project been executed, he would have been obliged to bid farewell to all his hopes. "You surely will not do this, Monsieur le Duc," said he earnestly. "And why, pray? Who will prevent me from doing it?" "No one, most assuredly. But you will decide, on reflection, that a man who has not conducted himself too badly has a right to some consideration." The Duke seemed greatly astonished. "Consideration!" he exclaimed. "This rascal has a right to some consideration! Well, this is one of the poorest of jokes. What! I give him, that is to say, you give him 100,000 francs, and that will not content him? He is entitled to consideration. You, who are after the daughter, may give it to him if you like, but I shall do as I like." "Very well, but, monsieur, I would think twice if I were in your place. Lacheneur has surrendered Sairmeuse. That is all very well. But how can you authenticate your claim to the property? What would you do if, in case you imprudently irritated him, he should change his mind? What would become of your right to the estate?" Monsieur Sairmeuse actually turned green. "Zounds!" he exclaimed. "I had not thought of that. Here, you fellows, take all these things back again, and that quickly." And as they were obeying his order, "Now," he remarked, "let us hasten to Courtornieu. They have already sent for us twice. It must be business of the utmost importance which demands our attention." End of chapter 12. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 13 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 13. The Château de Courtornieu is, next to Sairmeuse, the most magnificent habitation in the arrondissement of Montaignac. The approach to the castle was by a long and narrow road, badly paved. When the carriage containing Martial and his father turned from the public highway into this rough road, the jolting aroused the Duke from the profound reverie into which he had fallen on leaving Sairmeuse. The Marquis thought that he had caused this unusual fit of abstraction. "It is the result of my adroit manoeuvre," he said to himself, not without secret satisfaction. "Until the restitution of Sairmeuse is legalized, I can make my father do anything I wish. Yes, anything. And, if it is necessary, he will even invite Lacheneur and Marianne to his table." He was mistaken. The Duke had already forgotten the affair. His most vivid impressions lasted no longer than an indentation in the sand. He lowered the glass in front of the carriage, and after ordering the coachman to drive more slowly, "Now," he said to his son, "let us talk a little. Are you really in love with that little Lacheneur?" Martial could not repress a start. "Oh, in love," he said lightly. "That would perhaps be saying too much. Let me say that she has taken my fancy. that will be sufficient." The Duke regarded his son with a bantering air. "Really, you delight me," he exclaimed. "I feared that this love affair might derange, at least for the moment, certain plans that I have formed, for I have formed certain plans for you. The devil! Yes, I have my plans, and I will communicate them to you later in detail. I will content myself today by recommending you to examine Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu." Martial made no reply. This recommendation was entirely unnecessary. If Mademoiselle Lacheneur had made him forget Mademoiselle de Courtornieu that morning, for some moments, the remembrance of Marianne was now effaced by the radiant image of Blanche. "Before discussing the daughter," resumed the Duke, "let us speak of the father. He is one of my strongest friends, and I know him thoroughly. You have heard men reproach me for what they style my prejudices, have you not? Well, in comparison with the Marquis de Courtornieu, I am only a Jacobin. Oh, my father! Really, nothing could be more true. If I am behind the age in which I live, he belongs to the reign of Louis XIV. Only, for there is an only, the principles which I openly avow he keeps locked up in his snuff-box, and trust him for not forgetting to open it at the opportune moment. He has suffered cruelly for his opinions, in the sense of having so often been obliged to conceal them. He concealed them first under the consulate when he returned from exile. He dissimulated them even more courageously under the Empire, for he played the part of a kind of chamberlain to Bonaparte, this dear Marquis. But chut! Do not remind him of that proof of heroism. He has deplored it bitterly since the battle of Lutzen." This was the tone in which Monsieur de Sairmeuse was accustomed to speak of his best friends. "The history of his fortune," he continued, "is the history of his marriages. I say marriages, because he has married a number of times, and always advantageously. Yes, in a period of 15 years he has had the misfortune of losing 3 wives, each richer than the other. His daughter is the child of his 3rd and last wife, a Cis Blossac. She died in 1809. He comforted himself after each bereavement by purchasing a quantity of lands or bonds, so that now he is as rich as you are, Marquis, and his influence is powerful and widespread. I forgot one detail, however. He believes, they tell me, in the growing power of the clergy, and has become very devout." He checked himself. The carriage had stopped before the entrance of the Chateau de Courtornieu, and the Marquis came forward to receive his guests in person, a nattering distinction which he seldom lavished upon his visitors. The Marquis was long rather than tall, and very solemn in deportment. The head that surmounted his angular form was remarkably small, a characteristic of his race, and covered with thin, glossy black hair, and lighted by cold, round, black eyes. The pride that becomes a gentleman, and the humility that befits a Christian, were continually at war with each other in his countenance. He pressed the hands of Monsieur de Sairmeuse and Martial, overwhelming them with compliments uttered in a thin, rather nasal voice, which, issuing from his immense body, was as astonishing as the sound of a flute issuing from the pipes of an Orphiclyde would be. "At last you have come," he said. "We were waiting for you before beginning our deliberations upon a very grave and also very delicate matter. We are thinking of addressing a petition to His Majesty. The nobility, who have suffered so much during the Revolution, have a right to expect ample compensation. Our neighbors, to the number of 16, are now assembled in my cabinet, transformed for the time into a council chamber." Martial shuddered at the thought of all the ridiculous and tiresome conversation he would probably be obliged to hear, and his father's recommendation occurred to him. "Shall we not have the honor of paying our respects to Mademoiselle de Courtornieu?" "My daughter must be in the drawing-room with our cousin," replied the Marquis, in an indifferent tone, "at least, if she is not in the garden." This might be construed into, "Go and look for her if you choose." At least Martial understood it that way, and when they entered the hall, he allowed his father and the Marquis to go upstairs without him. A servant opened the door of the drawing-room for him, but it was empty. "Very well," said he, "I know my way to the garden." But he explored it in vain. No one was to be found. He decided to return to the house and march bravely into the presence of the dreaded enemy. He had turned to retrace his steps when, through the foliage of a bower of jasmine, he thought he could distinguish a white dress. He advanced softly, and his heart quickened its throbbing when he saw that he was right. Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu was seated on a bench beside an old lady, and was engaged in reading a letter in a low voice. She must have been greatly preoccupied, since she had not heard Martial's footsteps approaching. He was only 10 paces from her, so near that he could distinguish the shadow of her long eyelashes. He paused, holding his breath in a delicious ecstasy. "Ah, how beautiful she is!" he thought. "Beautiful? No, but pretty, yes, as pretty as heart could desire, with her great velvety blue eyes and her pouting lips. She was a blonde, but one of those dazzling and radiant blondes found only in the countries of the sun, and from her hair, drawn high upon the top of her head, escaped a profusion of ravishing, glittering ringlets which seemed almost to sparkle in the play of the light breeze. One might, perhaps, have wished her a trifle larger, but she had the winning charm of all delicate and mignonne women, and her figure was of exquisite roundness, and her dimpled hands were those of an infant. Alas, these attractive exteriors are often deceitful, as much and even more so than the appearances of a man like the Marquis de Courtornieu. The apparently innocent and artless young girl possessed the parched, hollow soul of an experienced woman of the world, or of an old courtier. She had been so petted at the convent, in the capacity of only daughter of a grand seigneur and millionaire. She had been surrounded by so much adulation that all her good qualities had been blighted in the bud by the poisonous breath of flattery. She was only 19, and still it was impossible for any person to have been more susceptible to the charms of wealth and of satisfied ambition. She dreamed of a position at court as a schoolgirl dreams of a lover. If she had deigned to notice Martial, for she had remarked him, it was only because her father had told her that this young man would lift his wife to the highest sphere of power. Thereupon she had uttered a "Very well, we will see," that would have changed an enamored suitor's love into disgust. Martial advanced a few steps, and Mademoiselle Blanche, on seeing him, sprang up with a pretty affectation of intense timidity. Bowing low before her, he said gently and with profound deference, "Monsieur de Courtornieu, mademoiselle, was so kind as to tell me where I might have the honor of finding you. I had not courage to brave those formidable discussions inside, but—" He pointed to the letter the young girl held in her hand, and added, "But I fear that I am de trop." "Oh, not in the least, Monsieur le Marquis. Although this letter which I have been reading has, I confess, interested me deeply. It was written by a poor child in whom I have taken a great interest, whom I have sent for sometimes when I was lonely, Marianne Lacheneur." Accustomed from his infancy to the hypocrisy of drawing-rooms, the young Marquis had taught his face not to betray his feelings. He could have laughed gaily with anguish at his heart. He could have preserved the sternest gravity when inwardly convulsed with merriment. And yet this name of Marianne upon the lips of Mademoiselle de Courtornieu caused his glance to waver. "They know each other," he thought. In an instant he was himself again, but Mademoiselle Blanche had perceived his momentary agitation. "What can it mean?" she wondered, much disturbed. Still, it was with a perfect assumption of innocence that she continued, "In fact, you must have seen her, this poor Marianne, Monsieur le Marquis, since her father was the guardian of Sairmeuse?" "Yes, I have seen her, mademoiselle," replied Martial quietly. "Is she not remarkably beautiful? Her beauty is of an unusual type. It quite takes one by surprise." A fool would have protested. The Marquis was not guilty of this folly. "Yes, she is very beautiful," said he. This apparent frankness disconcerted Mademoiselle Blanche a trifle, and it was with an air of hypocritical compassion that she murmured, "Poor girl! What will become of her? Here is her father reduced to delving in the ground." "Oh, you exaggerate, mademoiselle. My father will always preserve Lacheneur from anything of that kind." "Of course, I might have known that. But where will he find a husband for Marie-Anne?" "One has been found already. I understand that she is to marry a youth in the neighborhood, who has some property, a certain Chanlouineau." The artless schoolgirl was more cunning than the Marquis. She had satisfied herself that she had just grounds for her suspicions, and she experienced a certain anger on finding him so well informed in regard to everything that concerned Mademoiselle Lacheneur. "And do you believe that this is the husband of whom she had dreamed?" "Ah, well, God grant that she may be happy, for we were very fond of her, very, were we not, Aunt Medea?" Aunt Medea was the old lady seated beside Mademoiselle Blanche. "Yes, very," she replied. This aunt, or cousin, rather, was a poor relation whom Monsieur de Courtornieu had sheltered, and who was forced to pay dearly for her bread, since Mademoiselle Blanche compelled her to play the part of echo. "It grieves me to see these friendly relations which were so dear to me broken," resumed Mademoiselle de Courtornieu. "But listen to what Marie-Anne has written." She drew from her belt, where she had placed it, Mademoiselle Lacheneur's letter, and read, "My dear Blanche, you know that the Duc de Sairmeuse has returned. The news fell upon us like a thunderbolt. My father and I had become too much accustomed to regard as our own the deposit which had been entrusted to our fidelity. We have been punished for it. At least we have done our duty. And now all is ended. She whom you have called your friend will be hereafter only a poor peasant girl, as her mother was before her." The most subtle observer would have supposed that Mademoiselle Blanche was experiencing the keenest emotion. One would have sworn that it was only by intense effort that she succeeded in restraining her tears, that they were even trembling behind her long lashes. The truth was that she was thinking only of discovering upon Martial's face some indication of his feelings. But now that he was on guard, his features might have been marble for any sign of emotion they betrayed. So she continued, "I should utter an untruth if I said that I have not suffered on account of this sudden change, but I have courage. I shall learn how to submit. I shall, I hope, have strength to forget, for I must forget. The remembrances of past felicity would render my present misery intolerable." Mademoiselle de Courtornieu suddenly folded up the letter. "You have heard it, monsieur," said she. "Can you understand such pride as that? And they accuse us, daughters of the nobility, of being proud." Martial made no response. He felt that his altered voice would betray him. How much more would he have been moved if he had been allowed to read the concluding lines. "One must live, my dear Blanche," added Marie-Anne, "and I feel no false shame in asking you to aid me. I sew very nicely, as you know, and I could earn my livelihood by embroidery if I knew more people. I will call to-day at Courtornieu to ask you to give me a list of ladies to whom I can present myself on your recommendation." But Mademoiselle de Courtornieu had taken good care not to allude to the touching request. She had read the letter to Martial as a test. She had not succeeded, so much the worse. She rose and accepted his arm to return to the house. She seemed to have forgotten her friend, and she was chatting gaily. When they approached the chateau, she was interrupted by a sound of voices raised to the highest pitch. It was the address to the king which was agitating the council convened in Monsieur de Courtornieu's cabinet. Mademoiselle Blanche paused. "I am trespassing upon your kindness, monsieur. I am boring you with my silly chat when you should undoubtedly be up there." "Certainly not," he replied, laughing. "What should I do there? The role of men of action does not begin until the orators have concluded." He spoke so energetically, in spite of his jesting tone, that Mademoiselle de Courtornieu was fascinated. She saw before her, she believed, a man who, as her father had said, would rise to the highest position in the political world. Unfortunately, her admiration was disturbed by a ring of the great bell that always announces visitors. She trembled, let go her hold on Martial's arm, and said very earnestly, "Ah, no matter. I wish very much to know what is going on up there. If I ask my father, he will laugh at my curiosity, while you, monsieur, if you are present at the conference, you will tell me all." A wish thus expressed was a command. The Marquis bowed and obeyed. "She dismisses me," he said to himself as he ascended the staircase. "Nothing could be more evident, and that without much ceremony. Why the devil does she wish to get rid of me? Why? Because a single peal of the bell announced a visitor for Mademoiselle Blanche, because she was expecting a visit from her friend, and because she wished at any cost to prevent a meeting between Martial and Marianne. She did not love him, and yet an agony of jealousy was torturing her. Such was her nature. Her presentiments were realized. It was, indeed, Mademoiselle Lacheneur who was awaiting her in the drawing-room. The poor girl was paler than usual, but nothing in her manner betrayed the frightful anguish she had suffered during the past 2 or 3 days, and her voice, in asking from her former friend a list of customers, was as calm and as natural as in other days when she was asking her to come and spend an afternoon at Sairmeuse. So, when the 2 girls embraced each other, their roles were reversed. It was Marianne who had been crushed by misfortune. It was Mademoiselle Blanche who wept. But while writing a list of the names of persons in the neighborhood with whom she was acquainted, Mademoiselle de Courtornieu did not neglect this favorable opportunity for verifying the suspicions which had been aroused by Martial's momentary agitation. "It is inconceivable," she remarked to her friend, "that the Duc de Sairmeuse should allow you to be reduced to such an extremity." Marianne's nature was so royal that she did not wish an unjust accusation to rest even upon the man who had treated her father so cruelly. "The Duke is not to blame," she replied gently. "He offered us a very considerable sum this morning through his son." Mademoiselle Blanche started as if a viper had stung her. "So you have seen the Marquis, Marianne?" "Yes." "Has he been to your house?" "He was going there when he met me in the grove on the waste." She blushed as she spoke. She turned crimson at the thought of Martial's impertinent gallantry. This girl, who had just emerged from a convent, was terribly experienced, but she misunderstood the cause of Marianne's confusion. She could dissimulate, however, and when Marianne went away, Mademoiselle Blanche embraced her with every sign of the most ardent affection, but she was almost suffocated with rage. "What!" she thought, "they have met but once, and yet they are so strongly impressed with each other. Do they love each other already?" End of chapter 13. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 14 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 14. If Martial had faithfully reported to Mademoiselle Blanche all that he heard in the Marquis de Courtornieu's cabinet, he would probably have astonished her a little. He himself, if he had sincerely confessed his impressions and his reflections, would have been obliged to admit that he was greatly amazed. But this unfortunate man, who in days to come would be compelled to reproach himself bitterly for the excess of his fanaticism, refused to confess this truth even to himself. His life was to be spent in defending prejudices which his own reason condemned. Forced by Mademoiselle Blanche's will into the midst of a discussion, he was really disgusted with the ridiculous and intense greediness of Monsieur de Courtornieu's noble guests. Decorations, fortune, honors, power, they desired everything. They were satisfied that their pure devotion deserved the most munificent rewards. It was only the most modest who declared that he would be content with the epaulets of a lieutenant general. Many were the recriminations, stinging words, and bitter reproaches. The Marquis de Courtornieu, who acted as president of the council, was nearly exhausted with exclaiming, "Be calm, gentlemen, be calm! A little moderation, if you please." "All these men are mad," thought Martial, with difficulty restraining an intense desire to laugh. "They are insane enough to be placed in a madhouse." But he was not obliged to render a report of the séance. The deliberations were soon fortunately interrupted by a summons to dinner. Mademoiselle Blanche, when the young Marquis rejoined her, quite forgot to question him about the doings of the council. In fact, what did the hopes and plans of these people matter to her? She cared very little about them or about the people themselves, since they were below her father in rank, and most of them were not as rich. An absorbing thought, a thought of her future and of her happiness, filled her mind to the exclusion of all other subjects. The few moments that she had passed alone after Marie-Anne's departure she had spent in grave reflection. Martial's mind and person pleased her. In him were combined all the qualifications which any ambitious woman would desire in a husband, and she decided that he should be her husband. Probably she would not have arrived at this conclusion so quickly had it not been for the feeling of jealousy aroused in her heart. But from the very moment that she could believe or suspect that another woman was likely to dispute the possession of Martial with her, she desired him. From that moment she was completely controlled by one of those strange passions in which the heart has no part, but which take entire possession of the brain and lead to the worst of follies. Let the woman whose pulse has never quickened its beating under the influence of this counterfeit of love cast the first stone. That she could be vanquished in this struggle for supremacy, that there could be any doubt of the result, were thoughts which never once entered the mind of Mademoiselle Blanche. She had been told so often, it had been repeated again and again, that the man whom she would choose must esteem himself fortunate above all others. She had seen her father besieged by so many suitors for her hand. Besides, she thought, smiling proudly as she surveyed her reflection in the large mirrors, am I not as pretty as Marie-Anne? Far prettier, murmured the voice of vanity. And you possess what your rival does not, birth, wit, the genius of coquetry. She did indeed possess sufficient cleverness and patience to assume and to sustain the character which seemed most likely to dazzle and to fascinate Martial. As to maintaining this character after marriage, if it did not please her to do so, that was another matter. The result of all this was that during dinner Mademoiselle Blanche exercised all her powers of fascination upon the young Marquis. She was so evidently desirous of pleasing him that several of the guests remarked it. Some were even shocked by such a breach of conventionality, but Blanche de Courtornieu could do as she chose. She was well aware of that. Was she not the richest heiress for miles and miles around? No slander can tarnish the brilliancy of a fortune of more than $1 million in hard cash. Do you know that those two young people will have a joint income of between 700,000 and 800,000 francs? Said one old viscount to his neighbor. Martial yielded unresistingly to the charm of his position. How could he suspect unworthy motives in a young girl whose eyes were so pure, whose laugh rang out with the crystalline clearness of childhood? Involuntarily he compared her with the grave and thoughtful Marie-Anne, and his imagination floated from one to the other, inflamed by the strangeness of the contrast. He occupied a seat beside Mademoiselle Blanche at table, and they chatted gaily, amusing themselves at the expense of the other guests, who were again conversing upon political matters, and whose enthusiasm waxed warmer and warmer as course succeeded course. Champagne was served with the dessert, and the company drank to the Allies whose victorious bayonets had forced a passage for the king to return to Paris. They drank to the English, to the Prussians, and to the Russians, whose horses were trampling the crops underfoot. The name of d'Escorval, heard above the clink of the glasses, suddenly aroused Martial from his dream of enchantment. An old gentleman had just risen and proposed that active measures should be taken to rid the neighbourhood of the Baron d'Escorval. "The presence of such a man dishonours our country," said he. "He is a frantic Jacobin, and admitted to be dangerous since Monsieur Fouché has him upon his list of suspected persons, and he is even now under the surveillance of the police." This discourse could not have failed to arouse intense anxiety in Monsieur d'Escorval's breast had he seen the ferocity expressed in almost every face. Still no one spoke. Hesitation could be read in every eye. Martial, too, had turned so white that Mademoiselle Blanche remarked his pallor and thought he was ill. In fact, a terrible struggle was going on in the soul of the young Marquis, a conflict between his honour and passion. Had he not longed only a few hours before to find some way of driving Maurice from the country? Ah, well, the opportunity he so ardently desired now presented itself. It was impossible to imagine a better one. If the proposed step was taken, the Baron d'Escorval and his family would be forced to leave France forever. The company hesitated. Martial saw it, and felt that a single word from him, for or against, would decide the matter. After a few minutes of frightful uncertainty, honour triumphed. He rose, and declared that the proposed measure was bad, impolitic. "Monsieur d'Escorval," he remarked, "is one of those men who diffuse around them a perfume of honesty and justice. Have the good sense to respect the consideration which is justly his." As he had foreseen, his words decided the matter. The cold and haughty manner, which he knew so well how to assume, his few but incisive words, produced a great effect. "It would evidently be a great mistake," was the general cry. Martial reseated himself. Mademoiselle Blanche leaned toward him. "You have done well," she murmured. "You know how to defend your friends." "Monsieur d'Escorval is not my friend," replied Martial, in a voice which revealed the struggle through which he had passed. "The injustice of the proposed measure incensed me. That is all." Mademoiselle de Courtornieu was not to be deceived by an explanation like this. Still she added, "Then your conduct is all the more grand, monsieur." But such was not the opinion of the Duc de Sairmeuse. On returning to the chateau some hours later, he reproached his son for his intervention. "Why the devil did you meddle with the matter?" inquired the Duke. "I would not have liked to take upon myself the odium of the proposition, but since it had been made, I was anxious to prevent such an act of useless folly." "Useless folly! Zounds, Marquis, you carry matters with a high hand. Do you think that this damned baron adores you? What would you say if you heard that he was conspiring against us?" "I should answer with a shrug of the shoulders." "You would. Very well. Do me the favour to question Chupin." End of chapter 14. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 15 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 15. It was only 2 weeks since the Duc de Sairmeuse had returned to France. He had not yet had time to shake the dust of exile from his feet, and already his imagination saw enemies on every side. He had been at Sairmeuse only 2 days, and yet he unhesitatingly accepted the venomous reports which Chupin poured into his ears. The suspicions which he was endeavouring to make Martial share were cruelly unjust. At the moment when the Duke accused the Baron of conspiring against the house of Sairmeuse, that unfortunate man was weeping at the bedside of his son, who was, he believed, at the point of death. Maurice was indeed dangerously ill. His excessively nervous organization had succumbed before the rude assaults of destiny. When, in obedience to Monsieur Lacheneur's imperative order, he left the grove on the Reche, he lost the power of reflecting calmly and deliberately upon the situation. Marianne's incomprehensible obstinacy, the insults he had received from the Marquis, and Lacheneur's feigned anger were mingled in inextricable confusion, forming one immense, intolerable misfortune, too crushing for his powers of resistance. The peasants who met him on his homeward way were struck by his singular demeanour, and felt convinced that some great catastrophe had just befallen the house of the Baron d'Escorval. Some bowed, others spoke to him, but he did not see or hear them. Force of habit, that physical memory which mounts guard when the mind is far away, brought him back to his home. His features were so distorted with suffering that Madame d'Escorval, on seeing him, was seized with a most sinister presentiment, and dared not address him. He spoke first. "All is over," he said hoarsely. "But do not be worried, mother. I have some courage, as you shall see." He did, in fact, seat himself at the table with a resolute air. He ate even more than usual, and his father noticed without alluding to it that he drank more wine than usual. He was very pale, his eyes glittered, his gestures were excited, and his voice was husky. He talked a great deal, and even jested. "Why will he not weep?" thought Madame d'Escorval. "Then I should not be so much alarmed, and I could try to comfort him." This was Maurice's last effort. When dinner was over, he went to his room, and when his mother, who had gone again and again to listen at his door, finally decided to enter his chamber, she found him lying upon the bed, muttering incoherently. She approached him. He did not appear to recognize or even to see her. She spoke to him. He did not seem to hear. His face was scarlet, his lips were parched. She took his hand. It was burning, and still he was shivering, and his teeth were chattering as if with cold. A mist swam before the eyes of the poor woman. She feared she was about to faint, but, summoning all her strength, she conquered her weakness, and dragging herself to the staircase, she cried, "Help! Help! My son is dying!" With a bound, Monsieur d'Escorval reached his son's chamber, looked at him, and dashed out again, summoned a servant, and ordered him to gallop to Montaignac, and bring a physician without a moment's delay. There was indeed a doctor at Sairmeuse, but he was the most stupid of men, a former surgeon in the army, who had been dismissed for incompetency. The peasants shunned him as they would the plague, and in case of sickness always sent for the curé. Monsieur d'Escorval followed their example, knowing that the physician from Montaignac could not arrive until nearly morning. Abbé Midon had never frequented the medical schools, but since he had been a priest, the poor so often asked advice of him that he applied himself to the study of medicine, and, aided by experience, he had acquired a knowledge of the art which would have won him a diploma from the faculty anywhere. At whatever hour of the day or night parishioners came to ask his assistance, he was always ready. His only answer, "Let us go at once." And when the people of the neighborhood met him on the road, with his little box of medicine slung over his shoulder, they took off their hats respectfully, and stood aside to let him pass. Those who did not respect the priest honored the man. For Monsieur d'Escorval, above all others, Abbé Midon would make haste. The Baron was his friend, and a terrible apprehension seized him when he saw Madame d'Escorval at the gate watching for him. By the way in which she rushed to meet him, he thought she was about to announce some irreparable misfortune, but no, she took his hand, and without uttering a word, she led him to her son's chamber. The condition of the poor youth was really very critical. The abbé perceived this at a glance, but it was not hopeless. "We will get him out of this," he said, with a smile that reawakened hope, and with the coolness of an old practitioner he bled him freely, and ordered applications of ice to his head. In a moment all the household were busied in fulfilling the cure's orders. He took advantage of the opportunity to draw the baron aside in the embrasure of a window. "What has happened?" he asked. "A disappointment in love," Monsieur d'Escorval replied with a despairing gesture. "Monsieur Lacheneur has refused the hand of his daughter, which I asked in behalf of my son. Maurice was to have seen Marie-Anne today. What passed between them I do not know. The result you see." The Baroness re-entered the room, and the two men said no more. A truly funereal silence pervaded the apartment, broken only by the moans of Maurice. His excitement, instead of abating, had increased in violence. Delirium peopled his brain with phantoms, and the name of Marie-Anne, Martial de Sairmeuse, and Chanlouineau dropped so incoherently from his lips that it was impossible to read his thoughts. How long that night seemed to Monsieur d'Escorval and his wife, those only know who have counted each second beside the sick bed of some loved one. Certainly their confidence in the companion in their vigil was great. But he was not a regular physician like the other, the one whose coming they awaited. Just as the light of the morning made the candles turn pale, they heard the furious gallop of a horse, and soon the doctor from Montaignac entered. He examined Maurice carefully, and after a short conference with the priest, "I see no immediate danger," he declared. "All that can be done has been done. The malady must be allowed to take its course. I will return." He did return the next day, and many days after, for it was not until a week had passed that Maurice was declared out of danger. Then he confided to his father all that had taken place in the grove on the Reche. The slightest detail of the scene had engraved itself indelibly upon his memory. When the recital was ended, "Are you quite sure," asked his father, "that you correctly understood Marie-Anne's reply? Did she tell you that if her father gave his consent to your marriage, she would refuse hers?" "Those were her very words." "And still she loves you?" "I am sure of it." "You were not mistaken in Monsieur Lacheneur's tone when he said to you, 'Go, you little wretch. Do you wish to render all my precautions useless?'" "No." Monsieur d'Escorval sat for a moment in silence. "This passes comprehension," he murmured at last, and so low that his son could not hear him, he added, "I will see Lacheneur tomorrow. This mystery must be explained." End of chapter 15. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 16 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 16. The cottage where Monsieur Lacheneur had taken refuge was situated on a hill overlooking the water. It was, as he had said, a small and humble dwelling, but it was rather less miserable than the abodes of most of the peasants of the district. It was only 1 story high, but it was divided into 3 rooms, and the roof was covered with thatch. In front was a tiny garden, in which a few fruit trees, some withered cabbages, and a vine which covered the cottage to the roof, managed to find subsistence. This garden was a mere nothing, but even this slight conquest over the sterility of the soil had cost Lacheneur's deceased aunt almost unlimited courage and patience. For more than 20 years the poor woman had never for a single day failed to throw upon her garden 3 or 4 basketfuls of richer soil, which she was obliged to bring more than half a league. It had been more than a year since she died, but the little pathway which her patient feet had worn in the performance of this daily task was still distinctly visible. This was the path which Monsieur d'Escorval, faithful to his resolution, took the following day, in the hope of wresting from Marianne's father the secret of his inexplicable conduct. He was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he failed to notice the overpowering heat as he climbed the rough hillside in the full glare of the noonday sun. When he reached the summit, however, he paused to take breath, and while wiping the perspiration from his brow, he turned to look back on the road which he had traversed. It was the first time he had visited the spot, and he was surprised at the extent of the landscape which stretched before him. From this point, which is the most elevated in the surrounding country, one can survey the entire valley of the Oiselle, and discern, in the distance, the redoubtable citadel of Montaignac, built upon an almost inaccessible rock. This last circumstance, which the Baron was afterward doomed to recall in the midst of the most terrible scenes, did not strike him then. Lacheneur's house absorbed all his attention. His imagination pictured vividly the sufferings of this unfortunate man, who, only 2 days before, had relinquished the splendors of the Château de Sairmeuse to repair to this wretched abode. He rapped at the door of the cottage. "Come in," said a voice. The Baron lifted the latch and entered. The room was small, with unwhitewashed walls, but with no other floor than the ground, no ceiling save the thatch that formed the roof. A bed, a table, and 2 wooden benches constituted the entire furniture. Seated upon a stool near the tiny window sat Marianne, busily at work upon a piece of embroidery. She had abandoned her former mode of dress, and her costume was that worn by the peasant girls. When Monsieur d'Escorval entered, she rose, and for a moment they remained silently standing face to face, she apparently calm, he visibly agitated. He was looking at Marianne, and she seemed to him transfigured. She was much paler and considerably thinner, but her beauty had a strange and touching charm, the sublime radiance of heroic resignation and of duty nobly fulfilled. Still, remembering his son, he was astonished to see this tranquillity. "You do not ask me for news of Maurice," he said, reproachfully. "I had news of him this morning, monsieur, as I have had every day. I know that he is improving, and that since day before yesterday he has been allowed to take a little nourishment." "You have not forgotten him, then?" She trembled. A faint blush suffused throat and forehead, but it was in a calm voice that she replied, "Maurice knows that it would be impossible for me to forget him, even if I wished to do so." "And yet you have told him that you approve your father's decision." "I told him so, monsieur, and I shall have the courage to repeat it." "But you have made Maurice wretched, unhappy child. He has almost died." She raised her head proudly, sought Monsieur d'Escorval's eyes, and when she had found them, "Look at me, monsieur. Do you think that I, too, do not suffer?" Monsieur d'Escorval was abashed for a moment, but recovering himself, he took Marianne's hand, and pressing it affectionately, he said, "So Maurice loves you. You love him. You suffer. He has nearly died, and still you reject him." "It must be so, monsieur." "You say this, my dear child. You say this, and you undoubtedly believe it. But I, who have sought to discover the necessity of this immense sacrifice, have failed to find it. Explain to me, then, why this must be so, Marianne. Who knows but you are frightened by chimeras, which my experience can scatter with a breath? Have you no confidence in me? Am I not an old friend? It may be that your father, in his despair, has adopted extreme resolutions. Speak, let us combat them together. Lacheneur knows how devotedly I am attached to him. I will speak to him. He will listen to me." "I can tell you nothing, monsieur." "What? You are so cruel as to remain inflexible when a father entreats you on his knees, a father who says to you, 'Marianne, you hold in your hands the happiness, the life, the reason of my son.'" Tears glittered in Marianne's eyes, but she drew away her hand. "Ah, it is you who are cruel, monsieur. It is you who are without pity. Do you not see what I suffer, and that it is impossible for me to endure further torture? No, I have nothing to tell you. There is nothing you can say to my father. Why do you seek to impair my courage when I require it all to struggle against my despair? Maurice must forget me. He must never see me again. This is fate, and he must not fight against it. It would be folly. We are parted forever. Beseech Maurice to leave the country, and if he refuses, you, who are his father, must command him to do so. And you too, monsieur, in heaven's name, flee from us. We shall bring misfortune upon you. Never return here. Our house is accursed. The fate that overshadows us will ruin you also." She spoke almost wildly. Her voice was so loud that it penetrated an adjoining room. The communicating door opened, and Monsieur Lacheneur appeared upon the threshold. At the sight of Monsieur d'Escorval, he uttered an oath, but there was more sorrow and anxiety than anger in his manner, as he said, "You, monsieur, you here." The consternation into which Marie Anne's words had thrown Monsieur d'Escorval was so intense that it was with great difficulty he stammered out a response. "You have abandoned us entirely. I was anxious about you. Have you forgotten our old friendship? I come to you." The brow of the former master of Sairmeuse remained overcast. "Why did you not inform me of the honor that the Baron had done me, Marie Anne?" he said sternly. She tried to speak, but could not, and it was the Baron who replied. "Why, I have but just come, my dear friend." Monsieur Lacheneur looked suspiciously first at his daughter, then at the Baron. What did they say to each other while they were alone, he was evidently wondering. But, however great may have been his disquietude, he seemed to master it, and it was with his old-time affability of manner that he invited Monsieur d'Escorval to follow him into the adjoining room. "It is my reception-room and my cabinet combined," he said, smiling. This room, which was much larger than the first, was as scantily furnished, but it contained several piles of small books and an infinite number of tiny packages. Two men were engaged in arranging and sorting these articles. One was Chanlouineau. Monsieur d'Escorval did not remember that he had ever seen the other, who was a young man. "This is my son Jean, monsieur," said Lacheneur. "He has changed since you last saw him 10 years ago." It was true. It had been at least 10 years since the Baron had seen Lacheneur's son. How time flies! He had left him a boy. He found him a man. Jean was just 20, but his haggard features and his precocious beard made him appear much older. He was tall and well-formed, and his face indicated more than average intelligence. Still, he did not impress one favorably. His restless eyes were always invading yours, and his smile betrayed an unusual degree of shrewdness, amounting almost to cunning. As his father presented him, he bowed profoundly, but he was very evidently out of temper. Monsieur Lacheneur resumed. "Having no longer the means to maintain Jean in Paris, I have made him return. My ruin will perhaps be a blessing to him. The air of great cities is not good for the son of a peasant. Fools that we are, we send them there to teach them to rise above their fathers, but they do nothing of the kind. They think only of degrading themselves." "Father," interrupted the young man, "father, wait at least until we are alone. Monsieur d'Escorval is not a stranger." Chanlouineau evidently sided with the son, since he made repeated signs to Monsieur Lacheneur to be silent. Either he did not see them, or he pretended not to see them, for he continued, "I must have wearied you, monsieur, by telling you again and again. I am pleased with my son. He has a commendable ambition. He is working faithfully. He will succeed. Ah, I was a poor, foolish father. The friend who carried Jean the order to return has enlightened me to my sorrow. This model young man you see here left the gaming-house only to run to public balls. He was in love with a wretched little ballet girl in some low theatre, and to please this creature he also went upon the stage with his face painted red and white. To appear upon the stage is not a crime. No, but it is a crime to deceive one's father, and to affect virtues which one does not possess. Have I ever refused you money? No. Notwithstanding that, you have contracted debts everywhere, and you owe at least 20,000 francs. Jean hung his head. He was evidently angry, but he feared his father. 20,000 francs, repeated Monsieur Lacheneur. I had them a fortnight ago. Now I have nothing. I can hope to obtain this sum only through the generosity of the Duc de Sairmeuse and his son. These words from Lacheneur's lips astonished the Baron. Lacheneur perceived it, and it was with every appearance of sincerity and good faith that he resumed. Does what I say surprise you? I understand why. My anger at first made me give utterance to all sorts of absurd threats, but I am calm now, and I realize my injustice. What could I expect the Duke to do? To make me a present of Sairmeuse? He was a trifle brusque, I confess, but that is his way. At heart, he is the best of men. Have you seen him again? No, but I have seen his son. I have even been with him to the chateau to designate the articles which I desire to keep. Oh, he refused me nothing. Everything was placed at my disposal. Everything. I selected what I wished, furniture, clothing, linen. It is all to be brought here, and I shall be quite a grand seigneur. Why not seek another house? This pleases me, monsieur. Its situation suits me perfectly. In fact, why should not the Sairmeuse have regretted their odious conduct? Was it impossible that Lacheneur, in spite of his indignation, should conclude to accept honourable separation? Such were Monsieur d'Escorval's reflections. To say that the Marquis has been kind is saying too little, continued Lacheneur. He has shown us the most delicate attentions. For example, having noticed how much Marianne regrets the loss of her flowers, he has declared that he is going to send her plants to stock our small garden, and that they shall be renewed every month. Like all passionate men, Monsieur Lacheneur overdid his part. This last remark was too much. It awakened a sinister suspicion in Monsieur d'Escorval's mind. Good God, he thought, does this wretched man meditate some crime? He glanced at Chanlouineau, and his anxiety increased. On hearing the names of the Marquis and of Marianne, the robust farmer had turned livid. "It is decided," said Lacheneur, with an air of the lost satisfaction, "that they will give me the 10,000 francs bequeathed to me by Mademoiselle Armande. Moreover, I am to fix upon such a sum as I consider a just recompense for my services. And that is not all. They have offered me the position of manager at Sairmeuse, and I was to be allowed to occupy the gamekeeper's cottage, where I lived so long. But on reflection, I refused this offer, after having enjoyed for so long a time a fortune which did not belong to me. I am anxious to amass a fortune of my own." "Would it be indiscreet in me to inquire what you intend to do?" "Not the least in the world. I am going to turn peddler." Monsieur d'Escorval could not believe his ears. "Peddler?" he repeated. "Yes, monsieur. Look, there is my pack in that corner." "But this is absurd!" exclaimed Monsieur d'Escorval. "People can scarcely earn their daily bread in this way." "You are wrong, monsieur. I have considered the subject carefully. The profits are 30%. And if besides there will be 3 of us to sell goods, for I shall confide one pack to my son and another to Chanlouineau." "What? Chanlouineau?" "He has become my partner in the enterprise." "And his farm? Who will take care of that?" "He will employ day laborers." And then, as if wishing to make Monsieur d'Escorval understand that his visit had lasted quite long enough, Lacheneur began arranging the little packages which were destined to fill the pack of the travelling merchant. But the Baron was not to be gotten rid of so easily, now that his suspicions had become almost a certainty. "I must speak with you," he said brusquely. Monsieur Lacheneur turned. "I am very busy," he replied, with a very evident reluctance. "I ask only 5 minutes. But if you have not the time to spare today, I will return tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and every day until I can see you in private." Lacheneur saw plainly that it would be impossible to escape this interview, so, with the gesture of a man who resigns himself to a necessity, addressing his son and Chanlouineau, he said, "Go outside for a few moments." They obeyed, and as soon as the door had closed behind them, Lacheneur said, "I know very well, monsieur, the arguments you intend to advance, and the reason of your coming. You come to ask me again for Marianne. I know that my refusal has nearly killed Maurice. Believe me, I have suffered cruelly at the thought, but my refusal is none the less irrevocable. There is no power in the world capable of changing my resolution. Do not ask my motives. I shall not reveal them, but rest assured that they are sufficient. Are we not your friends?" "You, monsieur!" exclaimed Lacheneur in tones of the most lively affection. "You! Ah, you know it well. You are the best, the only friends I have here below. I should be the basest and the most miserable of men if I did not guard the recollection of all your kindnesses until my eyes close in death. Yes, you are my friends. Yes, I am devoted to you, and it is for that very reason that I answered no, no, never." There could no longer be any doubt. Monsieur d'Escorval seized Lacheneur's hands, and almost crushing them in his grasp. "Unfortunate man!" he exclaimed hoarsely. "What do you intend to do? Of what terrible vengeance are you dreaming?" "I swear to you—" "Oh, do not swear. You cannot deceive a man of my age and of my experience. I divine your intentions. You hate the Sairmeuse family more mortally than ever." "I?" "Yes, you. And if you pretend to forget it, it is only that they may forget it. These people have offended you too cruelly not to fear you. You understand this, and you are doing all in your power to reassure them. You accept their advances, you kneel before them. Why? Because they will be more completely in your power when you have lulled their suspicions to rest. And then you can strike them more surely." He paused. The communicating door opened, and Marianne appeared upon the threshold. "Father," said she, "here is the Marquis de Sairmeuse." This name, which Marianne uttered in a voice of such perfect composure in the midst of this excited discussion, possessed such a powerful significance that Monsieur d'Escorval stood as if petrified. "He dares to come here," he thought. "How can it be that he does not fear the walls will fall and crush him?" Monsieur Lacheneur cast a withering glance at his daughter. He suspected her of a ruse which would force him to reveal his secret. For a second the most furious passion contracted his features, but by a prodigious effort of will he succeeded in regaining his composure. He sprang to the door, pushed Marianne aside, and leaning out, he said, "Deign to excuse me, monsieur, if I take the liberty of asking you to wait a moment. I am just finishing some business, and I will be with you in a moment." Neither agitation nor anger could be detected in his voice, but rather a respectful deference and a feeling of profound gratitude. Having said this, he closed the door and turned to Monsieur d'Escorval. The Baron, still standing with folded arms, had witnessed this scene with the air of a man who distrusts the evidence of his own senses, and yet he understood the meaning of it only too well. "So this young man comes here," he said to Lacheneur. "Almost every day. Not at this hour usually, but a trifle later." "And you receive him? You welcome him?" "Certainly, monsieur. How can I be insensible to the honor he confers upon me? Moreover, we have subjects of mutual interest to discuss. We are now occupied in legalizing the restitution of Sairmeuse. I can also give him much useful information and many hints regarding the management of the property. And do you expect to make me, your old friend, believe that a man of your superior intelligence is deceived by the excuses the Marquis makes for these frequent visits? Look me in the eye, and then tell me, if you dare, that you believe these visits are addressed to you." Lacheneur's eye did not waver. "To whom else would they be addressed?" he inquired. This obstinate serenity disappointed the Baron's expectations. He could not have received a heavier blow. "Take care, Lacheneur," he said sternly. "Think of the situation in which you place your daughter between Chanlouineau, who wishes to make her his wife, and Monsieur de Sairmeuse, who desires to make her—" "Who desires to make her his mistress? Is that what you mean? Oh, say the word. But what does that matter? I am sure of Marianne." Monsieur d'Escorval shuddered. "In other words," said he, in bitter indignation, "you make your daughter's honour and reputation your stake in the game you are playing." This was too much. Lacheneur could restrain his furious passion no longer. "Well, yes," he exclaimed with a frightful oath. "Yes, you have spoken the truth. Marianne must be and will be the instrument of my plans. A man situated as I am is free from the considerations that restrain other men. Fortune, friends, life, honor. I have been forced to sacrifice all. Perish my daughter's virtue, perish my daughter herself. What do they matter if I can but succeed?" He was terrible in his fanaticism, and in his mad excitement he clenched his hands as if he were threatening some invisible enemy. His eyes were wild and bloodshot. The Baron seized him by the coat as if to prevent his escape. "You admit it, then," he said. "You wish to revenge yourself on the Sairmeuse family, and you have made Chanlouineau your accomplice?" But Lacheneur, with a sudden movement, freed himself. "I admit nothing," he replied. "And yet I wish to reassure you." He raised his hand as if to take an oath, and in a solemn voice he said, "Before God, who hears my words, by all that I hold sacred in this world, by the memory of my sainted wife who lies beneath the sod, I swear that I am plotting nothing against the Sairmeuse family, that I had no thought of touching a hair of their heads. I used them only because they are absolutely indispensable to me. They will aid me without injuring themselves." Lacheneur this time spoke the truth. His hearer felt it. Still he pretended to doubt. He thought by retaining his own self-possession, and exciting the anger of this unfortunate man still more, he might perhaps discover his real intentions. So it was with an air of suspicion that he said, "How can one believe this assurance after the avowal you have just made?" Lacheneur saw the snare. He regained his self-possession as if by magic. "So be it, monsieur. Refuse to believe me, but you will wring from me only one more word on this subject. I have said too much already. I know that you are guided solely by friendship for me. My gratitude is great, but I cannot reply to your question. The events of the past few days have dug a deep abyss between you and me. Do not endeavor to pass it. Why should we ever meet again? I must say to you what I said only yesterday to Abbé Midon. If you are my friend, you will never come here again, never by night or by day or under any pretext whatever. Even if they tell you that I am dying, do not come. This house is fatal, and if you meet me, turn away. Shun me as you would a pestilence whose touch is deadly." The Baron was silent. This was in substance what Marianne had said to him, only under another form. "But there is still a wiser course that you might pursue. Everything here is certain to augment the sorrow and despair which afflicts your son. There is not a path, nor a tree, nor a flower which does not cruelly remind him of his former happiness. Leave this place, take him with you, and go far away." "Ah, how can I do this? Fouché has virtually imprisoned me here." "All the more reason why you should listen to my advice. You were a friend of the Emperor, hence you are regarded with suspicion. You are surrounded by spies. Your enemies are watching for an opportunity to ruin you. The slightest pretext would suffice to throw you into prison. A letter, a word, an act capable of being misconstrued. The frontier is not far off. Go and wait in a foreign land for happier times." "That is something which I will not do," said Monsieur d'Escorval proudly. His words and accent showed the folly of further discussion. Lacheneur understood this only too well, and seemed to despair. "Ah, you are like Abbé Midon," he said sadly. "You will not believe. Who knows how much your coming here this morning will cost you? It is said that no one can escape his destiny. But if some day the hand of the executioner is laid upon your shoulder, remember that I warned you, and do not curse me." He paused, and seeing that even this sinister prophecy produced no impression upon the Baron, he pressed his hand as if to bid him an eternal farewell, and opened the door to admit the Marquis de Sairmeuse. Martial was perhaps annoyed at meeting Monsieur d'Escorval, but he nevertheless bowed with studied politeness, and began a lively conversation with Monsieur Lacheneur, telling him that the articles he had selected at the chateau were on their way. Monsieur d'Escorval could do no more. To speak with Marianne was impossible. Chanlouineau and Jean would not let him go out of their sight. He reluctantly departed, and oppressed by cruel forebodings, he descended the hill which he had climbed an hour before so full of hope. What should he say to Maurice? He had reached the little grove of pines when a hurried footstep behind him made him turn. The Marquis de Sairmeuse was following him, and motioned him to stop. The Baron paused, greatly surprised. Martial, with that air of ingenuousness which he knew so well how to assume, and in an almost brusque tone, said, "I hope, monsieur, that you will excuse me for having followed you. When you hear what I have to say, I am not of your party. I loathe what you adore, but I have none of the passion nor the malice of your enemies. For this reason I tell you that if I were in your place, I would take a journey. The frontier is but a few miles away. A good horse, a short gallop, and you have crossed it. A word to the wise is salvation." And without waiting for any response, he turned and retraced his steps. Monsieur d'Escorval was amazed and confounded. "One might suppose there was a conspiracy to drive me away," he murmured, "but I have good reason to distrust the disinterestedness of this young man." Martial was already far off. Had he been less preoccupied, he would have perceived two figures in the wood, Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu, followed by the inevitable Aunt Medea, had come to play the spy. End of chapter 16. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 17 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 17. The Marquis de Courtornieu idolized his daughter. Everyone spoke of that as an incontestable and uncontested fact. When persons spoke to him of his daughter, they always said, "You who adore your daughter." And when he spoke of himself, he said, "I who adore Blanche." The truth was that he would have given a good deal, even a third of his fortune, to be rid of her. This smiling young girl, who seemed such an artless child, had gained an absolute control over him. She forced him to bow like a reed to her every caprice, and heaven knows she had enough of them. In the hope of making his escape, he had thrown her Aunt Medea, but in less than 3 months that poor woman had been completely subjugated, and did not serve to divert his daughter's attention from him even for a moment. Sometimes the Marquis revolted, but 9 times out of 10 he paid dearly for his attempts at rebellion. When Mademoiselle Blanche turned her cold and steel-like eyes upon him with a certain peculiar expression, his courage evaporated. Her weapon was irony, and knowing his weak points, she struck with wonderful precision. It is easy to understand how devoutly he prayed and hoped that some honest young man, by speedily marrying his daughter, would free him from this cruel bondage. But where was he to find this liberator? The Marquis had announced everywhere his intention of bestowing a dowry of 1 million upon his daughter. Of course, this had brought a host of eager suitors, not only from the immediate neighborhood, but from parts remote. But unfortunately, though many of them would have suited Monsieur de Courtornieu well enough, not a single one had been so fortunate as to please Mademoiselle Blanche. Her father presented some suitor. She received him graciously, lavished all her charms upon him, but as soon as his back was turned, she disappointed all her father's hopes by rejecting him. "He is too small," she said, "or too large. His rank is not equal to ours. I think him stupid. He is a fool. His nose is so ugly." From these summary decisions there was no appeal. Arguments and persuasions were useless. The condemned man no longer existed. Still, as this view of aspirants to her hand amused her, she encouraged her father in his efforts. He was beginning to despair when fate dropped the Duc de Sairmeuse and son at his very door. When he saw Martial, he had a presentiment of his approaching release. "He will be my son-in-law," he thought. The Marquis believed it best to strike the iron while it was hot, so the very next day he broached the subject to the Duke. His overtures were favorably received. Possessed with the desire of transforming Sairmeuse into a little principality, the Duke could not fail to be delighted with an alliance with one of the oldest and wealthiest families in the neighborhood. The conference was short. "Martial, my son, possesses in his own right an income of at least 600,000 francs," said the Duke. "I shall give my daughter at least 1,500,000 francs as her marriage portion," declared the Marquis. "His Majesty is favorably disposed toward me. I can obtain any important diplomatic position for Martial. In case of trouble, I have many friends among the opposition." The treaty was thus concluded, but Monsieur de Courtornieu took good care not to speak of it to his daughter. If he told her how much he desired the match, she would be sure to oppose it. Non-interference seemed advisable. The correctness of his judgment was fully demonstrated. One morning, Mademoiselle Blanche made her appearance in his cabinet. "Your capricious daughter has decided, papa, that she would like to become the Marquise de Sairmeuse," said she peremptorily. It cost Monsieur de Courtornieu quite an effort to conceal his delight, but he feared if she discovered his satisfaction that the game would be lost. He presented several objections. They were quickly disposed of, and at last he ventured to say, "Then the marriage is half decided. One of the parties consents. It only remains to ascertain if the other will consent," declared the vain heiress. And, in fact, for several days Mademoiselle Blanche had been applying herself assiduously and quite successfully to the work of fascination which was to bring Martial to her feet. After having made an advance with studied frankness and simplicity, sure of the effect she had produced, she now proceeded to beat a retreat, a manoeuvre so simple that it was almost sure to succeed. Until now she had been gay, spirituelle, and coquettish. Gradually she became quiet and reserved. The giddy schoolgirl had given place to the shrinking virgin. With what perfection she played her part in the divine comedy of first love! Martial could not fail to be fascinated by the modest artlessness and chaste fears of the heart, which seemed to be waking for him. When he appeared, Mademoiselle Blanche blushed and was silent. At a word from him, she became confused. He could only occasionally catch a glimpse of her beautiful eyes through the shelter of their long lashes. Who had taught her this refinement of coquetry? They say that the convent is an excellent teacher. But what she had not learned was that the most clever often become dupes of their own imagination, and that great comédiennes generally conclude by shedding real tears. She learned this one evening when a laughing remark made by the Duc de Sairmeuse revealed the fact that Martial was in the habit of going to Lacheneur's house every day. What she experienced now could not be compared with the jealousy, or rather anger, which had previously agitated her. This was an acute, bitter, and intolerable sorrow. Before, she had been able to retain her composure. Now it was impossible. That she might not betray herself, she left the drawing-room precipitately, and hastened to her own room, where she burst into a fit of passionate sobbing. "Can it be that he does not love me?" she murmured. This thought made her cold with terror. For the first time this haughty heiress distrusted her own power. She reflected that Martial's position was so exalted that he could afford to despise rank, that he was so rich that wealth had no attractions for him, and that she herself might not be so pretty and so charming as flatterers had led her to suppose. Still, Martial's conduct during the past week, and heaven knows with what fidelity her memory recalled each incident, was well calculated to reassure her. He had not, it is true, formally declared himself, but it was evident that he was paying his addresses to her. His manner was that of the most respectful, but the most infatuated of lovers. Her reflections were interrupted by the entrance of her maid, bringing a large bouquet of roses which had just been sent by Martial. She took the flowers, and while arranging them in a large Japanese vase, she bedewed them with the first real, sincere tears she had shed since her entrance into the world. She was so pale and sad, so unlike herself, when she appeared the next morning at breakfast, that Aunt Medea was alarmed. Mademoiselle Blanche had prepared an excuse, and she uttered it in such sweet tones that the poor lady was as much amazed as if she had witnessed a miracle. Monsieur de Courtornieu was no less astonished. Of what new freak is this doleful face the preface? He wondered. He was still more alarmed when, immediately after breakfast, his daughter asked a moment's conversation with him. She followed him into his study, and as soon as they were alone, without giving her father time to seat himself, Mademoiselle Blanche entreated him to tell her all that had passed between the Duc de Sairmeuse and himself, and asked if Martial had been informed of the intended alliance, and what he had replied. Her voice was meek, her eyes tearful, her manner indicated the most intense anxiety. The Marquis was delighted. "My wilful daughter has been playing with fire," he thought, stroking his chin caressingly, "and upon my word she has burned herself." "Yesterday, my child," he replied, "the Duc de Sairmeuse formally demanded your hand on behalf of his son. Your consent is all that is lacking. So rest easy, my beautiful, lovelorn damsel. You will be a duchess." She hid her face in her hands to conceal her blushes. "You know my decision, father," she faltered, in an almost inaudible voice. "We must make haste." He started back, thinking he had not heard her words aright. "Make haste," he repeated. "Yes, father, I have fears." "What fears, in heaven's name?" "I will tell you when everything is settled," she replied, as she made her escape from the room. She did not doubt the reports which had reached her ears of Martial's frequent visits to Marie Anne, but she wished to see for herself. So, as soon as she left her father, she obliged Aunt Medea to dress herself, and without vouchsafing a single word of explanation, took her with her to the Reche, and stationed herself where she could command a view of Monsieur Lacheneur's house. It chanced to be the very day on which Monsieur d'Escorval came to ask an explanation from his friend. She saw him come, then, after a little, Martial made his appearance. She had not been mistaken. Now she could go home satisfied. But no, she resolved to count the seconds which Martial passed with Marie Anne. Monsieur d'Escorval did not remain long. She saw Martial hasten out after him and speak to him. She breathed again. His visit had not lasted a half hour, and doubtless he was going away. Not at all. After a moment's conversation with the Baron, he returned to the house. "What are we doing here?" demanded Aunt Medea. "Let me alone," replied Mademoiselle Blanche angrily. "Hold your tongue." She heard the sound of wheels, the tramp of horses' hoofs, blows of the whip, and oaths. The wagons bearing the furniture and clothing belonging to Monsieur Lacheneur were coming. This noise Martial must have heard within the house, for he came out, and after him came Monsieur Lacheneur, Jean, Chanlouineau, and Marianne. Everyone was soon busy in unloading the wagons, and positively, from the movements of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse, one would have sworn that he was giving orders. He came and went, hurrying to and fro, talking to everybody, not even disdaining to lend a hand occasionally. "He, a nobleman, makes himself at home in that wretched hovel," Mademoiselle Blanche said to herself. "How horrible! Ah, this dangerous creature will do with him whatever she desires." All this was nothing compared with what was to come. A third wagon appeared, drawn by a single horse, and laden with pots of flowers and shrubs. This sight drew a cry of rage from Mademoiselle de Courtornieu, which must have carried terror to Aunt Medea's heart. "Flowers!" she exclaimed, in a voice hoarse with passion. "He sends flowers to her, as he does to me, only he sends me a bouquet, while for her he despoils the gardens of Sairmeuse." "What are you saying about flowers?" inquired the impoverished relative. Mademoiselle Blanche replied that she had not made the slightest allusion to flowers. She was suffocating, and yet she compelled herself to remain there 3 mortal hours, all the time that was required to unload the furniture. The wagons had been gone some time, when Martial again appeared upon the threshold. Marianne had accompanied him to the door, and they were talking together. It seemed impossible for him to make up his mind to depart. He did so at last, however, but he left slowly and with evident reluctance. Marianne, remaining in the door, gave him a friendly gesture of farewell. "I wish to speak to this creature," exclaimed Mademoiselle Blanche. "Come, aunt, at once." Had Marianne at that moment been within the reach of Mademoiselle de Courtornieu's voice, she would certainly have learned the secret of her former friend's anger and hatred. But fate willed it otherwise. At least 300 yards of rough ground separated the place where Mademoiselle Blanche had stationed herself from the Lacheneur cottage. It required a moment to cross this space, and that was time enough to change all the girl's intentions. She had not traversed a quarter of the distance before she bitterly regretted having shown herself at all. But to retrace her steps now was impossible, for Marianne, who was still standing upon the threshold, had seen her approaching. There remained barely time to regain her self-control, and to compose her features. She profited by it. She had her sweetest smile upon her lips as she greeted Marianne. Still she was embarrassed. She did not know what excuse to give for her visit, and to gain time she pretended to be quite out of breath. "Ah, it is not very easy to reach you, dear Marianne," she said at last. "You live upon the summit of a veritable mountain." Mademoiselle Lacheneur said not a word. She was greatly surprised, and she did not attempt to conceal the fact. "And Medea pretended to know the road," continued Mademoiselle Blanche, "but she led me astray. Did you not, aunt?" As usual, the impecunious relative assented, and her niece resumed. "But at last we are here. I could not, my dearest, resign myself to hearing nothing from you, especially after all your misfortunes. What have you been doing? Did my recommendation procure for you the work you desired?" Marianne could not fail to be deeply touched by this kindly interest on the part of her former friend. So, with perfect frankness and without any false shame, she confessed that all her efforts had been fruitless. It had even seemed to her that several ladies had taken pleasure in treating her unkindly. But Mademoiselle Blanche was not listening. A few steps from her stood the flowers brought from Sairmeuse, and their perfume rekindled her anger. "At least," she interrupted, "you have here what will almost make you forget the gardens of Sairmeuse. Who sent you these beautiful flowers?" Marianne turned crimson. She did not speak for a moment, but at last she replied, or rather stammered, "It is an attention from the Marquis de Sairmeuse." "So she confesses it," thought Mademoiselle de Courtornieu, amazed at what she was pleased to consider an outrageous piece of impudence. But she succeeded in concealing her rage beneath a loud burst of laughter, and it was in a tone of raillery that she said, "Take care, my dear friend, I'm going to call you to account. It is from my fiancé that you are accepting flowers." "What? The Marquis de Sairmeuse has demanded the hand of your friend. Yes, my darling, and my father has given it to him. It is a secret as yet, but I see no danger in confiding in your friendship." She believed that she had inflicted a mortal wound upon Marie Anne's heart, but though she watched her closely, she failed to detect the slightest trace of emotion upon her face. "What dissimulation!" she thought. Then aloud, and with affected gaiety, she resumed. "And the country folk will see 2 weddings at about the same time, since you also are going to be married, my dear." "I? Yes, you little deceiver. Everybody knows that you are engaged to a young man in the neighborhood named, I know, Jean-Louis. Thus the report that annoyed Marie Anne so much reached her from every side. "Everybody is for once mistaken," said she energetically. "I shall never be that young man's wife." "But why? They speak well of him, personally, and he is quite rich." "Because," faltered Marie Anne, "because—" Maurice d'Escorval's name trembled upon her lips, but unfortunately she did not utter it, prevented by a strange expression on the face of her friend. How often one's destiny depends upon a circumstance apparently as trivial as this. "Impudent, worthless creature!" thought Mademoiselle Blanche. Then, in cold and sneering tones that betrayed her hatred unmistakably, she said: "You are wrong, believe me, to refuse this offer. This Chanlouineau will at all events save you from the painful necessity of laboring with your own hands, and of going from door to door in quest of work which is refused you. But no matter, she laid great stress upon this word, I will be more generous than your old acquaintances. I have a great deal of embroidery to be done. I shall send it to you by my maid, and you two may agree upon the price. We must go. Goodbye, my dear. Come, Aunt Medea." She departed, leaving Marie Anne petrified with surprise, sorrow, and indignation. Although less experienced than Mademoiselle Blanche, she comprehended that this strange visit concealed some mystery, but what? For more than a minute she stood motionless, gazing after her departing guests. Then she started suddenly as a hand was laid gently upon her shoulder. She trembled, and turning quickly found herself face to face with her father. Lacheneur's face was whiter than his linen, and a sinister light glittered in his eye. "I was there," said he, pointing to the door, "and I heard all." "Father!" "What? Would you try to defend her after she came here to crush you with her insolent good fortune? After she overwhelmed you with her ironical pity and with her scorn? I tell you they are all like this, these girls, whose heads have been turned by flattery, and who believe that in their veins flows a different blood from ours. But patience! The day of reckoning is near at hand." Those whom he threatened would have shuddered had they seen him at that moment, so terrible was the rage revealed by his accent, so formidable did he appear. "And you, my beloved daughter, my poor Marie Anne, you did not understand the insults she heaped upon you. You are wondering why she should have treated you with such disdain. Ah, well, I will tell you. She imagines that the Marquis de Sairmeuse is your lover." Marie Anne tottered beneath the terrible blow, and a nervous spasm shook her from head to foot. "Can this be possible?" she exclaimed. "Great God! What shame! What humiliation!" "And why should this astonish you?" said Lacheneur coldly. "Have you not expected this ever since the day when you, my devoted daughter, consented, for the sake of my plans, to submit to the attentions of this Marquis, whom you loathe as much as I despise?" "But Maurice will despise me. I can bear anything, yes, everything but that." Monsieur Lacheneur made no reply. Marie Anne's despair was heartbreaking. He felt that he could not bear to witness it, that it would shake his resolution, and he re-entered the house. But his penetration was not at fault. While waiting to find a revenge which would be worthy of her, Mademoiselle Blanche armed herself with a weapon of which jealousy and hatred so often avail themselves: calumny. 2 or 3 abominable stories which she concocted, and which she forced Aunt Medea to circulate everywhere, did not produce the desired effect. Marie Anne's reputation was, of course, ruined by them, but Martial's visits, instead of ceasing, became longer and more frequent. Dissatisfied with his progress and fearful that he was being duped, he even watched the house. So it happened that one evening, when he was quite sure that Lacheneur, his son, and Chanlouineau were absent, Martial saw a man leave the house and hasten across the fields. He rushed after him, but the man escaped him. He believed, however, that he recognized Maurice d'Escorval. End of chapter 17. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 18 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 18. After his son's confession, Monsieur d'Escorval was prudent enough to make no allusion to the hopes he himself entertained. "My poor Maurice," he thought, "is heartbroken, but resigned. It is better for him to remain without hope than to be exposed to the danger of another disappointment." But passion is not always blind. What the Baron concealed, Maurice divined, and he clung to this faint hope as tenaciously as a drowning man clings to the plank, which is his only hope of salvation. If he asked his parents no questions, it was only because he was convinced that they would not tell him the truth. But he watched all that went on in the house with that subtleness of penetration which fever so often imparts. Not one of his father's movements escaped his vigilant eye and ear. Consequently, he heard him put on his boots, ask for his hat, and select a cane from among those standing in the vestibule. He also heard the outer gate grate upon its hinges. "My father is going out," he said to himself, and, weak as he was, he succeeded in dragging himself to the window in time to satisfy himself of the truth of his conjectures. "If my father is going out," he thought, "it can only be to visit Monsieur Lacheneur. Then he has not relinquished all hope." An armchair was standing near by. He sank into it, intending to watch for his father's return. By doing so, he might know his destiny a few moments sooner. 3 long hours passed before the Baron returned. By his father's dejected manner, he plainly saw that all hope was lost. He was sure of it, as sure as the criminal who reads the fatal verdict in the solemn face of the judge. He had need of all his energy to regain his couch. For a moment he felt that he was dying. But he was ashamed of this weakness, which he judged unworthy of him. He determined to know what had passed, to know the details. He rang, and told the servant that he wished to speak to his father. Monsieur d'Escorval promptly made his appearance. "Well?" cried Maurice. Monsieur d'Escorval felt that denial was useless. "Lacheneur is deaf to my remonstrances and to my entreaties," he replied sadly. "Nothing remains for you but to submit, my son. I shall not tell you that time will assuage the sorrow that now seems insupportable. You would not believe me. But I do say to you that you are a man, and that you must prove your courage. I say even more, fight against thoughts of Marie-Anne, as a traveler on the verge of a precipice fights against the thought of vertigo. Have you seen Marie-Anne, father? Have you spoken to her?" "I found her even more inflexible than Lacheneur." "They reject me, and they receive Chanlouineau, perhaps." "Chanlouineau is living there." "My God! And Martial de Sairmeuse?" "He is their familiar guest. I saw him there." That each of these responses fell upon Maurice like a thunderbolt was only too evident. But Monsieur d'Escorval had armed himself with the impassible courage of a surgeon who does not relax his hold on his instruments because the patient groans and writhes in agony. Monsieur d'Escorval wished to extinguish the last ray of hope in the heart of his son. "It is evident that Monsieur Lacheneur has lost his reason," exclaimed Maurice. The Baron shook his head despondently. "I thought so myself at first," he murmured. "But what does he say in justification of his conduct? He must say something." "Nothing. He refuses any explanation." And you, father, with all your knowledge of human nature, with all your wide experience, have not been able to fathom his intentions?" "I have my suspicions," Monsieur d'Escorval replied, "but only suspicions. It is possible that Lacheneur, listening to the voice of hatred, is dreaming of a terrible revenge. Who knows if he does not think of organizing some conspiracy of which he is to be the leader? These suppositions would explain everything. Chanlouineau is his aider and abettor, and he pretends to be reconciled to the Marquis de Sairmeuse in order to get information through him." The blood had returned to the pale cheeks of Maurice. "Such a conspiracy would not explain Monsieur Lacheneur's obstinate rejection of my suit." "Alas, yes, my poor boy. It is through Marie Anne that Lacheneur exerts such an influence over Chanlouineau and the Marquis de Sairmeuse. If she became your wife today, they would desert him tomorrow. Then, too, it is precisely because he loves us that he is determined we shall not be mixed up in an enterprise, the success of which is extremely doubtful. But these are mere conjectures." "Then I see that it is necessary to submit, to be resigned. Forget I cannot," faltered Maurice. He said this because he wished to reassure his father, but he thought exactly the opposite. "If Lacheneur is organizing a conspiracy," he said to himself, "he must need assistance. Why should I not offer mine? If I aid him in his preparations, if I share his hopes and his dangers, it will be impossible for him to refuse me the hand of his daughter. Whatever he may desire to undertake, I can surely be of greater assistance than Chanlouineau." From that moment, Maurice thought only of doing everything possible to hasten his convalescence. This was so rapid, so extraordinarily rapid, as to astonish Abbe Midon, who had taken the place of the physician from Montaignac. "I would never have believed that Maurice could have been thus consoled," said Madame d'Escorval, delighted to see her son's wonderful improvement in health and spirits. But the baron made no response. He regarded this almost miraculous recovery with distrust. He was assailed by a vague suspicion of the truth. He questioned his son, but skillfully as he did it, he could draw nothing from him. Maurice had decided to say nothing to his parents. What good would it do to trouble them? Besides, he feared remonstrance and opposition, and he was resolved to carry out his plans, even if he was compelled to leave the paternal roof. In the second week of September, the abbe declared that Maurice might resume his ordinary life, and that, as the weather was pleasant, it would be well for him to spend much of his time in the open air. In his delight, Maurice embraced the worthy priest. "What happiness!" he exclaimed. "Then I can hunt once more." He really cared but little for the chase, but he deemed it expedient to pretend a great passion for it, since it would furnish him with an excuse for frequent and protracted absences. Never had he felt more happy than on the morning when, with his gun upon his shoulder, he crossed the Oiselle and started for the abode of Monsieur Lacheneur. On reaching the little grove on the Reche, he paused for a moment at a place which commanded a view of the cottage. While he stood there, he saw Jean Lacheneur and Chanlouineau leave the house, each laden with a peddler's pack. Maurice was therefore sure that Monsieur Lacheneur and Marie Anne were alone in the house. He hastened to the cottage and entered without stopping to rap. Marie Anne and her father were kneeling on the hearth, upon which a huge fire was blazing. On hearing the door open, they turned, and at the sight of Maurice they both sprang up, blushing and confused. "What brings you here?" they exclaimed in the same breath. Under other circumstances, Maurice d'Escorval would have been dismayed by such a hostile greeting, but now he scarcely noticed it. "You have no business to return here against my wishes, and after what I have said to you, Monsieur d'Escorval," said Lacheneur rudely. Maurice smiled. He was perfectly cool, and not a detail of the scene before him had escaped his notice. If he had felt any doubts before, they were now dissipated. He saw upon the fire a large kettle of melted lead, and several bullet moulds stood on the hearth beside the andirons. "If I venture to present myself at your house, monsieur," said Maurice gravely and impressively, "it is because I know all. I have discovered your revengeful project. You are looking for men to aid you, are you not? Very well. Look me in the face, in the eyes, and tell me if I am not one of those whom a leader is glad to enroll among all his followers." Monsieur Lacheneur was terribly agitated. "I do not know what you mean," he faltered, forgetting his feigned anger. "I have no projects. Would you assert this upon oath? Why are you casting these bullets? You are clumsy conspirators. You should lock your door. Someone else might have entered." And adding example to precept, he turned and pushed the bolt. "This is only an imprudence," he continued. "But to reject a soldier who comes to you voluntarily would be a fault for which your associate would have a right to call you to account. I have no desire, understand me, to force myself into your confidence. No, I give myself to you blindly, body and soul. Whatever your cause may be, I declare it mine. What you wish, I wish. I adopt your plans. Your enemies are my enemies. Command, I will obey. I ask only one favor, that of fighting, of triumphing, or of dying by your side." "Oh, refuse, father!" exclaimed Marie-Anne. "Refuse! To accept this offer would be a crime." "A crime! And why, if you please?" "Because our cause is not your cause, because its success is doubtful, because dangers surround us on every side." A scornful exclamation from Maurice interrupted her. "And it is you who think to dissuade me by pointing out the dangers that threaten you, the dangers that you are braving? Maurice! So, if imminent peril menaced me, instead of coming to my aid, you would desert me? You would hide yourself, saying, 'Let him perish, so that I may be saved.' Speak, would you do this?" She averted her face and made no reply. She could not force herself to utter an untruth, and she was unwilling to answer, "I would act as you are acting." She waited for her father's decision. "If I should comply with your request, Maurice," said Monsieur Lacheneur, "in less than 3 days you would curse me and ruin us by some outburst of anger. You love Marie-Anne. Could you see, unmoved, the frightful position in which she is placed? Remember, she must not discourage the addresses either of Chanlouineau or of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. You regard me, oh, I know as well as you do that it is a shameful and odious role that I impose upon her, that she is compelled to play a part in which she will lose a young girl's most precious possession, her reputation." Maurice did not wince. "So be it," he said calmly. "Marie-Anne's fate will be that of all women who have devoted themselves to the political advancement of the man whom they love, be he father, brother, or lover. She will be slandered, insulted, calumniated. What does it matter? She may continue her task. I consent to it, for I shall never doubt her, and I shall know how to hold my peace. If we succeed, she shall be my wife. If we fail—" The gesture which concluded the sentence said more strongly than any protestations that he was ready, resigned to anything. Monsieur Lacheneur was greatly moved. "At least give me time for reflection," said he. "There is no necessity for further reflection, monsieur." "But you are only a child, Maurice, and your father is my friend." "What of that?" "Rash boy, do you not understand that by compromising yourself you also compromise Baron d'Escorval? You think you are risking only your own head. You are endangering your father's life." But Maurice violently interrupted him. "There has been too much parleying already," he exclaimed. "There have been too many remonstrances. Answer me in a word. Only understand this. If you reject me, I will return to my father's house, and with this gun which I hold in my hand, I will blow out my brains." This was no idle threat. It was evident that what he said, that would he do. His listeners were so convinced of this that Marie-Anne turned to her father with clasped hands and a look of entreaty. "You are one of us, then," said Monsieur Lacheneur sternly. "But do not forget that you forced me to consent by threats, and whatever may happen to you or yours, remember that you would have it so." But these gloomy words produced no impression upon Maurice. He was wild with joy. "Now continued Monsieur Lacheneur, I must tell you my hopes, and acquaint you with the cause for which I am laboring. What does that matter to me? Maurice exclaimed, gaily, and springing toward Marie-Anne, he seized her hand and raised it to his lips, crying, with the joyous laugh of youth, My cause? Here it is. Lacheneur turned away. Perhaps he recollected that a sacrifice of his pride was all that was necessary to assure the happiness of these poor children. But if a feeling of remorse entered his mind, he drove it away, and with increased sternness he said, Still, Monsieur d'Escorval, it is necessary for you to understand our agreement. Make known your conditions, sir. First, your visits here, after certain rumors that I have put in circulation, would arouse suspicion. You must come here only at night, and then only at hours that have been agreed upon in advance. Never when you are not expected. The attitude of Maurice expressed his entire consent. Moreover, you must find some way to cross the river without having recourse to the ferryman, who is a dangerous fellow. We have an old skiff. I will persuade my father to have it repaired. Very well. Will you also promise me to avoid the Marquis de Sairmeuse? I will. Wait a moment. We must be prepared for any emergency. It may be that, in spite of our precautions, you will meet him here. Monsieur de Sairmeuse is arrogance itself, and he hates you. You detest him, and you are very hasty. Swear to me that if he provokes you, you will ignore his insults. But I should be considered a coward, monsieur. Probably. Will you swear? Maurice hesitated, but an imploring look from Marie-Anne decided him. I swear, he said gravely. As far as Chanlouineau is concerned, it would be better not to let him know of our agreement, but I will take care of this matter. Monsieur Lacheneur paused and reflected for a moment, as if striving to discover if he had forgotten anything. Nothing remains, Maurice, he resumed, but to give you a last and very important piece of advice. Do you know my son? Certainly. We were formerly the best of comrades during our vacations. Very well. When you know my secret, for I shall confide it to you without reserve, beware of Jean. What, sir? Beware of Jean. I repeat it. And he blushed deeply as he added, it is a painful avowal for a father, but I have no confidence in my own son. He knows no more in regard to my plans than I told him on the day of his arrival. I deceive him because I fear he might betray us. Perhaps it would be wise to send him away, but in that case, what would people say? Most assuredly they would say that I was very avaricious of my own blood, while I was very ready to risk the lives of others. Still, I may be mistaken. I may misjudge him. He sighed and added, Beware. End of chapter 18. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 19 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 19. So it was really Maurice d'Escorval whom the Marquis de Sairmeuse had seen leaving Lacheneur's house. Martial was not certain of it, but the very possibility made his heart swell with anger. "What part am I playing here, then?" he exclaimed indignantly. He had been so completely blinded by passion that he would not have been likely to discover the real condition of affairs, even if no pains had been taken to deceive him. Lacheneur's formal courtesy and politeness he regarded as sincere. He believed in the studied respect shown him by Jean, and the almost servile obsequiousness of Chanlouineau did not surprise him in the least. And since Marie-Anne welcomed him politely, he concluded that his suit was progressing favorably. Having himself forgotten, he supposed that everyone else had ceased to remember. Moreover, he was of the opinion that he had acted with great generosity, and that he was entitled to the deep gratitude of the Lacheneur family, for Monsieur Lacheneur had received the legacy bequeathed him by Mademoiselle Armande, and an indemnity, besides all the furniture he had chosen to take from the chateau, a total of at least 60,000 francs. "He must be hard to please if he is not satisfied," growled the Duke, enraged at such prodigality, though it did not cost him a penny. Martial had supposed himself the only visitor at the cottage on the Reche, and when he discovered that such was not the case, he became furious. "Am I, then, the dupe of a shameless girl?" he thought. He was so incensed that for more than a week he did not go to Lacheneur's house. His father concluded that his ill humor and gloom was caused by some misunderstanding with Marianne, and he took advantage of this opportunity to gain his son's consent to an alliance with Blanche de Courtornieu. A victim to the most cruel doubts and fears, Martial, goaded to the last extremity, exclaimed, "Very well, I will marry Mademoiselle Blanche." The Duke did not allow such a good resolution to grow cold. In less than 48 hours the engagement was made public, the marriage contract was drawn up, and it was announced that the wedding would take place early in the spring. A grand banquet was given at Sairmeuse in honor of the betrothal, a banquet all the more brilliant since there were other victories to be celebrated. The Duc de Sairmeuse had just received with his brevet of lieutenant general a commission placing him in command of the military department of Montaignac. The Marquis de Courtornieu had also received an appointment, making him provost marshal of the same district. Blanche had triumphed. After this public betrothal, Martial was bound to her. For a fortnight, indeed, he scarcely left her side. In her society there was a charm whose sweetness almost made him forget his love for Marianne. But unfortunately the haughty heiress could not resist the temptation to make a slighting allusion to Marianne, and to the lowliness of the Marquis's former tastes. She found an opportunity to say that she furnished Marianne with work to aid her in earning a living. Martial forced himself to smile, but the indignity which Marianne had received aroused his sympathy and indignation, and the next day he went to Lacheneur's house. In the warmth of the greeting that awaited him there, all his anger vanished, all his suspicions evaporated. Marianne's eyes beamed with joy on seeing him again. He noticed it. "Oh, I shall win her yet," he thought. All the household were really delighted at his return. The son of the commander of the military forces at Montaignac, and the prospective son-in-law of the provost marshal, Martial was a most valuable instrument. "Through him we shall have an eye and an ear in the enemy's camp," said Lacheneur. "The Marquis de Sairmeuse will be our spy." He was, for he soon resumed his daily visits to the cottage. It was now December, and the roads were terrible, but neither rain, snow, nor mud could keep Martial from the cottage. He made his appearance generally as early as 10 o'clock, seated himself upon a stool in the shadow of a tall fireplace, and he and Marianne talked by the hour. She seemed greatly interested in matters at Montaignac, and he told her all that he knew in regard to affairs there. Sometimes they were alone. Lacheneur, Chanlouineau, and Jean were tramping about the country with their merchandise. Business was prospering so well that Monsieur Lacheneur had purchased a horse in order to extend his journeys, but Martial's conversation was generally interrupted by visitors. It was really surprising to see how many peasants came to the house to speak to Monsieur Lacheneur. There was an interminable procession of them, and to each of these peasants Marianne had something to say in private. Then she offered each man refreshments. The house seemed almost like a common drinking saloon. But what can daunt the courage of a lover? Martial endured all this without a murmur. He laughed and jested with the comers and goers. He shook hands with them. Sometimes he even drank with them. He gave many other proofs of moral courage. He offered to assist Monsieur Lacheneur in making up his accounts, and once, it happened about the middle of February, Seeing Chanlouineau worrying over the composition of a letter, he actually offered to act as his amanuensis. "The damned letter is not for me, but for an uncle of mine who is about to marry off his daughter," said Chanlouineau. Martial took a seat at the table, and at Chanlouineau's dictation, but not without many erasures, indited the following epistle. "My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage has been decided upon. We are now busy with preparations for the wedding, which will take place on blank. We invite you to give us the pleasure of your company. We count upon you, and be assured that the more friends you bring with you, the better we shall be pleased." Had Martial seen the smile upon Chanlouineau's lips when he requested him to leave the date for the wedding a blank, he would certainly have suspected that he had been caught in a snare. But he was in love. "Ah, Marquis," remarked his father one day, "Chupin tells me you are always at Lacheneur's. When will you recover from your penchant for that little girl?" Martial did not reply. He felt that he was at that little girl's mercy. Each glance of hers made his heart throb wildly. By her side he was a willing captive. If she had asked him to make her his wife, he would not have said no. But Marie Anne had not this ambition. All her thoughts, all her wishes were for her father's success. Maurice and Marie Anne had become Monsieur Lacheneur's most intrepid auxiliaries. They were looking forward to such a magnificent reward. Such feverish activity as Maurice displayed. All day long he hurried from hamlet to hamlet, and in the evening, as soon as dinner was over, he made his escape from the drawing-room, sprang into his boat, and hastened to the Reche. Monsieur d'Escorval could not fail to remark the long and frequent absences of his son. He watched him, and soon became absolutely certain that Lacheneur had, to use the Baron's own expression, seduced him. Greatly alarmed, he decided to go and see his former friend, and fearing another repulse, he begged Abbe Midon to accompany him. It was on the 4th of March, at about 4:30 o'clock, that Monsieur d'Escorval and the curé started for the Reche. They were so anxious and troubled in mind that they scarcely exchanged a dozen words as they wended their way onward. A strange sight met their eyes as they emerged from the grove on the Reche. Night was falling, but it was still light enough for them to distinguish objects only a short distance from them. Before Lacheneur's house stood a group of about a dozen persons, and Monsieur Lacheneur was speaking and gesticulating excitedly. What was he saying? Neither the Baron nor the priest could distinguish his words, but when he ceased, the most vociferous acclamations rent the air. Suddenly a match glowed between his fingers. He set fire to a bundle of straw and tossed it upon the thatched roof of his cottage, crying out in a terrible voice, "The die is cast! This will prove to you that I shall not draw back." 5 minutes later the house was in flames. In the distance, the Baron and his companions saw the windows of the citadel at Montaignac illuminated by a red glare, and upon every hillside glowed the light of other incendiary fires. The country was responding to Lacheneur's signal. End of chapter 19. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 20 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 20. Ah, ambition is a fine thing. The Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu were past middle age. Their lives had been marked by many storms and vicissitudes. They were the possessors of millions and the owners of the most sumptuous residences in the province. Under these circumstances, one might have supposed that they would desire to end their days in peace and quietness. It would have been easy for them to create a life of happiness by doing good to those around them, and by preparing for their last hours a chorus of benedictions and of regrets. But no, they longed to have a hand in managing the ship of state. They were not content to be simply passengers. And the Duke, appointed to the command of the military forces, and the Marquis, made presiding judge of the court at Montaignac, were both obliged to leave their beautiful homes and take up their abode in rather dingy quarters in town. They did not murmur at the change. Their vanity was satisfied. Louis XVIII was on the throne. Their prejudices were triumphant. They were happy. It is true that dissatisfaction was rife on every side, but had they not hundreds and thousands of allies at hand to suppress it? And when wise and thoughtful persons spoke of discontent, the Duke and his associates regarded them as visionaries. On the 4th of March, 1816, the Duke was just sitting down to dinner, when a loud noise was heard in the vestibule. He rose, but at that very instant the door was flung open, and a man entered, panting and breathless. This man was Chupin, the former poacher, whom Monsieur de Sairmeuse had elevated to the position of head gamekeeper. It was evident that something extraordinary had happened. "What is it?" inquired the Duke. "They are coming!" cried Chupin. "They are already on the way." "Who? Who?" By way of response, Chupin handed the Duke a copy of the letter written by Martial under Chanlouineau's dictation. Monsieur de Sairmeuse read: "My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage is decided. We are now busy in preparing for the wedding, which will take place on the 4th of March." The date was no longer blank, but still the Duke did not comprehend. "Well, what of it?" he demanded. Chupin tore his hair. "They are on the way," he repeated. "I speak of the peasants. They intend to take possession of Montaignac, dethrone Louis XVIII, bring back the Emperor, or at least the son of the Emperor. Miserable wretches! They have deceived me. I suspected this outbreak, but I did not think it was so near at hand." This terrible blow, so entirely unexpected, stupefied the Duke for a moment. "How many are there?" he demanded. "Ah, how do I know, monsieur? 2,000, perhaps 10,000. "All the townspeople are with us." "No, monsieur, no. The rebels have accomplices here. All the retired officers stand ready to assist them." "Who are the leaders of the movement?" "Lacheneur, Abbé Midon, Chanlouineau, Baron d'Escorval." "Enough!" cried the Duke. Now that danger was certain, his coolness returned, and his Herculean form, a trifle bowed by the weight of years, rose to its full height. He gave the bell rope a violent pull. A valet appeared. "My uniform!" commanded Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "My pistols! Quick!" The servant was about to obey, when the Duke exclaimed, "Wait! Let someone take a horse and go tell my son to come here without a moment's delay. Take one of the swiftest horses. The messenger ought to go to Sairmeuse and return in 2 hours." Chupin endeavored to attract the Duke's attention by pulling the skirt of his coat. Monsieur de Sairmeuse turned. "What is it?" The old poacher put his finger on his lip, recommending silence, but as soon as the valet had left the room, he said, "It is useless to send for the Marquis." "And why, you fool?" "Because, monsieur, because... excuse me, "Zounds! Will you speak or will you not?" Chupin regretted that he had gone so far. "Because the Marquis—" "Well?" "He is engaged in it." The Duke overturned the table with a terrible blow of his clenched fist. "You lie, wretch!" he thundered with the most horrible oaths. He was so formidable in his anger that the old poacher sprang to the door and turned the knob, ready to take flight. "May I lose my head if I do not speak the truth!" he insisted. "Ah, Lacheneur's daughter is a regular sorceress. All the gallants of the neighborhood are in the ranks. Chanlouineau, young d'Escorval, your son." Monsieur de Sairmeuse was pouring forth a torrent of curses upon Marianne when his valet re-entered the room. He suddenly checked himself, put on his uniform, and ordering Chupin to follow him, hastened from the house. He was still hoping that Chupin had exaggerated the danger, but when he reached the Place d'Armes, which commanded an extended view of the surrounding country, his illusions were put to flight. Signal lights gleamed upon every side. Montaignac seemed surrounded by a circle of flame. "These are the signals," murmured Chupin. "The rebels will be here before 2 o'clock in the morning." The Duke made no response, but hastened to consult Monsieur de Courtornieu. He was striding toward his friend's house when, on hastily turning a corner, he saw 2 men talking in a doorway, and on seeing the glittering of the Duke's epaulets, both of them took flight. The Duke instinctively started in pursuit, overtook one man, and seizing him by the collar, he asked sternly, "Who are you? What is your name?" The man was silent, and his captor shook him so roughly that 2 pistols, which had been hidden under his long coat, fell to the ground. "Ah, brigand!" exclaimed Monsieur de Sairmeuse, "so you are one of the conspirators against the king." Then, without another word, he dragged the man to the citadel, gave him in charge of the astonished soldiers, and again started for Monsieur de Courtornieu's house. He expected the Marquis would be terrified. Not in the least. He seemed delighted. "At last comes an opportunity for us to display our devotion and our zeal, and without danger. We have good walls, strong gates, and 3,000 soldiers at our command. These peasants are fools, but be grateful for their folly, my dear Duke, and run and order out the Montaignac chasseurs." But suddenly a cloud overspread his face. He knit his brows and added, "The devil! I am expecting Blanche this evening. She was to leave Courtornieu after dinner. Heaven grant that she may meet with no misfortune on the way." End of chapter 20. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 21 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 21. The Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu had more time before them than they supposed. The rebels were advancing, but not so rapidly as Chupin has said. 2 circumstances, which it was impossible to foresee, disarranged Lacheneur's plans. Standing beside his burning house, Lacheneur counted the signal fires that blazed out in answer to his own. Their number corresponded to his expectations. He uttered a cry of joy. "All our friends keep their word," he exclaimed. "They are ready. They are even now on their way to the rendezvous. Let us start at once, for we must be there first." They brought him his horse, and his foot was already in the stirrup when 2 men sprang from the neighboring grove and darted toward him. One of them seized the horse by the bridle. "Abbé Midon!" exclaimed Lacheneur in profound astonishment. "Monsieur d'Escorval!" And foreseeing perhaps what was to come, he added, in a tone of concentrated fury, "What do you 2 men want with me?" "We wish to prevent the accomplishment of an act of madness," exclaimed Monsieur d'Escorval. "Hatred has crazed you, Lacheneur. You know nothing of my projects." "Do you think that I do not suspect them? You hope to capture Montaignac." "What does that matter to you?" interrupted Lacheneur violently. But Monsieur d'Escorval would not be silenced. He seized the arm of his former friend, and, in a voice loud enough to be heard distinctly by everyone present, he continued, "Foolish man, you have forgotten that Montaignac is a fortified city, protected by deep moats and high walls. You have forgotten that behind these fortifications is a garrison commanded by a man whose energy and valor are beyond all question, the Duc de Sairmeuse." Lacheneur struggled to free himself from his friend's grasp. "Everything has been arranged," he replied, "and they are expecting us at Montaignac. You would be as sure of this as I am myself if you had seen the light gleaming on the windows of the citadel. And look, you can see it yet. This light tells me that 200 or 300 retired officers will come to open the gates of the city for us as soon as we make our appearance." "And after that, if you take Montaignac, what will you do then? Do you suppose that the English will give you back your emperor? Is not Napoleon II the prisoner of the Austrians? Have you forgotten that the allied sovereigns have left 150,000 10,000 soldiers within a day's march of Paris. Sullen murmurs were heard among Lacheneur's followers. But all this is nothing, continued the Baron. The chief danger lies in the fact that there are as many traitors as dupes in an undertaking of this sort. Whom do you call dupes, monsieur? All those who take their illusions for realities, as you have done. All those who, because they desire anything very much, really believe that it will come to pass. Do you really suppose that neither the Duc de Sairmeuse nor the Marquis de Coulommiers has been warned of it? Lacheneur shrugged his shoulders. Who could have warned them? But his tranquillity was feigned. The look which he cast upon Jean proved it, and it was in the coldest possible tone that he added, "It is probable that at this very hour the Duc and the Marquis are in the power of our friends." The Cure now attempted to join his efforts to those of the Baron. "You will not go, Lacheneur," he said. "You will not remain deaf to the voice of reason. You are an honest man. Think of the frightful responsibility you assume. What! Upon these frail hopes you dare to peril the lives of hundreds of brave men? I tell you that you will not succeed. You will be betrayed. I am sure you will be betrayed." An expression of horror contracted Lacheneur's features. It was evident to all that he was deeply moved. It is impossible to say what might have happened had it not been for the intervention of Chanlouineau. This sturdy peasant came forward brandishing his gun. "We are wasting too much time in foolish prattling," he exclaimed with a fierce oath. Lacheneur started as if he had been struck by a whip. He rudely freed himself and leaped into the saddle. "Forward!" he ordered. But the Baron and the priest did not yet despair. They sprang to the horse's head. "Lacheneur!" cried the priest, "beware! The blood you are about to spill will fall upon your head and upon the heads of your children." Appalled by these prophetic words, the little band paused. Then someone issued from the ranks, clad in the costume of a peasant. "Marie Anne!" exclaimed the Abbé and the Baron in the same breath. "Yes, I," responded the young girl, removing the large hat which had partially concealed her face. "I wish to share the dangers of those who are dear to me, share in their victory or their defeat. Your counsel comes too late, gentlemen. Do you see those lights on the horizon? They tell us that the people of these communes are repairing to the crossroads at the Croix d'Arcy, the general rendezvous. Before 2 o'clock, 1,500 men will be gathered there, awaiting my father's commands. Would you have him leave these men, whom he has called from their peaceful firesides, without a leader? Impossible!" She evidently shared the madness of her lover and father, even if she did not share all their hopes. "No, there must be no more hesitation, no more parleying," she continued. "Prudence now would be the height of folly. There is no more danger in a retreat than in an advance. Do not try to detain my father, gentlemen. Each moment of delay may perhaps cost a man's life. And now, my friends, forward!" A loud cheer answered her, and the little band descended the hill. But Monsieur d'Escorval could not allow his own son, whom he saw in the ranks, to depart thus. "Maurice!" he cried. The young man hesitated, but at last approached. "You will not follow these madmen, Maurice," said the Baron. "I must follow them, father." "I forbid it." "Alas, father, I cannot obey you. I have promised, I have sworn, I am second in command." His voice was sad, but it was determined. "My son!" exclaimed Monsieur d'Escorval. "Unfortunate child! It is to certain death that you are marching, to certain death." "All the more reason that I should not break my word, father." "And your mother, Maurice, the mother whom you forget?" A tear glistened in the young man's eye. "My mother," he replied, "would rather weep for her dead son than keep him near her dishonored, and branded with the names of coward and traitor. Farewell, my father." Monsieur d'Escorval appreciated the nobility of soul that Maurice displayed in his conduct. He extended his arms and pressed his beloved son convulsively to his heart, feeling that it might be for the last time. "Farewell," he faltered. "Farewell." Maurice soon rejoined his comrades, whose acclamations were growing fainter and fainter in the distance. But the Baron stood motionless, overwhelmed with sorrow. Suddenly he started from his reverie. "A single hope remains, Abbé," he cried. "Alas!" murmured the priest. "Oh, I am not mistaken. Marianne just told us the place of rendezvous. By running to Escorval and harnessing the cabriolet, we might be able to reach the Croix d'Arcy before this party arrives there. Your voice, which touched Lacheneur, will touch the heart of his accomplices. We will persuade these poor misguided men to return to their homes. Come, Abbe, come quickly." And they departed on the run. End of chapter 21. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 22 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 22. The clock in the tower of Sairmeuse was striking the hour of 8 when Lacheneur and his little band of followers left the Reche. An hour later, at the Château de Courtornieu, Mademoiselle Blanche, after finishing her dinner, ordered the carriage to convey her to Montaignac. Since her father had taken up his abode in town, they met only on Sunday. On that day either Blanche went to Montaignac or the Marquis paid a visit to the château. Hence, this proposed journey was a deviation from the regular order of things. It was explained, however, by grave circumstances. It was 6 days since Martial had presented himself at Courtornieu, and Blanche was half crazed with grief and rage. What Aunt Medea was forced to endure during this interval only poor dependents in rich families can understand. For the first 3 days Mademoiselle Blanche succeeded in preserving a semblance of self-control. On the 4th she could endure it no longer, and in spite of the breach of les convenances which it involved, she sent a messenger to Sairmeuse to inquire for Martial. Was he ill? Had he gone away? The messenger was informed that the Marquis was perfectly well, but as he spent the entire day from early morn to dewy eve in hunting, he went to bed every evening as soon as supper was over. What a horrible insult! Still, she was certain that Martial, on hearing what she had done, would hasten to her to make his excuses. Vain hope! He did not come. He did not even condescend to give one sign of life.
"Ah, doubtless he is with her," she said to Aunt Medea. "He is on his knees before that miserable Marianne, his mistress."
For she had finished by believing, as is not unfrequently the case, the very calumnies which she herself had invented. In this extremity she decided to make her father her confidant. She wrote him a note announcing her coming. She wished her father to compel Lacheneur to leave the country. This would be an easy matter for him, since he was armed with discretionary authority at an epoch when lukewarm devotion afforded an abundant excuse for sending a man into exile. Fully decided upon this plan, Blanche became calmer on leaving the chateau, and her hopes overflowed in incoherent phrases to which poor Aunt Medea listened with her accustomed resignation.
"At last I shall be rid of this shameless creature," she exclaimed. "We will see if he has the audacity to follow her. Will he follow her? Oh no, he dare not."
When the carriage passed through the village of Sairmeuse, Mademoiselle Blanche noticed an unwonted animation. There were lights in every house. The saloons seemed full of drinkers, and groups of people were standing upon the public square and upon the doorsteps. But what did this matter to Mademoiselle de Courtornieu? It was not until they were a mile or so from Sairmeuse that she was startled from her reverie.
"Listen, Aunt Medea," she said suddenly.
"Do you hear anything?" The poor dependent listened. Both occupants of the carriage heard shouts that became more and more distinct with each revolution of the wheels.
"Let us find out the meaning of this,"
said Mademoiselle Blanche, and lowering one of the carriage windows, she asked the coachman the cause of the disturbance. "I see a great crowd of peasants on the hill. They have torches and—"
"Blessed Jesus!"
interrupted Aunt Medea in alarm. "It must be a wedding," added the coachman, whipping up his horses. It was not a wedding, but Lacheneur's little band, which had been augmented to the number of about 500. Lacheneur should have been at the Croix d'Arcy 2 hours before, but he had shared the fate of most popular chiefs. When an impetus had been given to the movement, he was no longer master of it. Baron d'Escorval had made him lose 20 minutes. He was delayed 4 times times as long in Sairmeuse. When he reached that village, a little behind time, he found the peasants scattered through the wine shops, drinking to the success of the enterprise. To tear them from their merrymaking was a long and difficult task. And to crown all, when they were finally induced to resume their line of march, it was impossible to persuade them to extinguish the pine knots which they had lighted to serve as torches. Prayers and threats were alike unavailing. They wished to see their way, they said. Poor deluded creatures, they had not the slightest conception of the difficulties and the perils of the enterprise they had undertaken. They were going to capture a fortified city defended by a numerous garrison, as if they were bound on a pleasure jaunt, gay, thoughtless, and animated by the imperturbable confidence of a child. They were marching along arm in arm, singing patriotic songs. On horseback, in the center of the band, Monsieur Lacheneur felt his hair turning white with anguish. Would not this delay ruin everything? What would the others who were waiting at the Croix d'Arcy think? What were they doing at this very moment? Onward! Onward, he repeated. Maurice, Chanlouineau, Jean, Marianne, and about 20 of the old soldiers of the Empire understood and shared Lacheneur's despair. They knew the terrible danger they were incurring, and they too repeated, "Faster, let us march faster." Vain exhortation. It pleased these people to go slowly. Suddenly the entire band stopped. Some of the peasants, chancing to look back, had seen the lamps of Mademoiselle de Courtornieu's carriage gleaming in the darkness. It came rapidly onward, and soon overtook them. The peasants recognized the coachman's livery, and greeted the vehicle with shouts of derision. Monsieur de Courtornieu, by his avariciousness, had made even more enemies than the Duc de Sairmeuse, and all the peasants who thought they had more or less reason to complain of his extortions were delighted at this opportunity to frighten him. For that they were not thinking of vengeance is conclusively proved by the sequel. Hence great was their disappointment when, on opening the carriage door, they saw within the vehicle only Mademoiselle Blanche and Aunt Medea, who uttered the most piercing shrieks. But Mademoiselle de Courtornieu was a brave woman.
"Who are you?" she demanded haughtily. "And what do you desire?"
"You will know tomorrow," replied Chanlouineau. "Until then, you are our prisoner."
"I see that you do not know who I am, boy."
"Excuse me, I do know who you are, and for this very reason I request you to descend from your carriage. She must leave the carriage, must she not, Monsieur d'Escorval?"
"Very well. I declare that I will not leave my carriage. Tear me from it if you dare."
They would certainly have dared had it not been for Marianne, who checked some peasants as they were springing toward the carriage. "Let Mademoiselle de Courtornieu pass without hindrance," said she. But this permission might produce such serious consequences that Chanlouineau found courage to resist. "That cannot be, Marianne," said he. "She will warn her father. We must keep her as a hostage. Her life may save the life of our friends." Mademoiselle Blanche had not recognized her former friend any more than she had suspected the intentions of this crowd of men. But Marianne's name, uttered with that of d'Escorval, enlightened her at once. She understood it all, and trembled with rage at the thought that she was at the mercy of her rival. She resolved to place herself under no obligation to Marianne Lacheneur.
"Very well," said she, "we will descend."
Her former friend checked her.
"No," said she, "no, this is not the place for a young girl." "For an honest young girl, you should say," replied Blanche with a sneer.
Chanlouineau was standing only a few feet from the speaker with his gun in his hand. If a man had uttered those words, he would have been instantly killed. Marianne did not deign to notice them.
"Mademoiselle will turn back," she said calmly, "and as she can reach Montaignac by the other road, 2 men will accompany her as far as Courtornieu."
She was obeyed. The carriage turned and rolled away, but not so quickly that Marianne failed to hear Blanche cry,
"Beware, Marie! I will make you pay dearly for your insulting patronage."
The hours were flying by. This incident had occupied 10 minutes more, 10 centuries, and the last trace of order had disappeared. Monsieur Lacheneur could have wept with rage. He called Maurice and Chanlouineau. "I place you in command," said he. "Do all that you can to hurry these idiots onward. I will ride as fast as I can to the Croix d'Arcy." He started, but he was only a short distance distance in advance of his followers when he saw two men running toward him at full speed. One was clad in the attire of a well-to-do bourgeois. The other wore the old uniform of captain in the Emperor's guard. "What has happened?" Lacheneur cried in alarm. "All is discovered." "Great God!" "Major Carini has been arrested." "By whom? How?" "Oh, there was a fatality about it. Just as we were perfecting our arrangements to capture the Duc de Sairmeuse, the Duke surprised us. We fled, but the cursed noble pursued us, overtook Carini, seized him by the collar, and dragged him to the citadel." Lacheneur was overwhelmed. The Abbé's gloomy prophecy again resounded in his ears. "So I warned my friends, and hastened to warn you," continued the officer. "The affair is an utter failure." He was only too correct, and Lacheneur knew it even better than he did. But blinded by hatred and anger, he would not acknowledge that the disaster was irreparable. "Let Mademoiselle de Coulommiers pass without hindrance." He affected a calmness which he did not in the least feel. "You are easily discouraged, gentlemen," he said bitterly. "There is at least one more chance." "The devil! Then you have resources of which we are ignorant?" "Perhaps. That depends. You have just passed the Croix d'Arcy. Did you tell any of those people what you have just told me?" "Not a word." "How many men are there at the rendezvous?" "At least 2,000. "And what is their mood?" "They are burning to begin the struggle. They are cursing our slowness and told me to entreat you to make haste." "In that case, our cause is not lost," said Lacheneur, with a threatening gesture. "Wait here until the peasants come up, and say to them that you were sent to tell them to make haste. Bring them on as quickly as possible, and have confidence in me. I will be responsible for the success of the enterprise." He said this, then, putting spurs to his horse, galloped away. He had deceived the men. He had no other resources. He did not have the slightest hope of success. It was an abominable falsehood. But if this edifice, which he had erected with such care and labor, was to totter and fall, he desired to be buried beneath its ruins. They would be defeated, he was sure of it, but what did that matter? In the conflict he would seek death and find it. Bitter discontent pervaded the crowd at the Croix d'Arcy, and after the passing of the officers who had hastened to warn Lacheneur of the disaster at Montaignac, the murmurs of dissatisfaction were changed to curses. These peasants, nearly 2,000 in number, were indignant at not finding their leader awaiting them at the rendezvous. "Where is he?" they asked. "Who knows but he is afraid at the last moment? Perhaps he is concealing himself while we are risking our lives and the bread of our children here." And already the epithets of mischief maker and traitor were flying from lip to lip, and increasing the anger in every breast. Some were of the opinion that the crowd should disperse. Others wished to march against Montaignac without Lacheneur, and that immediately. But these deliberations were interrupted by the furious gallop of a horse. A carriage appeared, and stopped in the center of the open space. Two men alighted, Baron d'Escorval and Abbé Midon. They were in advance of Lacheneur. They thought they had arrived in time. Alas! Here, as on the Reche, all their efforts, all their entreaties, and all their threats were futile. They had come in the hope of arresting the movement. They only precipitated it. "We have gone too far to draw back," exclaimed one of the neighboring farmers, who was the recognized leader in Lacheneur's absence. "If death is before us, it is also behind us. To attack and conquer, that is our only hope of salvation. Forward, then, at once. This is the only way of disconcerting our enemies. He who hesitates is a coward. Forward!" A shout of approval from 2,000 throats replied, "Forward!" They unfurled the tricolor, that much regretted flag that reminded them of so much glory and so many great misfortunes. The drums began to beat, and with shouts of "Vive Napoleon II!" the whole column took up its line of march. Pale, with clothing in disorder, and voices husky with fatigue and emotion, Monsieur d'Escorval and the Abbé followed the rebels, imploring them to listen to reason. They saw the precipice toward which these misguided creatures were rushing, and they prayed God for an inspiration to check them. In 50 minutes the distance separating the Croix d'Arcy from Montaignac is traversed. Soon they see the gate of the citadel, which was to have been opened for them by their friends within the walls. It is 11 o'clock. o'clock, and yet this gate stands open. Does not this circumstance prove that their friends are masters of the town, and that they are awaiting them in force? They advance, so certain of success that those who have guns do not even take the trouble to load them. Monsieur d'Escorval and the abbé alone foresee the catastrophe. The leader of the expedition is near them. They entreat him not to neglect the commonest precautions. They implore him to send some 2 men on in advance to reconnoiter. They themselves offer to go, on condition that the peasants will await their return before proceeding further. But their prayers are unheeded. The peasants pass the outer line of fortifications in safety. The head of the advancing column reaches the drawbridge. The enthusiasm amounts to delirium. Who will be the first to enter is the only thought. Alas, at that very moment a pistol is fired. It is a signal, for instantly on every side resounds a terrible fusillade. 3 or 4 peasants fall, mortally wounded. The rest pause, frozen with terror, thinking only of escape. The indecision is terrible, but the leader encourages his men. There are a few of Napoleon's old soldiers in the ranks. A struggle begins, all the more frightful by reason of the darkness. But it is not the cry of "forward" that suddenly rends the air. The voice of a coward sends up the cry of panic. "We are betrayed! Let him save himself who can!" This is the end of all order. A wild fear seizes the throng, and these men flee madly, despairingly, scattered as withered leaves are scattered by the power of the tempest. End of chapter 22. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 23 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 23. Chupin's stupefying revelations, and the thought that Martial, the heir of his name and dukedom, should degrade himself so low as to enter into a conspiracy with vulgar peasants, drove the Duc de Sairmeuse nearly wild. But the Marquis de Courtornieu's coolness restored the Duke's sang-froid. He ran to the barracks, and in less than half an hour 500 foot soldiers and 300 of the Montaignac chasseurs were under arms. With these forces at his disposal, it would have been easy enough to suppress this movement without the least bloodshed. It was only necessary to close the gates of the city. It was not with fowling pieces and clubs that these poor peasants could force an entrance into a fortified town. But such moderation did not suit a man of the Duke's violent temperament, a man who was ever longing for struggle and excitement, a man whose ambition prompted him to display his zeal. He had ordered the gate of the citadel to be left open, and had concealed some of his soldiers behind the parapets of the outer fortifications. He then stationed himself where he could command a view of the approach to the citadel, and deliberately chose his moment for giving the signal to fire. Still, a strange thing happened. Of 400 shots fired into a dense crowd of 1,500 men, only 3 had hit the mark. More humane than their chief, nearly all the soldiers had fired in the air. But the Duke had not time to investigate this strange occurrence now. He leaped into the saddle, and placing himself at the head of about 500 men, cavalry and infantry, he started in pursuit of the fugitives. The peasants had the advantage of their pursuers by about 20 minutes. Poor simple creatures! They might easily have made their escape. They had only to disperse, to scatter, but unfortunately the thought never once occurred to the majority of them. A few ran across the fields and gained their homes in safety. The others, frantic and despairing, overcome by the strange vertigo that seizes the bravest in moments of panic, fled like a flock of frightened sheep. Fear lent them wings, for did they not hear each moment shots fired at the laggards? But there was one man who, at each of these detonations, received, as it were, his death wound. This man was Lacheneur. He had reached the Croix d'Arcy just as the firing at Montaignac began. He listened and waited. No discharge of musketry replied to the first fusillade. There might have been butchery, but combat, no. Lacheneur understood it all, and he wished that every ball had pierced his own heart. He put spurs to his horse and galloped to the crossroads. The place was deserted. At the entrance of one of the roads stood the cabriolet which had brought Monsieur d'Escorval and the abbé. At last Monsieur Lacheneur saw the fugitives approaching in the distance. He dashed forward to meet them, trying by mingled curses and insults to stay their flight. "Cowards!" he vociferated. "Traitors! You flee, and you are 10 against 1. Where are you going? To your own homes? Fools! You will find the gendarmes there, only waiting your coming to conduct you to the scaffold. Is it not better to die with your weapons in your hands? Come, right about, follow me. We may still conquer. Reinforcements are at hand. 2,000 men are following me." He promised them 2,000 men. Had he promised them 10,000, 20,000, an army and cannon, it would have made no difference. Not until they reached the wide open space of the crossroads, where they had talked so confidently scarcely an hour before, did the most intelligent of the throng regain their senses, while the others fled in every direction. About 100 of the bravest and most determined of the conspirators gathered around Monsieur Lacheneur. In the little crowd was the abbé, gloomy and despondent. He had been separated from the baron. What had been his fate? Had he been killed or taken prisoner? Was it possible that he had made his escape? The worthy priest dared not go away. He waited, hoping that his companion might rejoin him, and deemed himself fortunate in finding the carriage still there. He was still waiting when the remnant of the column, confided to Maurice and Chanlouineau, came up. Of the 500 men that composed it on its departure from Sairmeuse, only 15 remained, including the 2 retired officers. Marie-Anne was in the center of this little party. Monsieur Lacheneur and his friends were trying to decide what course it was best for them to pursue. Should each man go his way, or should they unite, and by an obstinate resistance give all their comrades time to reach their homes? The voice of Chanlouineau put an end to all hesitation. "I have come to fight," he exclaimed, "and I shall sell my life dearly." "We will make a stand, then," cried the others. But Chanlouineau did not follow them to the spot which they had considered best adapted to the prolonged defense. He called Maurice and drew him a little aside. "You, Monsieur d'Escorval," he said almost roughly, "are going to leave here at once." I came here, Chanlouineau, as you did, to do my duty." "Your duty, monsieur, is to serve Marie-Anne. Go at once and take her with you." "I shall remain," said Maurice firmly. He was going to join his comrades when Chanlouineau stopped him. "You have no right to sacrifice your life here," he said quietly. "Your life belongs to the woman who has given herself to you." "Wretch, how dare you?" Chanlouineau sadly shook his head. "What is the use of denying it?" said he. "It was so great a temptation that only an angel could have resisted it. It was not your fault, nor was it hers. Lacheneur was a bad father. There was a day when I wished either to kill myself or to kill you. I knew not which. Ah, only once again will you be as near death as you were that day. You were scarcely 5 paces from the muzzle of my gun. It was God who stayed my hand by reminding me of her despair. Now that I am to die, as well as Lacheneur, someone must care for Marie-Anne. Swear that you will marry her. You may be involved in some difficulty on account of this affair, but I have here the means of saving you." A sound of firing interrupted him. The soldiers of the Duc de Sairmeuse were approaching. "Good God!" exclaimed Chanlouineau. "And Marie-Anne?" They rushed in pursuit of her, and Maurice was the first to discover her, standing in the center of the open space, clinging to the neck of her father's horse. He took her in his arms, trying to drag her away. "Come," said he, "come!" But she refused. Leave me," she entreated. "But all is lost." "Yes, I know that all is lost, even honor. Leave me here. I must remain. I must die, and thus hide my shame. I must. It shall be so." Just then Chanlouineau appeared. Had he divined the secret of her resistance? Perhaps, but without uttering a word he lifted her in his strong arms as if she had been a child, and bore her to the carriage guarded by Abbe Midon. "Get in," he said, addressing the priest, "and quick, take Mademoiselle Lacheneur. Now, Maurice, in, your turn." But already the Duke's soldiers were masters of the field. Seeing a group in the shadow, at a little distance, they rushed to the spot. The heroic Chanlouineau seized his gun, and brandishing it like a club, held the enemy at bay, giving Maurice time to spring into the carriage, catch the reins, and start the horse off at a gallop. All the cowardice and all the heroism displayed on that terrible night will never be really known. 2 minutes after the departure of Marie-Anne and of Maurice, Chanlouineau was still battling with the foe. A dozen or more soldiers were in front of him. 20 shots had been fired, but not a ball had struck him. His enemies always believed him invulnerable. "Surrender!" cried the soldiers, amazed at such valor. "Surrender!" "Never, never!" He was truly formidable. He brought to the support of his marvelous courage a superhuman strength and agility. No one dared come within reach of those brawny arms that revolved with the power and velocity of the sails of a windmill. Then it was that a soldier, confiding his musket to the care of a companion, threw himself flat upon his belly, and crawling unobserved around behind this obscure hero, seized him by the legs. He tottered like an oak beneath the blow of the axe. Struggling furiously, but taken at such a disadvantage, was thrown to the ground, crying as he fell, "Help, friends, help!" But no one responded to this appeal. At the other end of the open space, those upon whom he called had, after a desperate struggle, yielded. The main body of the Duke's infantry was near at hand. The rebels heard the drums beating the charge. They could see the bayonets gleaming in the sunlight. Lacheneur, who had remained in the same spot, utterly ignoring the shot that whistled around him, felt that his few remaining comrades were about to be exterminated. In that supreme moment the whole past was revealed to him as by a flash of lightning. He read and judged his own heart. Hatred had led him to crime. He loathed himself for the humiliation which he had imposed upon his daughter. He cursed himself for the falsehoods by which he had deceived these brave men, for whose death he would be accountable. Enough blood had flowed. He must save those who remained. "Cease firing, my friends," he commanded. "Retreat!" They obeyed. He could see them scatter in every direction. He too could flee. Was he not mounted upon a gallant steed which would bear him beyond the reach of the enemy? But he had sworn that he would not survive defeat. Maddened with remorse, despair, sorrow, and impotent rage, he saw no refuge save in death. He had only to wait for it. It was fast approaching. He preferred to rush to meet it. Gathering up the reins, he dashed the rowels in his steed, and alone charged upon the enemy. The shock was rude. The ranks opened. There was a moment of confusion, but Lacheneur's horse, its chest cut open by the bayonets, reared, beat the air with his hoofs, then fell backward, burying his rider beneath him. And the soldiers marched on, not suspecting that beneath the body of the horse the brave rider was struggling to free himself. It was 1:30 in the morning. The place was deserted. Nothing disturbed the silence save the moans of a few wounded men who called upon their comrades for succor. But before thinking of the wounded, Monsieur de Sairmeuse must decide upon the course which would be most likely to redound to his advantage and to his political glory. Now that the insurrection had been suppressed, it was necessary to exaggerate its magnitude as much as possible, in order that his reward should be in proportion to the service supposed to have been rendered. Some 15 or 20 rebels had been captured, but that was not a sufficient number to give the victory the éclat which he desired. He must find more culprits to drag before the provost marshal, or before a military commission. He therefore divided his troops into several detachments, and sent them in every direction with orders to explore the villages, search all isolated houses, and arrest all suspected persons. His task here having been completed, he again recommended the most implacable severity, and started on a brisk trot for Montaignac. He was delighted. Certainly he blessed, as had Monsieur de Courtornieu, these honest and artless conspirators. But one fear, which he vainly tried to dismiss, impaired his satisfaction. His son, the Marquis de Sairmeuse, was he, or was he not, implicated in this conspiracy? He could not, he would not believe it, and yet the recollection of Chupin's assurance troubled him. On the other hand, what could have become of Martial, the servant who had been sent to warn him? Had he met him? Was the Marquis returning? And by which road? Could it be possible that he had fallen into the hands of the peasants? The Duke's relief was intense when, on returning home, after a conference with Monsieur de Courtornieu, he learned that Martial had arrived about a quarter of an hour before. The Marquis went at once to his own room on dismounting from his horse, added the servant. "Very well," replied the Duke. "I will seek him there." Before the servants he said, "Very well," but secretly he exclaimed, "Abominable impertinence! What! I am on horseback at the head of my troops, my life imperilled, and my son goes quietly to bed without even assuring himself of my safety." He reached his son's room, but found the door closed and locked on the inside. He rapped. "Who is there?" demanded Martial. "It is I. Open the door." Martial drew the bolt. Monsieur de Sairmeuse entered, but the sight that met his gaze made him tremble. Upon the table was a basin of blood, and Martial, with chest bared, was bathing a large wound in his right breast. "You have been fighting!" exclaimed the Duke in a husky voice. "Yes." "Ah, then you were, indeed." "I was where? What?" "At the convocation of these miserable peasants, who in their parricidal folly have dared to dream of the overthrow of the best of princes." Martial's face betrayed successively profound surprise and a more violent desire to laugh. "I think you must be jesting, monsieur," he replied. The young man's words and manner reassured the Duke a little, without entirely dissipating his suspicions. "Then these vile rascals attacked you?" he exclaimed. "Not at all. I have been simply obliged to fight a duel." "With whom? Name the scoundrel who has dared to insult you." A faint flush tinged Martial's cheek, but it was in his usual careless tone that he replied. "Upon my word, no. I shall not give his name. You would trouble him, perhaps, and I really owe the fellow a debt of gratitude. It happened upon the highway. He might have assassinated me without ceremony, but he offered me open combat. Besides, he was wounded far more severely than I." All Monsieur de Sairmeuse's doubts had returned. "And why, instead of summoning a physician, are you attempting to dress this wound yourself?" "Because it is a mere trifle, and because I wish to keep it a secret." The Duke shook his head. "All this is scarcely plausible," he remarked, "especially after the assurance of your complicity which I have received." "Ah," said he, "and from whom? From your spy in chief, no doubt, that rascal Chupin? It surprises me to see that you can hesitate for a moment between the word of your son and the stories of such a wretch." "Do not speak ill of Chupin, Marquis. He is a very useful man. Had it not been for him, we should have been taken unawares. It was through him that I learned of this vast conspiracy organized by Lacheneur." "What? Is it Lacheneur?" "Who is at the head of the movement? Yes, Marquis. Ah, your usual discernment has failed you in this instance. What? You have been a constant visitor at this house, and you have suspected nothing? And you contemplate a diplomatic career. But this is not all. You know now for what purpose the money which you so lavishly bestowed upon them has been employed. They have used it to purchase guns, powder, and ammunition." The Duke had become satisfied of the injustice of his suspicions, but he was now endeavoring to irritate his son. It was a fruitless effort. Martial knew very well that he had been duped, but he did not think of resenting it. "If Lacheneur has been captured," he thought, "if he should be condemned to death, and if I should save him, Marianne would refuse me nothing." End of chapter 23. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 24 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 24. Having penetrated the mystery that enveloped his son's frequent absence, the Baron d'Escorval had concealed his fears and his chagrin from his wife. It was the first time that he had ever had a secret from the faithful and courageous companion of his existence. Without warning her, he went to beg Abbé Midon to follow him to the Reche, to the house of Monsieur Lacheneur. The silence on his part explains Madame d'Escorval's astonishment when, on the arrival of the dinner hour, neither her son nor her husband appeared. Maurice was sometimes late, but the Baron, like all great workers, was punctuality itself. What extraordinary thing could have happened? Her surprise became uneasiness when she learned that her husband had departed in company with Abbé Midon. They had harnessed the horse themselves, and instead of driving through the courtyard as usual, they had driven through the stable yard into a lane leading to the public road. What did all this mean? Why these strange precautions? Madame d'Escorval waited, oppressed by vague forebodings. The servants shared her anxiety. The Baron was so equable in temper, so kind and just to his inferiors, that his servants adored him, and would have gone through a fiery furnace for him. So, about 10 o'clock, they hastened to lead to their mistress a peasant who was returning from Sairmeuse. This man, who was slightly intoxicated, told the strangest and most incredible stories. He said that all the peasantry for 10 leagues around were under arms, and that the Baron d'Escorval was the leader of the revolt. He did not doubt the final success of the movement, declaring that Napoleon II, Marie-Louise, and all the marshals of the empire were concealed in Montaignac. Alas! It must be confessed that Lacheneur had not hesitated to utter the grossest falsehoods in his anxiety to gain followers. Madame d'Escorval could not be deceived by these ridiculous stories, but she could believe, and she did believe, that the Baron was the prime mover in this insurrection. And this belief, which would have carried consternation to the hearts of so many women, reassured her. She had entire, absolute, and unlimited faith in her husband. She believed him superior to all other men, infallible, in short. The moment he said, "This is so," she believed it implicitly. Hence, if her husband had organized a movement, that movement was right. If he had attempted it, it was because he expected to succeed. Therefore, it was sure to succeed. Impatient, however, to know the result, she sent the gardener to Sairmeuse with orders to obtain information without awakening suspicion, if possible, and to hasten back as soon as he could learn anything of a positive nature. He returned in about 2 hours, pale, frightened, and in tears. The disaster had already become known, and had been related to him with the most terrible exaggerations. He had been told that hundreds of men had been killed, and that a whole army was scouring the country, massacring defenseless peasants and their families. While he was telling his story, Madame d'Escorval felt that she was going mad. She saw, yes, positively, she saw her son and her husband dead, or still worse, mortally wounded upon the public highway. They were lying with their arms crossed upon their breasts, livid, bloody, their eyes staring wildly. They were begging for water, a drop of water. "I will find them," she exclaimed in frenzied accents. "I will go to the field of battle. I will seek for them among the dead. Until I find them, light some torches, my friends, and come with me, for you will aid me. Will you not? You loved them. They were so good. You would not leave their dead bodies unburied. Oh, the wretches who have killed them!" The servants were hastening to obey when the furious gallop of a horse and the sound of carriage wheels were heard upon the drive. "Here they are!" exclaimed the gardener. "Here they are!" Madame d'Escorval, followed by the servants, rushed to the door just in time to see a cabriolet enter the courtyard, and the horse, panting, exhausted, and flecked with foam, miss his footing and fall. Abbe Midon and Maurice had already leaped to the ground, and were lifting out an apparently lifeless body. Even Marie-Anne's great energy had not been able to resist so many successive shocks. The last trial had overwhelmed her. Once in the carriage, all immediate danger having disappeared, the excitement which had sustained her fled. She became unconscious, and all the efforts of Maurice and of the priest had failed to restore her. But Madame d'Escorval did not recognize Mademoiselle Lacheneur in the masculine habiliments in which she was clothed. She only saw that it was not her husband whom they had brought with them, and a convulsive shudder shook her from head to foot. "Your father, Maurice!" she exclaimed in a stifled voice. "And your father!" The effect was terrible. Until that moment, Maurice and the cure had comforted themselves with the hope that Monsieur d'Escorval would reach home before them. Maurice tottered and almost dropped his precious burden. The abbe perceived it, and at a sign from him 2 servants gently lifted Marie-Anne and bore her to the house. Then the cure approached Madame d'Escorval. "Monsieur will soon be here, madame," said he at hazard. "He fled first." "Baron d'Escorval could not have fled," she interrupted. "A general does not desert when face to face with the enemy. If a panic seizes his soldiers, he rushes to the front and either leads them back to combat or takes his own life." "Mother," faltered Maurice. "Mother." "Oh, do not try to deceive me. My husband was the organizer of this conspiracy. His confederates, beaten and dispersed, must have proved themselves cowards. God have mercy upon me. My husband is dead." In spite of the abbe's quickness of perception, he could not understand such assertions on the part of the baroness. He thought that sorrow and terror must have destroyed her reason. "Ah, madame," he exclaimed, "the baron had nothing to do with this movement. Far from it." He paused. All this was passing in the courtyard, in the glare of the torches which had been lighted up by the servants. Anyone in the public road could hear and see all. He realized the imprudence of which they were guilty. "Come, madame," said he, leading the baroness toward the house, "and you also, Maurice, come." It was with the silent and passive submission of great misery that Madame d'Escorval obeyed the cure. Her body alone moved in mechanical obedience. Her mind and heart were flying through space to the man who was her all, and whose mind and heart were even then doubtless calling to her from the dread abyss into which he had fallen. But when she had passed the threshold of the drawing-room, she trembled and dropped the priest's arm, rudely recalled to the present reality. She recognized Marie-Anne in the lifeless form extended upon the sofa. "Mademoiselle Lacheneur," she faltered, "here in this costume, dead!" One might indeed believe the poor girl dead, to see her lying there rigid, cold, and as white as if the last drop of blood had been drained from her veins. Her beautiful face had the immobility of marble. Her half-opened, colorless lips disclosed teeth convulsively clenched, and a large dark blue circle surrounded her closed eyelids. Her long black hair, which she had rolled up closely to slip under her peasant's hat, had become unbound and flowed down in rich masses over her shoulders and trailed upon the floor. "She is only in a state of syncope. There is no danger," declared the abbe, after he examined Marie-Anne. "It will not be long before she regains consciousness." And then, rapidly but clearly, he gave the necessary directions to the servants, who were astonished at their mistress. Madame d'Escorval looked on with eyes dilated with terror. She seemed to doubt her own sanity, and incessantly passed her hand across her forehead, thickly beaded with cold sweat. "What a night!" she murmured. "What a night!" "I must remind you, madame," said the priest, sympathizingly but firmly, "that reason and duty alike forbid you thus to yield to despair. Wife, where is your energy? Christian, what has become of your confidence in a just and beneficial God?" "Oh, I have courage, monsieur," faltered the wretched woman. "I am brave." The abbe led her to a large armchair, where he forced her to seat herself, and in a gentler tone he resumed. "Besides, why should you despair, madame? Your son certainly is with you in safety. Your husband has not compromised himself. He has done nothing which I myself have not done. and briefly but with rare precision he explained the part which he and the Baron had played during this unfortunate evening. But this recital, instead of reassuring the Baroness, seemed to increase her anxiety. "I understand you," she interrupted, "and I believe you. But I also know that all the people in the country round about are convinced that my husband commanded the insurrectionists. They believe it, and they will say it." "And what of that?" "If he has been arrested, as you give me to understand, he will be summoned before a court-martial. Was he not the friend of the Emperor? That is a crime, as you very well know. He will be convicted and sentenced to death." "No, madame, no. Am I not here? I will appear before the tribunal, and I shall say, 'Here I am. I have seen and I know all.'" "But they will arrest you, alas, monsieur, because you are not a priest according to the hearts of these cruel men. They will throw you in prison, and you will meet him upon the scaffold." Maurice had been listening, pale and trembling. But on hearing these last words he sank upon his knees, hiding his face in his hands. "Ah, I have killed my father!" he exclaimed. "Unhappy child, what do you say?" The priest motioned him to be silent, but he did not see him, and he pursued. "My father was ignorant even of the existence of this conspiracy of which Monsieur Lacheneur was the guiding spirit, but I knew it. I wished him to succeed, because on his success depended the happiness of my life. And then, wretch that I was, when I wished to attract to our ranks some timid or wavering accomplice, I used the loved and respected name of d'Escorval. Ah, I was mad! I was mad!" Then, with a despairing gesture, he added, "And yet, even now, I have not the courage to curse my folly. Oh, mother, mother, if you knew—" His sobs interrupted him. Just then a faint moan was heard. Marie Anne was regaining consciousness. Already she had partially risen from the sofa, and sat regarding this terrible scene with an air of profound wonder, as if she did not understand it in the least. Slowly and gently she put back her hair from her face, and opened and closed her eyes, which seemed dazzled by the light of the candles. She endeavored to speak, to ask some question, but Abbe Midon commanded silence by a gesture. Enlightened by the words of Madame d'Escorval and by the confession of Maurice, the abbe understood at once the extent of the frightful danger that menaced the Baron and his son. How was this danger to be averted? What must be done? He had no time for explanation or reflection. With each moment a chance of salvation fled. He must decide and act without delay. The abbe was a brave man. He darted to the door and called the servants who were standing in the hall and on the staircase. When they were gathered around him, "Listen to me intently," said he, in that quick and imperious voice that impresses one with a certainty of approaching peril, "and remember that your master's life depends perhaps upon your discretion. We can rely upon you, can we not?" Every hand was raised as if to call upon God to witness their fidelity. "In less than an hour," continued the priest, "the soldiers sent in pursuit of the fugitives will be here. Not a word must be uttered in regard to what has passed this evening. Every one must be led to suppose that I went away with the Baron and returned alone. Not one of you must have seen Mademoiselle Lacheneur. We are going to find a place of concealment for her. Remember, my friends, if there is the slightest suspicion of her presence here, all is lost. If the soldiers question you, endeavor to convince them that Monsieur Maurice has not left the house this evening." He paused, trying to think if he had forgotten any precaution that human prudence could suggest, then added, "One word more. To see you standing about at this hour of the night will awaken suspicion at once, but this is what I desire. We will plead in justification the alarm that you feel at the absence of the Baron, and also the indisposition of Madame, for Madame is going to retire. She will thus escape interrogation. And you, Maurice, run and change your clothes, and above all, wash your hands, and sprinkle some perfume upon them." All present were so impressed with the imminence of the danger that they were more than willing to obey the priest's orders. Marianne, as soon as she could be moved, was carried to a tiny room under the roof. Madame d'Escorval retired to her own apartment, and the servants went back to the office. Maurice and the abbé remained alone in the drawing-room, silent and appalled by horrible forebodings. The unusually calm face of the priest betrayed his terrible anxiety. He now felt convinced that Baron d'Escorval was a prisoner, and all his efforts were now directed toward removing any suspicion of complicity from Maurice. This was, he reflected, the only way to save the father. A violent peal of the bell attached to the gate interrupted his meditations. He heard the footsteps of the gardener as he hastened to open it, heard the gate turn upon its hinges, then the measured tramp of soldiers in the courtyard. A loud voice commanded, "Halt!" The priest looked at Maurice and saw that he was as pale as death. "Be calm," he entreated. "Do not be alarmed. Do not lose your self-possession, and do not forget my instructions." "Let them come," replied Maurice. "I am prepared." The drawing-room door was flung violently open, and a young man wearing the uniform of a captain of grenadiers entered. He was scarcely 25 years of age, tall, fair-haired, with blue eyes and a little waxed mustache. His whole person betokened an excessive elegance exaggerated to the verge of the ridiculous. His face ordinarily must have indicated extreme self-complacency, but at the present moment it wore a really ferocious expression. Behind him in the passage were a number of armed soldiers. He cast a suspicious glance around the room. Then, in a harsh voice, "Who is the master of this house?" he demanded. "The Baron d'Escorval, my father, who is absent," replied Maurice. "Where is he?" The abbe, who until now had remained seated, rose. "On hearing of the unfortunate outbreak of this evening," he replied, "the Baron and myself went to these peasants in hope of inducing them to relinquish their foolish undertaking. They would not listen to us. In the confusion that ensued, I became separated from the Baron. I returned here very anxious, and am now awaiting his return." The captain twisted his mustache with a sneering air. "Not a bad invention," said he, "only I do not believe a word of this fiction." A light gleamed in the eyes of the priest. His lips trembled, but he held his peace. "Who are you?" rudely demanded the officer. "I am the curé of Sairmeuse." "Honest men ought to be in bed at this hour, and you are racing about the country after rebellious peasants. Really, I do not know what prevents me from ordering your arrest." That which did prevent him was the priestly robe, all powerful under the Restoration. With Maurice he was more at ease. "How many are there in this family?" "3. My father, my mother, ill at this moment, and myself." "And how many servants?" 7. 4 men and 3 women. "You have neither received nor concealed anyone this evening?" "No one." "It will be necessary to prove this," said the captain, and turning toward the door, "Corporal Bavois," he called. This man was one of those old soldiers who had followed the emperor over all Europe. 2 small, ferocious gray eyes lighted his tanned, weather-beaten face, and an immense hooked nose surmounted a heavy, bristling mustache. "Bavois," commanded the officer, "you will take 6 men and search this house from top to bottom. You are an old fox that knows a thing or two. If there is any hiding place here, you will be sure to discover it. If anyone is concealed here, you will bring the person to me. Go, and make haste." The corporal departed on his mission. The captain resumed his questions. "And now," said he, turning to Maurice, "what have you been doing this evening?" The young man hesitated for an instant, then, with well-feigned indifference, replied, "I have not put my head outside the door this evening." "Humph! That must be proved. Let me see your hands." The soldier's tone was so offensive that Maurice felt the angry blood mount to his forehead. Fortunately, a warning glance from the abbe made him restrain his wrath. He offered his hands to the inspection of the captain, who examined them carefully, outside and in, and finally smelled them. "Ah, these hands are too white, and smell too sweet to have been dabbling in powder." He was evidently surprised that this young man should have had so little courage as to remain in the shelter of the fireside, while his father was leading the peasants on to battle. "Another thing," said he, "you must have weapons here." "Yes, hunting rifles." "Where are they?" "In a small room in the ground floor." "Take me there." They conducted him to the room, and on finding that none of the double-barreled guns had been used for some days, he seemed considerably annoyed. He appeared furious when the corporal came and told him that he had searched everywhere, but had found nothing of a suspicious character. "Send for the servants," was his next order. But all the servants faithfully repeated the lesson which the abbé had given them. The captain saw that he was not likely to discover the mystery, although he was well satisfied that one existed. Swearing that they should pay dearly for it if they were deceiving him, he again called Bavois. "I must continue my search," said he. "You with 2 men will remain here, and render a strict account of all that you see and hear. If Monsieur d'Escorval returns, bring him to me at once. Do not allow him to escape. Keep your eyes open, and good luck to you." He added a few words in a low voice, then left the room as abruptly as he had entered it. The departing footsteps of the soldiers were soon lost in the stillness of the night, and then the corporal gave vent to his disgust in a frightful oath. Said he to his men, "you have heard that cadet. Listen, watch, arrest, report. So he takes us for spies. Ah, if our old leader knew to what base uses his old soldiers were degraded." The 2 men responded by a sullen growl. "As for you," pursued the old trooper, addressing Maurice and the abbe, "I, Bavois, corporal of grenadiers, declare in my name and in that of my 2 men that you are as free as birds, and that we shall arrest no one. More than that, if we can aid you in any way, we are at your service. The little fool that commanded us this evening thought we were fighting. Look at my gun. I have not fired a shot from it, and my comrades fired only blank cartridges." The man might possibly be sincere, but it was scarcely probable. "We have nothing to conceal," replied the cautious priest. The old corporal gave a knowing wink. "Ah, you distrust me. You are wrong, and I am going to prove it. Because, you see, though it is easy to gull that fool who just left here, it is not so easy to deceive Corporal Bavois. Very well, it was scarcely prudent to leave in the courtyard a gun that certainly had not been charged for firing at swallows." The curé and Maurice exchanged a glance of consternation. Maurice now recollected for the first time that when he sprang from the carriage to lift out Marie Anne, he propped his loaded gun against the wall. It had escaped the notice of the servants. "Secondly," pursued Bavois, "there is someone concealed in the attic. I have excellent ears. Thirdly, I arranged it so that no one should enter the sick lady's room." Maurice needed no further proof. He extended his hand to the corporal, and in a voice trembling with emotion, he said, "You are a brave man." A few moments later, Maurice, the abbe, and Madame d'Escorval were again assembled in the drawing-room, deliberating upon the measures which must be taken, when Marie Anne appeared. She was still frightfully pale, but her step was firm, her manner quiet and composed. "I must leave this house," she said to the Baroness. "Had I been conscious, I would never have accepted hospitality which is likely to bring dire misfortune on your family. Alas, your acquaintance with me has caused you too many tears and too much sorrow already. Do you understand now why I wished you to regard us as strangers? A presentiment told me that my family would be fatal to yours." "Poor child!" exclaimed Madame d'Escorval. "Where will you go?" Marie Anne lifted her beautiful eyes to the heaven in which she placed her trust. "I do not know, madame," she replied, "but duty commands me to go. I must learn what has become of my father and my brother, and share their fate." "What!" exclaimed Maurice. "Still this thought of death? You who no longer—" He paused. A secret which was not his own had almost escaped his lips. But visited by a sudden inspiration, he threw himself at his mother's feet. "Oh, my mother, my dearest mother, do not allow her to depart. I may perish in my attempt to save my father. She will be your daughter then, she whom I have loved so much. You will encircle her with your tender and protecting love." Marie Anne remained. End of chapter 24. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 25 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 25. The secret which approaching death had wrestled from Marie-Anne in the fortification at the Croix d'Arcy, Madame d'Escorval was ignorant of when she joined her entreaties to those of her son to induce the unfortunate girl to remain. But the fact occasioned Maurice scarcely an uneasiness. His faith in his mother was complete, absolute. He was sure that she would forgive when she learned the truth. Loving and chaste wives and mothers are always most indulgent to those who have been led astray by the voice of passion. Such noble women can with impunity despise and brave the prejudices of hypocrites. These reflections made Maurice feel more tranquil in regard to Marie-Anne's future, and he now thought only of his father. Day was breaking. He declared that he would assume some disguise and go to Montaignac at once. On hearing these words, Madame d'Escorval turned and hid her face in the sofa cushions to stifle her sobs. She was trembling for her husband's life, and now her son must precipitate himself into danger. Perhaps before the sun sank to rest, she would have neither husband nor son. And yet she did not say no. She felt that Maurice was only fulfilling a sacred duty. She would have loved him less had she supposed him capable of cowardly hesitation. She would have dried her tears, if necessary, to bid him go. Moreover, what was not preferable to the agony of suspense which they had been enduring for hours? Maurice had reached the door when the abbe stopped him. "You must go to Montaignac," said he, "but it would be folly to disguise yourself. You would certainly be recognized, and the saying, 'He who conceals himself is guilty,' will assuredly be applied to you. You must go openly, with head erect, and you must even exaggerate the assurance of innocence. Go straight to the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu. I will accompany you. We will go in the carriage." Maurice seemed undecided. "Obey these counsels, my son," said Madame d'Escorval. "The abbe knows much better than we do what is best." "I will obey, mother." The cure had not waited for this assent to go and give an order for harnessing the horses. Madame d'Escorval left the room to write a few lines to a lady friend, whose husband exerted considerable influence in Montaignac. Maurice and Marie-Anne were left alone. It was the first moment of freedom and solitude which they had found since Marie-Anne's confession. They stood for a moment silent and motionless. Then Maurice advanced, and clasping her in his arms, he whispered: "Marie-Anne, my darling, my beloved, I did not know that one could love more fondly than I loved you yesterday. But now, and you wish for death when another precious life depends upon yours." She shook her head sadly. "I was terrified," she faltered. "The future of shame that I saw, that I still, alas, see before me, appalled me. Now I am resigned. I will uncomplainingly endure the punishment for my horrible fault. I will submit to the insults and disgrace that await me." "Insults to you! Ah, woe to who dares! But will you not be my wife in the sight of men, as you are in the sight of God? The failure of your father's scheme sets you free." "No, no, Maurice, I am not free. Ah, it is you who are pitiless. I see only too well that you curse me, that you curse the day we met for the first time. Confess it, say it." Marie-Anne lifted her streaming eyes to his. "I should lie if I said that. My cowardly heart has not that much courage. I suffer, I am disgraced and humiliated, but—" He could not finish. He drew her to him, and their lips and their tears met in one long kiss. "You love me!" exclaimed Maurice. "You love me in spite of all. We shall succeed. I will save your father and mine. I will save your brother." The horses were neighing and stamping in the courtyard. The abbe cried: "Come, let us start." Madame d'Escorval entered with a letter, which she handed to Maurice. She clasped in a long and convulsive embrace the son whom she feared she should never see again. Then, summoning all her courage, she pushed him away, uttering only a single word: "Go." He departed, and when the sound of the carriage wheels had died away in the distance, Madame d'Escorval and Marie-Anne fell upon their knees, imploring the mercy and aid of a just God. They could only pray. The cure and Maurice could act. Abbe Midon's plan, which he explained to young d'Escorval as the horses dashed along, was as simple as the situation was terrible. "If by confessing your own guilt you could save your father, I should tell you to deliver yourself up and to confess the whole truth. Such would be your duty. But this sacrifice would be not only useless, but dangerous. Your confession of guilt would only implicate your father still more. You would be arrested, but they would not release him, and you would both be tried and convicted. Let us then allow, I will not say justice, for that would be blasphemy, but these bloodthirsty men who call themselves judges, to pursue their course, and attribute all that you have done to your father. When the trial comes, you will prove his innocence, and produce alibis so incontestable that they will be forced to acquit him. And I understand the people of our country so well that I am sure not one of them will reveal our stratagem." "And if we should not succeed?" asked Maurice gloomily. "What could I do then?" The question was so terrible that the priest dared not respond to it. He and Maurice were silent during the remainder of the drive. They reached the city at last, and Maurice saw how wise the abbe had been in preventing him from assuming a disguise. Armed with the most absolute power, the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu had closed all the gates of Montaignac save one. Through this gate all who desired to leave or enter the city were obliged to pass, and 2 officers were stationed there to examine all comers and goers, to question them, and to take their name and residence. At the name d'Escorval, the 2 officers evinced such surprise that Maurice noticed it at once. "Ah, you know what has become of my father!" he exclaimed. "The Baron d'Escorval is a prisoner, monsieur," replied one of the officers. Although Maurice had expected this response, he turned pale. "Is he wounded?" he asked eagerly. "He has not a scratch. But enter, sir, and pass on." From the anxious looks of these officers, one might have supposed that they feared they should compromise themselves by conversing with the son of so great a criminal. The carriage rolled beneath the gateway, but it had not traversed 200 yards of the Grand Rue before the abbe and Maurice had remarked several posters and notices affixed to the walls. "We must see what this is," they said in a breath. They stopped near one of these notices, before which a reader had already stationed himself. They descended from the carriage and read the following order. Article 1. The inmates of the house in which the elder Lacheneur shall be found will be handed over to a military commission for trial. Article 2. Whoever shall deliver the body of the elder Lacheneur, dead or alive, will receive a reward of 20,000 francs. This was signed Duc de Sairmeuse. "God be praised!" exclaimed Maurice. "Marie-Anne's father has escaped. He had a good horse, and in 2 hours—" A glance and a nudge of the elbow from the abbe checked him. The abbe drew his attention to the man standing near them. This man was none other than Chupin. The old scoundrel had also recognized them, for he took off his hat to the cure, and with an expression of intense covetousness in his eyes, he said, 20,000 francs! What a sum! A man could live comfortably all his life on the interest of it." The abbe and Maurice shuddered as they re-entered their carriage. "Lacheneur is lost if this man discovers his retreat," murmured the priest. "Fortunately, he must have crossed the frontier before this," replied Maurice. 100 to 1 he is beyond reach. "And if you should be mistaken? What if wounded and faint from loss of blood? Lacheneur has had only strength to drag himself to the nearest house and ask the hospitality of its inmates. Oh, even in that case he is safe. I know our peasants. There is not one who is capable of selling the life of a proscribed man." The noble enthusiasm of youth drew a sad smile from the priest. "You forget the dangers to be incurred by those who shelter him. Many a man who would not soil his hands with the price of blood might deliver up a fugitive from fear." They were passing through the principal street, and they were struck with the mournful aspect of the place. The little city, which was ordinarily so bustling and gay, fear and consternation evidently reigned there. The shops were closed. The shutters of the houses had not been opened. A lugubrious silence pervaded the town. One might have supposed that there was general mourning, and that each family had lost one of its members. The manner of the few persons seen upon the thoroughfare was anxious and singular. They hurried on, casting suspicious glances on every side. 2 or 3 who were acquaintances of the Baron d'Escorval averted their heads on seeing his carriage, to avoid the necessity of bowing. The Abbé and Maurice found an explanation of this evident terror on reaching the hotel to which they had ordered the coachman to take them. They had designated the Hôtel de France, where the Baron always stopped when he visited Montaignac, and whose proprietor was none other than Laugeron, that friend of Lacheneur, who had been the first to warn him of the arrival of the Duc de Sairmeuse. This worthy man, on hearing what guests had arrived, went to the courtyard to meet them, with his white cap in his hand. On such a day, politeness was heroism. Was he connected with the conspiracy? It has always been supposed so. He invited Maurice and the Abbé to take some refreshments in a way that made them understand he was anxious to speak with them, and he conducted them to a retired room where he knew they would be secure from observation. Thanks to one of the Duc de Sairmeuse's valets de chambre who frequented the house, the host knew as much as the authorities. He knew even more, since he had also received information from the rebels who had escaped capture. From him the Abbé and Maurice received their first positive information. In the first place, nothing had been heard of Lacheneur or of his son Jean. Thus far they had escaped the most rigorous pursuit. In the second place, there were at this moment 200 prisoners in the citadel, and among them the Baron d'Escorval and Chanlouineau. And lastly, since morning there had been at least 60 arrests in Montaignac. It was generally supposed that these arrests were the work of some traitor, and all the inhabitants were trembling with fear. But Monsieur Laugeron knew the real cause. It had been confided to him under pledge of secrecy by his guest, the Duke's valet de chambre. "It is certainly an incredible story, gentlemen," he said. "Nevertheless, it is true. 2 officers belonging to the Montaignac militia, on returning from their expedition this morning at daybreak, on passing the Croix d'Arcy, found a man clad in the uniform of the Emperor's bodyguard lying dead in the fosse." Maurice shuddered. The unfortunate man, he could not doubt, was the brave old soldier who had spoken to Lacheneur. "Naturally," pursued Monsieur Laugeron, "the 2 officers examined the body of the dead man. Between his lips they found a paper which they opened and read. It was a list of all the conspirators in the village. The brave man, knowing he was mortally wounded, endeavored to destroy this fatal list, but the agonies of death prevented him from swallowing it." But the Abbé and Maurice had not time to listen to the commentaries with which the hotel proprietor accompanied his recital. They dispatched a messenger to Madame d'Escorval and to Marianne in order to reassure them, and without losing a moment, and fully determined to brave all, they went to the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse. A crowd had gathered about the door. At least 100 persons were standing there, men with anxious faces, women in tears, soliciting, imploring an audience. They were the friends and relatives of the unfortunate men who had been arrested. 2 footmen in gorgeous livery and pompous in bearing had all they could do to keep back the struggling throng. The Abbé, hoping that his priestly dress would win him a hearing, approached and gave his name, but he was repulsed like the others. "Monsieur le Duc is busy and can receive no one," said the servant. "Monsieur le Duc is preparing his report for His Majesty." And in support of this assertion he pointed to the horses standing saddled in the courtyard, and the couriers who were to bear the dispatches. The priest sadly rejoined his companions. "We must wait," said he. Intentionally or not, the servants were deceiving these poor people. The Duke just then was not troubling himself about dispatches. A violent altercation was going on between the Marquis de Courtornieu and himself. Each of these noble personages aspired to the leading role, the one which would be most generously rewarded, undoubtedly. It was a conflict of ambitions and of wills. It had begun by the exchange of a few recriminations, and it quickly reached stinging words, bitter allusions, and at last even threats. The Marquis declared it necessary to inflict the most frightful, he said, the most salutary punishment upon the offender. The Duke, on the contrary, was inclined to be indulgent. The Marquis declared that since Lacheneur, the prime mover, and his son had both eluded pursuit, it was an urgent necessity to arrest Marie Anne. The other declared that the arrest and imprisonment of this young girl would be impolitic, that such a course would render the authorities odious and the rebels more zealous. As each was firmly wedded to his own opinion, the discussion was heated, but they failed to convince each other. "These rebels must be put down with a strong hand," urged Monsieur de Courtornieu. "I do not wish to exasperate the populace," replied the Duke. "Bah! What does public sentiment matter?" "It matters a great deal when you cannot depend upon your soldiers. Do you know what happened last night? There was powder enough burned to win a battle. There were only 15 peasants wounded. Our men fired in the air. You forget that the Montaignac militia is composed, for the most part, at least of men who formerly fought under Bonaparte, and who are burning to turn their weapons against us." But neither the one nor the other dared to tell the real cause of his obstinacy. Mademoiselle Blanche had been at Montaignac that morning. She had confided her anxiety and her sufferings to her father, and she made him swear that he would profit by this opportunity to rid her of Marie Anne. On his side, the Duke, persuaded that Marie Anne was his son's mistress, wished at any cost to prevent her appearance before the tribunal. At last the Marquis yielded. The Duke had said to him, "Very well, let us end this dispute," at the same time glancing so meaningly at a pair of pistols that the worthy Marquis felt a disagreeable chilliness creep up his spine. They then went together to examine the prisoners, preceded by a detachment of soldiery who drove back the crowd which gathered again to await the Duke's return. So all day Maurice watched the aerial telegraph established upon the citadel, and whose black arms were moving incessantly. "What orders are traveling through space?" he said to the Abbé. "Is it life or is it death?" End of chapter 25. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 26 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 26. "Above all, make haste," Maurice had said to the messenger charged with bearing a letter to the Baroness. Nevertheless, the man did not reach Escorval until nightfall. Beset by 1,000 fears, he had taken the unfrequented roads and had made long circuits to avoid all the people he saw approaching in the distance. Madame d'Escorval tore the letter rather than took it from his hands. She opened it, read it aloud to Marie Anne, and merely said, "Let us go at once." But this was easier said than done. They kept but 3 horses at Escorval. One was nearly dead from its terrible journey of the previous night. The other 2 were in Montaignac. What were the ladies to do? To trust to the kindness of their neighbors was the only resource open to them. But these neighbors, having heard of the Baron's arrest, firmly refused to lend their horses. They believed they would gravely compromise themselves by rendering any service to the wife of a man upon whom the burden of the most terrible of accusations was resting. Madame d'Escorval and Marie Anne were talking of pursuing their journey on foot, when Corporal Bavois, enraged at such cowardice, swore by the sacred name of thunder that this should not be. "One moment," said he, "I will arrange the matter." He went away, but reappeared about a quarter of an hour afterward, leading an old plough horse by the mane. This clumsy and heavy steed he harnessed into the cabriolet as best he could. But even this did not satisfy the old trooper's complaisance. His duties at the chateau were over, as Monsieur d'Escorval had been arrested, and nothing remained for Corporal Bavois but to rejoin his regiment. He declared that he would not allow these ladies to travel at night and unattended on the road, where they might be exposed to many disagreeable encounters, and that he, in company with 2 grenadiers, would escort them to their journey's end. "And it will go hard with soldier or civilian who ventures to molest them, will it not, comrades?" he exclaimed. As usual, the 2 men assented with an oath. So, as they pursued their journey, Madame d'Escorval and Marie Anne saw the 3 men preceding or following the carriage, or oftener walking beside it. Not until they reached the gates of Montaignac did the old soldier forsake his protégés, and then not without bidding them a respectful farewell, in the name of his companions as well as himself, not without telling them, if they had need of him, to call upon Bavois, Corporal of Grenadiers, Company 1st, stationed at the citadel. The clocks were striking 10 when Madame d'Escorval and Marie Anne alighted at the Hôtel de France. They found Maurice in despair, and even the abbé disheartened. Since Maurice had written to them, events had progressed with fearful rapidity. They knew now the orders which had been forwarded by signals from the citadel. These orders had been printed and affixed to the walls. The signals had said, "Montaignac must be regarded as in a state of siege. The military authorities have been granted discretionary power. A military commission will exercise jurisdiction instead of and in place of the courts. Let peaceable citizens take courage. Let the evil disposed tremble. As for the rabble, the sword of the law is about to strike." Only 6 lines in all, but each word was a menace. That which filled the abbé's heart with dismay was the substitution of a military commission for a court-martial. This upset all his plans, made all his precautions useless, and destroyed his hopes of saving his friend. A court-martial was, of course, hasty and often unjust in its decisions, but still it observes some of the forms of procedure practiced in judicial tribunals. It still preserves something of the solemnity of legal justice, which desires to be enlightened before it condemns. A military commission would infallibly neglect all legal forms, and summarily condemn and punish the accused parties, as in time of war a spy is tried and punished. "What!" exclaimed Maurice, "they dare to condemn without investigating, without listening to testimony, without allowing the accused time to prepare any defense?" The abbé was silent. This exceeded his most sinister apprehensions. Now he believed anything possible. Maurice spoke of an investigation. It had commenced that day, and it was still going on by the light of the jailer's lantern. That is to say, the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu were passing the prisoners in review. They numbered 300, and the Duke and his companion had decided to summon before the commission 30 of the most dangerous conspirators. How were they to select them? By what method could they discover the extent of each prisoner's guilt? It would have been difficult for them to explain. They went from one to another, asking any question that entered their minds, and after the terrified man replied, according as they thought his countenance good or bad, they said to the jailer who accompanied them, "Keep this one until another time," or "this one for tomorrow." By daylight they had 30 names upon their list, and the names of the Baron d'Escorval and Chanlouineau led all the rest. Although the unhappy party at the Hôtel de France could not suspect this fact, they suffered an agony of fear and dread through the long night which seemed to them eternal. As soon as day broke, they heard the beating of the reveille at the citadel. The hour when they might commence their efforts anew had come. The Abbé announced that he was going alone to the Duke's house, and that he would find a way to force an entrance. He had bathed his red and swollen eyes in fresh water, and was prepared to start on his expedition, when someone rapped cautiously at the door of the chamber. Maurice cried, "Come in," and Monsieur Laugeron instantly entered the room. His face announced some dreadful misfortune, and the worthy man was really terrified. He had just learned that the military commission had been organized. In contempt of all human laws and the commonest rules of justice, the presidency of this tribunal of vengeance and of hatred had been bestowed upon the Duc de Sairmeuse, and he had accepted it, he who was at the same time to play the part of participant, witness, and judge. The other members of the commission were military men. "And when does the commission enter upon its functions?" inquired the Abbé. "Today," replied the host hesitatingly. "This morning, in an hour, perhaps sooner." The Abbé understood what Monsieur Laugeron meant, but dared not say, "The commission is assembling, make haste." "Come," he said to Maurice, "I wish to be present when your father is examined." Ah, what would not the Baroness have given to follow the priest and her son! But she could not. She understood this, and submitted. They set out, and as they stepped into the street they saw a soldier a little way from them, who made a friendly gesture. They recognized Corporal Bavois, and paused. But he, passing them with an air of the utmost indifference, and apparently without observing them, hastily dropped these words: "I have seen Chanlouineau. Be of good cheer. He promises to save Monsieur d'Escorval." End of chapter 26. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 27 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 27. In the citadel of Montaignac, within the second line of fortifications, stands an old building known as the chapel. Originally consecrated to worship, the structure had, at the time of which we write, fallen into disuse. It was so damp that it would not even serve as an arsenal for an artillery regiment, for the guns rusted there more quickly than in the open air. A black mold covered the walls to a height of 6 or 7 feet. This was the place selected by the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu for the assembling of the military commission. On first entering it, Maurice and the Abbé felt a cold chill strike to their very hearts, and an indefinable anxiety paralyzed all their faculties. But the commission had not yet commenced its séance, and they had time to look about them. The arrangements which had been made in transforming this gloomy hall into a tribunal attested the precipitancy of the judges and their determination to finish their work promptly and mercilessly. The arrangements denoted an absence of all form, and one could divine at once the frightful certainty of the result. 3 large tables, taken from the mess room and covered with horse blankets instead of tapestry, stood upon the platform. Some unpainted wooden chairs awaited the judges, but in the center glittered the president's chair, a superbly carved and gilded fauteuil sent by the Duc de Sairmeuse. Several wooden benches had been provided for the prisoners. Ropes stretched from one wall to the other divided the chapel into 2 parts. It was a precaution against the public, a superfluous precaution, alas. The Abbé and Maurice had expected to find the crowd too great for the hall, large as it was, and they found the chapel almost unoccupied. There were not 20 persons in the building. Standing back in the shadow of the wall were perhaps a dozen men, pale and gloomy, a sullen fire smoldering in their eyes, their teeth tightly clenched. They were army officers retired on half-pay. 3 men attired in black were conversing in low tones near the door. In a corner stood several country women with their aprons over their faces. They were weeping bitterly, and their sobs alone broke the silence. They were the mothers, wives, or daughters of the accused men. 9 o'clock sounded. The rolling of the drum made the panes of the only window tremble. A loud voice outside shouted, "Present arms!" The military commission entered, followed by the Marquis de Coulommiers and several civil functionaries. The Duke was in full uniform, his face a little more crimson and his air a trifle more haughty than usual. "The session is open," pronounced the Duc de Sairmeuse, the president. Then, in a rough voice, he added, "Bring in the culprits." He had not even the grace to say the accused. They came in one by one, to the number of 20, and took their places on the benches at the foot of the platform. Chanlouineau held his head proudly erect and looked composedly about him. Baron d'Escorval was calm and grave, but not more so than when in days gone by he had been called upon to express his opinion in the councils of the Empire. Both saw Maurice, who was so overcome that he had to lean upon the abbé for support. But while the baron greeted his son with a simple bend of the head, Chanlouineau made a gesture that clearly signified, "Have confidence in me, fear nothing." The attitude of the other prisoners betrayed surprise rather than fear. Perhaps they were unconscious of the peril they had braved, and the extent of the danger that now threatened them. When the prisoners had taken their places, the chief counsel for the prosecution rose. His presentation of the case was characterized by intense violence, but lasted only 5 minutes. He briefly narrated the facts, exalted the merits of the government, of the Restoration, and concluded by a demand that sentence of death should be pronounced upon the culprits. When he ceased speaking, the Duke, addressing the first prisoner upon the bench, said rudely, "Stand up." The prisoner rose. "Your name and age?" "Eugène Michel Chanlouineau, age 29, farmer by occupation." "An owner of national lands, probably." "The owner of lands which, having been paid for with good money, made fertile by labor, are rightfully mine." The Duke did not wish to waste time on discussion. "You have taken part in this rebellion," he pursued. "Yes." "You are right in avowing it, for witnesses will be introduced who will prove this fact conclusively." 5 grenadiers entered. They were the men whom Chanlouineau had held at bay while Maurice, the abbé, and Marie Anne were entering the carriage. These soldiers declared upon oath that they recognized the accused, and one of them even went so far as to pronounce a glowing eulogium upon him, declaring him to be a solid fellow of remarkable courage. Chanlouineau's eyes during this deposition betrayed an agony of anxiety. Would the soldiers allude to this circumstance of the carriage? No, they did not allude to it. "That is sufficient," interrupted the president. Then turning to Chanlouineau, "What were your motives?" he inquired. "We hope to free ourselves from a government imposed upon us by foreigners, to free ourselves from the insolence of the nobility, and to retain the lands that were justly ours." "Enough! You were one of the leaders of the revolt?" "One of the leaders, yes." "Who were the others?" A faint smile flitted over the lips of the young farmer as he replied, "The others were Monsieur Lacheneur, his son Jean, and the Marquis de Sairmeuse." The Duke bounded from his gilded armchair. "Wretch!" he exclaimed. "Rascal! Vile scoundrel!" He caught up a heavy inkstand that stood upon the table before him, and one would have supposed that he was about to hurl it at the prisoner's head. Chanlouineau stood perfectly unmoved in the midst of the assembly, which was excited to the highest pitch by his startling declaration. "You question me," he resumed, "and I replied. You may gag me if my responses do not please you. If there were witnesses for me as there are against me, I could prove the truth of my words. As it is, all the prisoners here will tell you. that I am speaking the truth. Is it not so, you others?" With the exception of Baron d'Escorval, there was not one prisoner who was capable of understanding the real bearing of these audacious allegations, but all, nevertheless, nodded their assent. "The Marquis de Sairmeuse was so truly our leader," exclaimed the daring peasant, "that he was wounded by a sabre thrust while fighting by my side." The face of the Duke was more purple than that of a man struck with apoplexy, and his fury almost deprived him of the power of speech. "You lie, scoundrels! You lie!" he gasped. "Send for the Marquis," said Chanlouineau tranquilly, "and see whether or not he is wounded." A refusal on the part of the Duke could not fail to arouse suspicion, but what could he do? Martial had concealed his wound the day before. It was now impossible to confess that he had been wounded. Fortunately for the Duke, one of the judges relieved him of his embarrassment. "I hope, monsieur, that you will not give this arrogant rebel the satisfaction he desires. The commission opposes his demand." Chanlouineau laughed loudly. "Very naturally," he exclaimed. "Tomorrow my head will be off, and you think nothing will then remain to prove what I say. I have another proof, fortunately, material and indestructible proof, which it is beyond your power to destroy, and which will speak when my body is 6 feet underground." "What is the proof?" demanded another judge, upon whom the Duke looked askance. The prisoner shook his head. "I will give it to you when you offer me my life in exchange for it," he replied. "It is now in the hands of a trusty person who knows its value. It will go to the king if necessary. We would like to understand the part which the Marquis de Sairmeuse has played in this affair, whether he truly was with us, or whether he was only an instigating agent." A tribunal regardful of the immutable rules of justice, or even of its own honor, would, by virtue of its discretionary powers, have instantly demanded the presence of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. But the military commission considered such a course quite beneath its dignity. These men, arrayed in gorgeous uniforms, were not judges charged with the vindication of a cruel law, but still a law. They were the instruments commissioned by the conquerors to strike the vanquished in the name of that savage code which may be summed up in 2 words, vae victis. The president, the noble Duc de Sairmeuse, would not have consented to summon Martial on any consideration, nor did his associate judges wish him to do so. Had Chanlouineau foreseen this? Probably. Yet why had he ventured so hazardous a blow? The tribunal, after a short deliberation, decided that it would not admit this testimony which had so excited the audience, and stupefied Maurice and Abbe Midon. The examination was continued, therefore, with increased bitterness. "Instead of designating imaginary leaders," resumed the Duke, "you would do well to name the real instigator of this revolt, not Lacheneur, but an individual seated upon the other end of the bench, the elder d'Escorval." "Monsieur le Baron d'Escorval was entirely ignorant of the conspiracy. I swear it by all that I hold most sacred." "Hold your tongue," interrupted the counsel for the prosecution. "Instead of wearying the patience of the commission by such ridiculous stories, try to merit its indulgence." Chanlouineau's glance and gesture expressed such disdain that the man who interrupted him was abashed. "I wish no indulgence," he said. "I have played. I have lost. Here is my head. But if you were not more cruel than wild beasts, you would take pity on the poor wretches who surround me. I see at least 10 among them who were not our accomplices, and who certainly did not take up arms. Even the others did not know what they were doing. No, they did not." Having spoken, he resumed his seat, proud, indifferent, and apparently oblivious to the murmur which ran through the audience, the soldiers of the guard, and even to the platform, at the sound of his vibrant voice. The despair of the poor peasant women had been reawakened, and their sobs and moans filled the immense hall. The retired officers had grown even more pale and gloomy, and tears streamed down the wrinkled cheeks of several. "That one is a man," they were thinking. The abbé leaned over and whispered in the ear of Maurice. "Evidently Chanlouineau has some plan. He intends to save your father. How, I cannot understand." The judges were conversing in low tones with considerable animation. A difficulty had presented itself. The prisoners, ignorant of the charges which would be brought against them, and not expecting instant trial, had not thought of procuring a defender, and this circumstance, bitter mockery, frightened this iniquitous tribunal, which did not fear to trample beneath its feet the most sacred rules of justice. The judges had decided. Their verdict was, as it were, rendered in advance, and yet they wished to hear a voice raised in defense of those who were already doomed. It chanced that 3 lawyers, retained by the friends of several of the prisoners, were in the hall. They were the 3 men that Maurice, on his entrance, had noticed conversing near the door of the chapel. The Duke was informed of this fact. He turned to them and motioned them to approach. Then pointing to Chanlouineau, "Will you undertake this culprit's defense?" he demanded. For a moment the lawyers made no response. This monstrous séance had aroused a storm of indignation and disgust within their breasts, and they looked questioningly at each other. "We are all disposed to undertake the prisoner's defense," at last replied the eldest of the 3. "But we see him for the first time. We are ignorant of his grounds of defense. We must ask a delay. It is indispensable in order to confer with him." "The court can grant you no delay," interrupted Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "Will you accept the defense, yes or no?" The advocate hesitated. Not that he was afraid, for he was a brave man, but he was endeavoring to find some argument strong enough to trouble the conscience of these judges. "I will speak on his behalf," said the advocate, at last, "but not without first protesting with all my strength against these unheard-of modes of procedure." "Oh, spare us your homilies and be brief." After Chanlouineau's examination, it was difficult to improvise there, on the spur of the moment, a plea in his behalf. Still his courageous advocate, in his indignation, presented a score of arguments which would have made any other tribunal reflect. But all the while he was speaking, the Duc de Sairmeuse fidgeted in his gilded armchair, with every sign of angry impatience. "The plea was very long," he remarked when the lawyer had concluded. "Terribly long. We shall never get through with this business if each prisoner takes up as much time." He turned to his colleagues as if to consult them, but suddenly changing his mind, he proposed to the prosecuting counsel that he should unite all the cases, try all the culprits in a body, with the exception of the elder d'Escorval. "This will shorten our task, for in case we adopt this course, there will be but 2 judgments to be pronounced," he said. "This will not, of course, prevent each individual from defending himself." The lawyers protested against this. A judgment in a lump like that, suggested by the Duke, would destroy all hope of saving a single one of these unfortunate men from the guillotine. "How can we defend them," the lawyers pleaded, "when we know nothing of the situation of each of the prisoners? We do not even know their names. We shall be obliged to designate them by the cut of their coats and by the color of their hair." They implored the tribunal to grant them a week for preparation, 4 days, even 24 hours. Futile efforts. The president's proposition was adopted. Consequently, each prisoner was called to the desk according to the place which he occupied upon the benches. Each man gave his name, his age, his abode, and his profession, and received an order to return to his place. 6 or 7 prisoners were actually granted time to say that they were absolutely ignorant of the conspiracy, and that they had been arrested while conversing quietly upon the public highway. They begged to be allowed to furnish proof of the truth of their assertions. They invoked the testimony of the soldiers who had arrested them. Monsieur d'Escorval, whose case had been separated from the others, was not summoned to the desk. He would be interrogated last. "Now the counsel for the defense will be heard," said the Duke. "But make haste. Lose no time. It is already 12 o'clock." Then began a shameful, revolting, and unheard-of scene. The Duke interrupted the lawyers every other moment, bidding them be silent, questioning them, or jeering at them. "It seems incredible," said he, "that anyone can think of defending such wretches." Or again, "Silence! You should blush with shame for having constituted yourself the defender of such rascals." But the lawyers persevered even while they realized the utter uselessness of their efforts. But what could they do under such circumstances? The defense of these 29 prisoners lasted only 1 hour and a half. Before the last word was uttered, the Duc de Sairmeuse gave a sigh of relief, and in a tone which betrayed his delight, said, "Prisoner d'Escorval, stand up." Thus called upon, the Baron rose, calm and dignified. Terrible as his sufferings must have been, there was no trace of it upon his noble face. He had even repressed the smile of disdain which the Duke's paltry affection, in not giving him the title which belonged to him, brought to his lips. But Chanlouineau sprang up at the same time, trembling with indignation, his face all aglow with anger. "Remain seated," ordered the Duke, "or you shall be removed from the courtroom." Chanlouineau nevertheless declared that he would speak, that he had some remarks to add to the plea made by the defending counsel. Upon a sign from the Duke, 2 gendarmes approached and placed their hands upon his shoulders. He allowed them to force him back into his seat, though he could easily have crushed them with one pressure of his brawny arm. An observer would have supposed that he was furious. Secretly he was delighted. The aim he had had in view was now attained. In the glance he cast upon the abbé, the latter could read, "Whatever happens, watch over Maurice. Restrain him. Do not allow him to defeat my plans by any outbreak." This caution was not unnecessary. Maurice was terribly agitated. He could not see. He felt that he was suffocating, that he was losing his reason. "Where is the self-control you promised me?" murmured the priest. But no one observed the young man's condition. The attention was rapt, breathless. So profound was the silence that the measured tread of the sentinels without could be distinctly heard. Each person present felt that the decisive moment for which the tribunal had reserved all its attention and efforts had come. To convict and condemn the poor peasants, of whom no one would think twice, was a mere trifle, but to bring low an illustrious man, who had been the counselor and faithful friend of the emperor, what glory, and what an opportunity for the ambitious! The instinct of the audience spoke the truth. If the tribunal had acted informally in the case of the obscure conspirators, it had carefully prepared its suit against the baron. Thanks to the activity of the Marquis de Courtornieu, the prosecution had found 7 charges against the baron, the least grave of which was punishable by death. "Which of you," demanded Monsieur de Sairmeuse, "will consent to defend this great culprit?" "I!" exclaimed 3 advocates in a breath. "Take care," said the Duke with a malicious smile. "The task is not light." Not light! It would have been better to say dangerous. It would have been better to say that the defender risked his career, his peace, and his liberty, very probably his life. "Our profession has its exigencies," nobly replied the oldest of the advocates. And the 3 courageously took their places beside the baron, thus avenging the honor of their robe, which had just been miserably sullied, in a city where, among more than 100,000 souls, 2 pure and innocent victims of a furious reaction had not, oh shame, been able to find a defender. "Prisoner," resumed Monsieur de Sairmeuse, "state your name and profession." "Louis Guillaume, Baron d'Escorval, Commander of the Order of the Legion of Honor, formerly Councillor of State under the Empire." "So you avow these shameful services? You confess?" Pardon, monsieur. I am proud of having had the honor of serving my country, and of being useful to her in proportion to my ability." With a furious gesture the Duke interrupted him. "That is excellent," he exclaimed. "These gentlemen, the commissioners, will appreciate that. It was undoubtedly in the hope of regaining your former position that you entered into a conspiracy against a magnanimous prince with these vile wretches." "These peasants are not vile wretches, but misguided men, monsieur. Moreover, you know, yes, you know as well as I do myself, that I have had no hand in this conspiracy. You were arrested in the ranks of the conspirators with weapons in your hands. I was unarmed, monsieur, as you are well aware, and if I was among the peasantry, it was only because I hoped to induce them to relinquish their senseless enterprise. You lie." The Baron paled beneath the insult, but he made no reply. There was, however, one man in the assemblage who could no longer endure this horrible and abominable injustice, and this man was Abbe Midon, who only a moment before had advised Maurice to be calm. He brusquely quitted his place and advanced to the foot of the platform. "The Baron d'Escorval speaks the truth," he cried in a ringing voice. "The 300 prisoners in the citadel will swear to it. These prisoners here would say the same if they stood upon the guillotine. And I, who accompanied him, who walked beside him, I, a priest, swear before the God who will judge all men. Monsieur de Sairmeuse, I swear that all which it was in human power to do to arrest this movement, we have done." The Duke listened with an ironical smile. "They did not deceive me, then, when they told me that this army of rebels had a chaplain. Ah, monsieur, you should sink to the earth with shame. You, a priest, mingle with such scoundrels as these, with these enemies of our good king and of our holy religion. Do not deny this. Your haggard features, your swollen eyes, your disordered attire soiled with dust and mud betray your guilt. Must I, a soldier, remind you of what is due your sacred calling? Hold your peace, monsieur, and depart." The counsel for the prisoner sprang up. "We demand," they cried, "that this witness be heard. He must be heard. Military commissions are not above the laws that regulate ordinary tribunals." "If I do not speak the truth," resumed the abbe, "I am a perjured witness, worse yet an accomplice. It is your duty in that case to have me arrested." The Duke's face expressed a hypocritical compassion. "No, monsieur le curé," said he, "I shall not arrest you. I would avert the scandal which you are trying to cause. We will show your priestly garb the respect the wearer does not deserve. Again, and for the last time, retire, or I shall be obliged to employ force." What would further resistance avail? Nothing. The abbe, with a face whiter than the plastered walls and eyes filled with tears, came back to his place beside Maurice. The lawyers, meanwhile, were uttering their protests with increasing energy, but the Duke, by a prolonged hammering upon the table with his fists, at last succeeded in reducing them to silence. "Ah, you wish testimony!" he exclaimed. "Very well, you shall have it. Soldiers, bring in the first witness." A movement among the guards, and almost immediately Chupin appeared. He advanced deliberately, but his countenance betrayed him. A close observer could have read his anxiety and his terror in his eyes, which wandered restlessly about the room. And there was a very appreciable terror in his voice when, with hand uplifted, he swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. "What do you know regarding the prisoner d'Escorval?" demanded the Duke. "I know that he took part in the rebellion on the night of the 4th. "Are you sure of this?" "I can furnish proofs." "Submit them to the consideration of the commission." The old scoundrel began to gain more confidence. "First," he replied, "it was to the house of Monsieur d'Escorval that Lacheneur hastened after he had, much against his will, restored to Monsieur le Duc the chateau of Monsieur le Duc's ancestors. Monsieur Lacheneur met Chanlouineau there, and from that day dates the plot of this insurrection?" "I was Lacheneur's friend," said the Baron. "It was perfectly natural that he should come to me for consolation after a great misfortune." Monsieur de Sairmeuse turned to his colleague. "You hear that?" said he. "This d'Escorval calls the restitution of a deposit a great misfortune. Go on, witness." "In the second place," resumed Chupin, "the accused was always prowling about Lacheneur's house." "That is false," interrupted the Baron. "I never visited the house but once, and on that occasion I implored him to renounce." He paused, comprehending only when it was too late the terrible significance of his words. But having begun, he would not retract, and he added, "I implored him to renounce this project of an insurrection." "Ah, then you knew his wicked intentions." "I suspected them. Not to reveal a conspiracy makes one an accomplice, and means the guillotine." Baron d'Escorval had just signed his death warrant. Strange caprice of destiny! He was innocent, and yet he was the only one among the accused whom a regular tribunal could have legally condemned. Maurice and the abbe were prostrated with grief, but Chanlouineau, who turned toward them, had still upon his lips a smile of confidence. How could he hope when all hope seemed absolutely lost? But the commissioners made no attempt to conceal their satisfaction. Monsieur de Sairmeuse especially evinced an indecent joy. "Ah, well, messieurs," he said to the lawyers in a sneering tone. The counsel for the defense poorly dissimulated their discouragement, but they nevertheless endeavored to question the validity of such a declaration on the part of their client. He had said that he suspected the conspiracy, not that he knew it. It was quite a different thing. "Say at once that you wish still more overwhelming evidence," interrupted the duke. "Very well, you shall have it. Continue your deposition, witness." "The accused," continued Chupin, "was present at all the conferences held at Lacheneur's house. The proof of this is as clear as daylight. Being obliged to cross the Oiselle to reach the Reche, and fearing the ferryman would notice his frequent nocturnal voyages, the Baron had an old boat repaired, which he had not used for years." "Ah, that is a remarkable circumstance, prisoner. Do you recollect having your boat repaired?" "Yes, but not for the purpose which this man mentions." "For what purpose, then?" The Baron made no response. Was it not in compliance with the request of Maurice that the boat had been put in order? "And finally," continued Chupin, "when Lacheneur set fire to his house to give the signal for the insurrection, the prisoner was with him." "That," exclaimed the duke, "is conclusive evidence." "I was indeed at the Reche," interrupted the Baron, "but it was, as I have already told you, with the firm determination of preventing this outbreak." Monsieur de Sairmeuse gave utterance to a little disdainful laugh. "Ah, gentlemen," he said, addressing the commissioners, "can you not see that the prisoner's courage does not equal his depravity? But I will confound him. What did you do, prisoner, when the insurgents left the Reche?" "I returned to my home with all possible haste, took a horse, and repaired to the Croix d'Arcy." "Then you knew that this was the spot appointed for the general rendezvous?" "Lacheneur had just informed me." "If I believed your story, I should tell you that it was your duty to have hastened to Montaignac and informed the authorities. But what you say is untrue. You did not leave Lacheneur, you accompanied him." "No, monsieur, no." "And what if I could prove this fact beyond all question?" "Impossible, monsieur, since such was not the case." By the malicious satisfaction that lighted Monsieur de Sairmeuse's face, the abbe knew that this wicked judge had some terrible weapon in his hands, and that Baron d'Escorval was about to be overwhelmed by one of those fatal coincidences which explain, although they do not justify, judicial errors. At a sign from the counsel for the prosecution, the Marquis de Courtornieu left his seat and came forward to the platform. "I must request you, Monsieur le Marquis," said the Duke, "to have the goodness to read to the commission the deposition written and signed by your daughter." This scene must have been prepared in advance for the audience. Monsieur de Courtornieu cleaned his glasses, drew from his pocket a paper which he unfolded, and amid a death-like silence he read: I, Blanche de Courtornieu, do declare upon oath that on the evening of the 4th of February, between 10 and 11 o'clock, on the public road leading from Sairmeuse to Montaignac, I was assailed by a crowd of armed brigands. While they were deliberating as to whether they should take possession of my person and pillage my carriage, I overheard one of these men say to another, speaking of me, "She must get out. Must she not, Monsieur d'Escorval?" I believe that the brigand who uttered these words was a peasant named Chanlouineau, but I dare not assert it on oath. A terrible cry, followed by inarticulate moans, interrupted the Marquis. The suffering which Maurice endured was too great for his strength and his reason. He was about to spring forward and cry, "It was I who addressed those words to Chanlouineau. I alone am guilty. My father is innocent." But fortunately the Abbé had the presence of mind to hold him back and place his hand over the poor youth's lips. But the priest would not have been able to restrain Maurice without the aid of the retired army officers who were standing beside him. Divining all, perhaps, they surrounded Maurice, took him up, and carried him from the room by main force, in spite of his violent resistance. All this occupied scarcely 10 seconds. "What is the cause of this disturbance?" inquired the duke, looking angrily over the audience. No one uttered a word. "At the least noise, the hall shall be cleared," added Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "And you, prisoner, what have you to say in self-justification after this crushing accusation by Mademoiselle de Courtornieu?" "Nothing," murmured the baron. "So you confess your guilt?" Once outside, the Abbé confided Maurice to the care of the 3 officers, who promised to go with him to carry him by main force, if need be, to the hotel, and keep him there. Relieved on this score, the priest re-entered the hall, just in time to see the baron seat himself without making any response, thus indicating that he had relinquished all intention of defending his life. Really, what could he say? How could he defend himself without betraying his son? Until now, there had not been one person who did not believe in the baron's entire innocence. Could it be that he was guilty? His silence must be accepted as a confession of guilt. At least, some present believed so. Baron d'Escorval appeared to be guilty. Was that not a sufficiently great victory for the Duc de Sairmeuse? He turned to the lawyers, and with an air of weariness and disdain, he said, "Now speak, since it is absolutely necessary. But no long phrases. We should have finished here an hour ago." The oldest lawyer rose, trembling with indignation, ready to dare anything for the sake of giving free utterance to his thought. But the baron checked him. "Do not try to defend me," he said calmly. "It would be labor wasted. I have only a word to say to my judges. Let them remember what the noble and generous Marshal Moncey wrote to the king: 'The scaffold does not make friends.'" This recollection was not of a nature to soften the hearts of the judges. The marshal, for that saying, had been deprived of his office, and condemned to 3 months' imprisonment. As the advocates made no further attempt to argue the case, the commission retired to deliberate. This gave Monsieur d'Escorval an opportunity to speak with his defenders. He shook them warmly by the hand, and thanked them for their devotion and for their courage. The good man wept. Then the baron, turning to the oldest among them, quickly and in a low voice said, "I have a last favor to ask of you. When the sentence of death shall have been pronounced upon me, go at once to my son. You will say to him that his dying father commands him to live. He will understand you. Tell him it is my last wish, that he live for his mother." He said no more. The judges were returning. Of the 30 prisoners, 9 were declared not guilty and released. The remaining 21, and Monsieur d'Escorval and Chanlouineau were among the number, were condemned to death. But the smile had not once forsaken Chanlouineau's lips. End of chapter 27. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 28 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 28. The abbé had been right in feeling he could trust the officers to whose care he had confided Maurice. Finding their entreaties would not induce him to leave the citadel, they seized him and literally carried him away. He made the most desperate efforts to escape. Each step was a struggle. "Leave me," he exclaimed. "Let me go where duty calls me. You only dishonor me in pretending to save me." His agony was terrible. He had thrown himself headlong into this absurd undertaking, and now the responsibility of his acts had fallen upon his father. He, the culprit, would live, and his innocent father would perish on the guillotine. It was to this his love for Marianne had led him, that radiant love which in other days had smiled so joyously. But our capacity for suffering has its limits. When they had carried him to the room in the hotel where his mother and Marianne were waiting in agonized surprise, that irresistible torpor which follows suffering too intense for human endurance crept over him. "Nothing is decided yet," the officers answered in response to Madame d'Escorval's questions. "The curé will hasten here as soon as the verdict is rendered." Then, as they had promised not to lose sight of Maurice, they seated themselves in gloomy silence. The house was silent. One might have supposed the hotel deserted. At last, a little before 4 o'clock, the abbé came in, followed by the lawyer, to whom the baron had confided his last wishes. "My husband!" exclaimed Madame d'Escorval, springing wildly from her chair. The priest bowed his head. She understood. "Death!" she faltered. "They have condemned him." And overcome by the terrible blow, she sank back inert with hanging arms. But the weakness did not last long. She again sprang up, her eyes brilliant with heroic resolve. "We must save him!" she exclaimed. "We must wrest him from the scaffold. Of Maurice, of Marianne, no more weak lamentations. We must to work. You also, gentlemen, will aid me. I can count upon your assistance. Monsieur le curé, what are we going to do? I do not know, but something must be done. The death of this just man would be too great a crime. God will not permit it." She suddenly paused, with clasped hands and eyes uplifted to heaven, as if seeking divine inspiration. "And the king," she resumed, "will the king consent to such a crime? No, a king can refuse mercy, but he cannot refuse justice. I will go to him. I will tell him all. Why did not this thought come to me sooner? We must start for Paris without losing an instant. Maurice, you will accompany me. One of you gentlemen will go at once and order post horses." Thinking they would obey her, she hastened into the next room to make preparations for her journey. "Poor woman," the lawyer whispered to the abbé. "She does not know that the sentence of a military commission is executed in 24 hours. Well, it requires 4 days to make the journey to Paris." He reflected a moment, then added, "But, after all, to let her go would be an act of mercy. Did not Ney, on the morning of his execution, implore the king to order the removal of his wife, who was sobbing and moaning in his cell?" The abbé shook his head. "No," said he, "Madame d'Escorval will never forgive us if we prevent her from receiving her husband's last farewell." She, at that very moment, re-entered the room, and the priest was trying to gather courage to tell her the cruel truth, when someone knocked violently at the door. One of the officers went to open it, and Bavois, the corporal of grenadiers, entered, his right hand lifted to his cap, as if he were in the presence of his superior officer. "Is Mademoiselle Lacheneur here?" he demanded. Marianne came forward. "I am she, monsieur," she replied. "What do you desire of me?" "I am ordered, mademoiselle, to conduct you to the citadel." "Ah!" exclaimed Maurice in a ferocious tone. "So they imprison women also!" The worthy corporal struck himself a heavy blow upon the forehead. "I am an old stupid," he exclaimed, "and express myself badly. I meant to say that I came to seek mademoiselle at the request of one of the condemned, a man named Chanlouineau, who desires to speak with her." "Impossible, my good man," said one of the officers. "They would not allow this lady to visit one of the condemned without special permission." "Well, she has this permission." said the old soldier. Assuring himself with a glance that he had nothing to fear from anyone present, he added in lower tones, "This Chanlouineau told me that the curé would understand his reasons." Had the brave peasant really found some means of salvation? The abbe almost began to believe it. "You must go with this worthy man, Marie Anne," said he. The poor girl shuddered at the thought of seeing Chanlouineau again, but the idea of refusing never once occurred to her. "Let us go," she said quietly. But the corporal did not stir from his place, and winking according to his habit, when he desired to attract the attention of his hearers, "In one moment," he said. "This Chanlouineau, who seems to be a shrewd fellow, told me to tell you that all was going well. May I be hung if I can see how. Still, such is his opinion. He also told me to tell you not to stir from this place, and not to attempt anything until mademoiselle returns, which will be in less than an hour. He swears to you that he will keep his promise. He only asks you to pledge your word that you will obey him." "We will take no action until an hour has passed," said the abbe. "I promise that—" "That is all. Salute, company. And now, mademoiselle, on the double, quick, march. The poor devil over there must be on coals of fire." That a condemned prisoner should be allowed to receive a visit from the daughter of the leader of the rebellion, of that Lacheneur who had succeeded in making his escape, was indeed surprising. But Chanlouineau had been ingenious enough to discover a means of procuring this special permission. With this aim in view, when sentence of death was passed upon him, he pretended to be overcome with terror and to weep piteously. The soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes when they saw this robust young fellow, who had been so insolent and defiant a few hours before, so overcome that they were obliged to carry him to his cell. There his lamentations were redoubled, and he begged the guard to go to the Duc de Sairmeuse or the Marquis de Courtornieu and tell them he had revelations of the greatest importance to make. That potent word, revelations, made Monsieur de Courtornieu hasten to the prisoner's cell. He found Chanlouineau on his knees, his features distorted by what was apparently an agony of fear. The man dragged himself toward him, took his hands and kissed them, imploring mercy and forgiveness, swearing that to preserve his life he was ready to do anything, yes, anything, even to deliver up Monsieur Lacheneur. To capture Lacheneur, such a prospect had powerful attractions for the Marquis de Courtornieu. "Do you know, then, where this brigand is concealed?" he inquired. Chanlouineau admitted that he did not know, but declared that Marie Anne, Lacheneur's daughter, knew her father's hiding place. She had, he declared, perfect confidence in him, and if they would only send for her and allow him 10 minutes of private conversation with her, he was sure he could obtain the secret of her father's place of concealment. So the bargain was quickly concluded. The prisoner's life was promised him in exchange for the life of Lacheneur. A soldier who chanced to be Corporal Bavois was sent to summon Marie Anne, and Chanlouineau waited in terrible anxiety. No one had told him what had taken place at Escorval, but he divined it by the aid of that strange prescience which so often illuminates the mind when death is near at hand. He was almost certain that Madame d'Escorval was in Montaignac. He was equally certain that Marie Anne was with her. And if she were, he knew that she would come. And he waited, counting the seconds by the throbbings of his heart. He waited, understanding the cause of every sound without, distinguishing with the marvelous acuteness of senses excited to the highest pitch by passion, sounds which would have been inaudible to another person. At last, at the end of the corridor, he heard the rustling of a dress against the wall. "It is she," he murmured. Footsteps approached. The heavy bolts were drawn back, the door opened, and Marie Anne entered, accompanied by Corporal Bavois. "Monsieur de Courtornieu promised me that we should be left alone," exclaimed Chanlouineau. "Therefore I go at once," replied the old soldier. "But I have orders to return for mademoiselle in half an hour." When the door closed behind the worthy corporal, Chanlouineau took Marie Anne's hand and drew her to the tiny grafted window. "Thank you for coming," said he. "Thank you. I can see you and speak to you once more. Now that my hours are numbered, I may reveal the secret of my soul and of my life. Now I can venture to tell you how ardently I have loved you, how much I still love you." Involuntarily, Marie Anne drew away her hand and stepped back. This outburst of passion, at such a moment, seemed at once unspeakably sad and frightful. "Have I, then, offended you?" said Chanlouineau sadly. "Forgive one who is about to die. You cannot refuse to listen to the voice of one who after tomorrow will have vanished from earth forever. I have loved you for a long time, Marie Anne, for more than 6 years. Before I saw you, I loved only my possessions. To raise fine crops and to amass a fortune seemed to me then the greatest possible happiness here below. Why did I meet you? But at that time you were so high, and I so low, that never in my wildest dreams did I aspire to you. I went to church each Sunday only that I might worship you as peasant women worship the Blessed Virgin. I went home with my eyes and my heart full of you, and that was all. Then came the misfortune that brought us nearer to each other, and your father made me as insane, yes, as insane as himself. After the insults he received from the Sairmeuse, your father resolved to revenge himself upon these arrogant nobles, and he selected me for his accomplice. He had read my heart. On leaving the house of Baron d'Escorval on that Sunday evening which you must remember, the compact that bound me to your father was made. "You love my daughter, my boy," said he. "Very well, aid me, and I promise you, in case we succeed, she shall be your wife. Only," he added, "I must warn you that you hazard your life." But what was life in comparison with the hope that dazzled me? From that night I gave body, soul, and fortune to the cause. Others were influenced by hatred or by ambition, but I was actuated by neither of these motives. What did the quarrels of the great matter to me, a simple laborer? I knew that the greatest were powerless to give my crops a drop of rain in season of drought, or a ray of sunshine during the rain. I took part in this conspiracy because I loved you."
"Ah, you are cruel!"
exclaimed Marie Anne.
"You are pitiless!"
It seemed to the poor girl that he was reproaching her for the horrible fate which Lacheneur had brought upon him, and for the terrible part which her father had imposed upon her, and which she had not been strong enough to refuse to perform. But Chanlouineau scarcely heard Marie Anne's exclamation. All the bitterness of the past had mounted to his brain, like fumes of alcohol. He was scarcely conscious of his own words. "But the day soon came," he continued, "when my foolish illusions were destroyed. You could not be mine, since you belonged to another. I might have broken my compact. I thought of doing so, but had not the courage. To see you, to hear your voice, to dwell beneath the same roof with you was happiness. I longed to see you happy and honored. I fought for the triumph of another, for him whom you had chosen." A sob that had risen in his throat choked his utterance. He buried his face in his hands to hide his tears, and for a moment seemed completely overcome. But he mastered his weakness after a little, and in a firm voice he said, "We must not linger over the past. Time flies, and the future is ominous." As he spoke, he went to the door, and applied first his eye, then his ear to the opening, to see that there were no spies without. No one was in the corridor. He could not hear a sound. He came back to Marie Anne's side, and tearing the sleeve of his jacket open with his teeth, he drew from it 2 letters, wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth. "Here," he said in a low voice, "is a man's life." Marie Anne knew nothing of Chanlouineau's promises and hopes, and bewildered by her distress, she did not at first understand.
"This," she exclaimed, "is a man's life!"
"Hush! Speak lower," interrupted Chanlouineau. "Yes, one of these letters might perhaps save the life of one who has been condemned to death."
"Unfortunate man! Why do you not make use of it and save yourself?"
The young man sadly shook his head. "Is it possible that you could ever love me?" he said simply. No, it is not. I have therefore no desire to live. Rest beneath a sod is preferable to the misery I am forced to endure. Moreover, I was justly condemned. I knew what I was doing when I left the Reche with my gun upon my shoulder and my sword by my side. I have no right to complain, but those cruel judges have condemned an innocent man.
Baron d'Escorval?
Yes, the father of Maurice. His voice changed in uttering the name of this man, for whose happiness he would have given 10 lives had they been his to give. I wish to save him, he added. I can do it.
Oh, if what you said were true, but you undoubtedly deceive yourself.
I know what I am saying. Fearing that some spy outside would overhear him, he came close to Marie Anne and said rapidly and in a low voice,
I never believed in the success of this conspiracy. When I sought a weapon of defense in case of failure, the Marquis de Sairmeuse furnished it. When it became necessary to send a circular warning our accomplices of the date decided upon for the uprising, I persuaded Monsieur Martial to write a model. He suspected nothing. I told him it was for a wedding. He did what I asked. This letter, which is now in my possession, is the rough draft of the circular, and it was written by the hand of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. It is impossible for him to deny it. There is an erasure on each line. Every one would regard it as the handiwork of a man who was seeking to convey his real meaning in ambiguous phrases.
Chanlouineau opened the envelope and showed her the famous letter which he had dictated, and in which the space for the date of the insurrection was left blank. My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage is decided, etc. The light that had sparkled in Marie Anne's eye was suddenly extinguished.
And you believe that this letter can be of any service?
She inquired in evident discouragement. I do not believe it.
But...
With a gesture he interrupted her. We must not lose time in discussion. Listen to me. Of itself, this letter might be unimportant, but I have arranged matters in such a way that it will produce a powerful effect. I declared before the commission that the Marquis de Sairmeuse was one of the leaders of the movement. They laughed, and I read incredulity on the faces of the judges. But calumny is never without its effect. When the Duc de Sairmeuse is about to receive a reward for his services, there will be enemies in plenty to remember, and to repeat my words. He knew this so well that he was greatly agitated, even while his colleagues sneered at my accusations.
To accuse a man falsely is a great crime,
murmured the honest Marie Anne. Yes, but I wish to save my friend, and I cannot choose my means. I was all the more sure of success as I knew that the Marquis had been wounded. I declared that he was fighting against the troops by my side. I demanded that he should be summoned before the tribunal. I told them that I had in my possession unquestionable proofs of his complicity.
Did you say that the Marquis de Sairmeuse had been wounded?
Inquired Marie Anne. Chanlouineau's face betrayed the most intense astonishment. What? He exclaimed. You do not know? Then, after an instant's reflection, fool that I am, he resumed, who could have told you what had happened? You remember that while we were traveling over the Sairmeuse road on our way to the Croix d'Arcy, and after your father had left us to ride on in advance, Maurice placed himself at the head of one division, and you walked beside him, while your brother Jean and myself stayed behind to urge on the laggards. We were performing our duty conscientiously when suddenly we heard the gallop of a horse behind us. We must know who is coming, Jean said to me. We paused. The horse soon reached us. We caught the bridle and held him. Can you guess who the rider was? Martial de Sairmeuse. To describe your brother's fury on recognizing the Marquis would be impossible. At last I find you, wretched noble, he exclaimed, and now we will settle our account. After reducing my father, who has just given you a fortune, to despair and penury, you have tried to degrade my sister. I will have my revenge. Down, we must fight. Marie Anne could scarcely tell whether she was awake or dreaming.
My brother, she murmured, has challenged the Marquis? Is it possible?
Brave as Monsieur Martial is, pursued Chanlouineau, he did not seem inclined to accept the invitation. He stammered out something like this. "You are mad, you are jesting. Have we not always been friends? What does this mean?" Jean ground his teeth in rage. "This means that we have endured your insulting familiarity long enough," he replied, "and if you do not dismount and meet me in open combat, I will blow your brains out." Your brother, as he spoke, manipulated his pistol in so threatening a manner that the Marquis dismounted, and addressing me, "You see, Chanlouineau," he said, "I must fight a duel or submit to assassination. If Jean kills me, there is no more to be said, but if I kill him, what is to be done?" I told him he would be free to depart on condition he would give me his word not to return to Montaignac before 2 o'clock. "Then I accept the challenge," said he. "Give me a weapon." I gave him my sword. Your brother drew his, and they took their places in the middle of the highway. The young farmer paused to take a breath, then said more slowly, "Marie Anne, your father and I have misjudged your brother. Poor Jean's appearance is terribly against him. His face indicates a treacherous, cowardly nature. His smile is cunning, and his eye always shuns yours. We have distrusted him, but we should ask his pardon. A man who fights as I saw him fight is deserving of confidence. For this combat in the public road and in the darkness of the night was terrible. They attacked each other silently but furiously. At last Jean fell." "Ah, my brother is dead!" exclaimed Marie Anne. "No," responded Chanlouineau. "At least, we have reason to hope not. I know he has not lacked any attention. This duel had another witness, a man named Poignot, whom you must remember. He was one of your father's tenants. He took Jean, promising me that he would conceal him and care for him. As for the Marquis, he showed me that he too was wounded, and then he remounted his horse, saying, 'What could I do? He would have it so.'" Marie Anne understood now.
"Give me the letter," she said to Chanlouineau. "I will go to the Duke. I will find some way to reach him, and then God will tell me what course to pursue."
The noble peasant handed the girl the tiny scrap of paper which might have been his own salvation. "On no account," said he, "must you allow the Duke to suppose that you have upon your person the proof with which you threaten him. Who knows of what he might be capable under such circumstances? He will say at first that he can do nothing, that he sees no way to save the Baron. You will tell him that he must find a means, if he does not wish this letter sent to Paris, to one of his enemies." He paused. He heard the grating of the bolt. Corporal Bavois reappeared. "The half hour expired 10 minutes ago," he said sadly. "I have my orders." "Coming," said Chanlouineau. "All is ended." And handing Marie Anne the second letter, "This is for you," he added. "You will read it when I am no more. Pray, pray do not weep thus. Be brave. You will soon be the wife of Maurice, and when you are happy, think sometimes of the poor peasant who loved you so much." Marie Anne could not utter a word, but she lifted her face to his. "Ah, I dare not ask it," he exclaimed, and for the first time he clasped her to his arms and pressed his lips to her pallid cheek. "Now adieu," he said once more. "Do not lose a moment. Adieu." End of chapter 28. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 29 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 29. The prospect of capturing Lacheneur, the chief conspirator, excited the Marquis de Courtornieu so much that he had not been able to tear himself away from the citadel to return home to his dinner. Remaining near the entrance of the dark corridor leading to Chanlouineau's cell, he watched Marie Anne depart. But as he saw her go out into the twilight with a quick, alert step, he felt a sudden doubt of Chanlouineau's sincerity. "Can it be that this miserable peasant has deceived me?" he thought. So strong was this suspicion that he hastened after her, determined to question her, to ascertain the truth, to arrest her if necessary. But he no longer possessed the agility of youth, and when he reached the gateway the guard told him that Mademoiselle Lacheneur had already passed out. He rushed out after her, looked about on every side, but could see no trace of her. He re-entered the citadel, furious with himself for his own credulity. "Still, I can visit Chanlouineau," thought he, "and tomorrow will be time enough to summon this creature and question her." This creature was even then hastening up the long, ill-paved street that led to the Hôtel de France. Regardless of self, and of the curious gaze of a few passers-by, she ran on, thinking only of shortening the terrible anxiety which her friends at the hotel must be enduring. "All is not lost," she exclaimed on re-entering the room. "My God, thou hast heard my prayers," murmured the Baroness. Then, suddenly seized by a horrible dread, she added, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Are you not trying to delude me with false hopes? That would be cruel." "I am not deceiving you, madame. Chanlouineau has given me a weapon which, I hope and believe, places the Duc de Sairmeuse in our power. He is omnipotent in Montaignac. The only man who could oppose him, Monsieur de Courtornieu, is his friend. I believe that Monsieur d'Escorval can be saved." "Speak!" cried Maurice. "What must we do?" "Pray and wait, Maurice. I must act alone in this matter, but be assured that I, the cause of all your misfortune, will leave nothing undone which is possible for mortal to do." Absorbed in the task which she had imposed upon herself, Marie Anne had failed to remark a stranger who had arrived during her absence, an old white-haired peasant. The abbe called her attention to him. "Here is a courageous friend," said he, "who since morning has been searching for you everywhere, in order to give you news of your father." Marie Anne was so overcome that she could scarcely falter her gratitude. "Oh, you need not thank me," answered the brave peasant. "I said to myself, the poor girl must be terribly anxious. I ought to relieve her of her misery. So I came to tell you that Monsieur Lacheneur is safe and well, except for a wound in the leg, which causes him considerable suffering, but which will be healed in 2 or 3 weeks. My son-in-law, who was hunting yesterday in the mountains, met him near the frontier, in company with 2 of his friends. By this time he must be in Piedmont, beyond the reach of the gendarmes." "Let us hope now," said the abbe, "that we shall soon hear what has become of Jean." "I know already, monsieur," responded Marie Anne. "My brother has been badly wounded, and he is now under the protection of kind friends." She bowed her head, almost crushed beneath her burden of sorrow, but soon rallying, she exclaimed, "What am I doing? What right have I to think of my friends, when upon my promptness and upon my courage depends the life of an innocent man compromised by them?" Maurice, the abbe, and the officers surrounded the brave young girl. They wished to know what she was about to attempt, and to dissuade her from incurring useless danger. She refused to reply to their pressing questions. They wished to accompany her, or at least to follow her at a distance, but she declared that she must go alone. "I will return in less than 2 hours, and then we can decide what must be done," said she, as she hastened away. To obtain an audience with the Duc de Sairmeuse was certainly a difficult matter. Maurice and the abbe had proved that only too well the previous day. Besieged by weeping and heartbroken families, he shut himself up securely, fearing, perhaps, that he might be moved by their entreaties. Marie Anne knew this, but it did not alarm her. Chanlouineau had given her a word, the same which he had used, and this word was a key which would unlock the most firmly and obstinately locked doors. In the vestibule of the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse, 3 or 4 valets stood talking. "I am the daughter of Monsieur Lacheneur," said Marie Anne, addressing one of them. "I must speak to the Duke at once, on matters connected with the revolt." "The Duke is absent." "I came to make a revelation." The servant's manner suddenly changed. "In that case, follow me, mademoiselle." She followed him up the stairs and through 2 or 3 rooms. At last he opened a door, saying, "Enter." She went in. It was not the Duc de Sairmeuse who was in the room, but his son Martial. Stretched upon a sofa, he was reading a paper by the light of a large candelabra. On seeing Marie Anne, he sprang up, as pale and agitated as if the door had given passage to a spectre. "You!" he stammered. But he quickly mastered his emotion, and in a second his quick mind revolved all the possibilities that might have produced this visit. "Lacheneur has been arrested," he exclaimed, "and you, wishing to save him from the fate which the military commission will pronounce upon him, have thought of me. Thank you, dearest Marie Anne, thank you for your confidence. I will not abuse it. Let your heart be reassured. We will save your father. I promise you. I swear it. How, I do not yet know. But what does that matter? It is enough that he shall be saved. I will have it so." His voice betrayed the intense passion and joy that was surging in his heart. "My father has not been arrested," said Marie Anne coldly. "Then," said Martial with some hesitation, "then it is Jean who is a prisoner." "My brother is in safety. If he survives his wounds, he will escape all attempts at capture." From white, the Marquis de Sairmeuse had turned as red as fire. By Marie Anne's manner, he saw that she knew of the duel. He made no attempt to deny it, but he tried to excuse himself. "It was Jean who challenged me," said he. "I tried to avoid it. I only defended my own life in fair combat, and with equal weapons." Marie Anne interrupted him. "I reproach you for nothing, Monsieur le Marquis," she said quietly. "Ah, Marie Anne, I am more severe than you. Jean was right to challenge me. I deserved his anger. He knew the baseness of which I had been guilty. But you were ignorant of it. Oh, Marie Anne, if I wronged you in thought, it was because I did not know you. Now I know that you, above all others, are pure and chaste." He tried to take her hands. She repulsed him with horror, and broke into a fit of passionate sobbing. Of all the blows she had received, this last was most terrible and overwhelming. What humiliation and shame! Now indeed was her cup of sorrow filled to overflowing. "Chaste and pure," he had said. Oh, bitter mockery! But Martial misunderstood the meaning of the poor girl's gesture. "Oh, I comprehend your indignation," he resumed, with growing eagerness. "But if I have injured you, even in thought, I now offer you reparation. I have been a fool, a miserable fool, for I love you. I love and can love you only. I am the Marquis de Sairmeuse. I am the possessor of millions. I entreat you, I implore you to be my wife." Marie Anne listened in utter bewilderment. Vertigo seized her. Even reason seemed to totter upon its throne. But now it had been Chanlouineau who in his prison cell cried that he died for love of her. Now it was Martial who avowed his willingness to sacrifice his ambition and his future for her sake. And the poor peasant condemned to death and the son of the all-powerful Duc de Sairmeuse had avowed their passion in almost the very same words. Martial paused, awaiting some response, a word, a gesture, but Marie Anne remained mute, motionless, frozen. "You are silent," he cried, with increased vehemence. "Do you question my sincerity? No, it is impossible. Then why this silence? Do you fear my father's opposition? You need not. I know how to gain his consent. Besides, what does his approbation matter to us? Have we any need of him? Am I not my own master? Am I not rich, immensely rich? I should be a miserable fool, a coward, if I hesitated between his stupid prejudices and the happiness of my life." He was evidently obliging himself to weigh all the possible objections, in order to answer them and overrule them. "Is it on account of your family that you hesitate?" he continued. "Your father and brother are pursued, and France is closed against them. Very well. We will leave France, and they shall come and live near you. Jean will no longer dislike me when you are my wife. We will all live in England or in Italy. Now I am grateful for the fortune that will enable me to make life a continual enchantment for you. I love you, and in the happiness and tender love which shall be yours in the future, I will compel you to forget all the bitterness of the past." Marie Anne knew the Marquis de Sairmeuse well enough to to understand the intensity of the love revealed by these astounding propositions. And for that very reason she hesitated to tell him that he had won this triumph over his pride in vain. She was anxiously wondering to what extremity his wounded vanity would carry him, and if a refusal would not transform him into a bitter enemy. "Why do you not answer?" asked Martial with evident anxiety. She felt that she must reply, that she must speak, say something, but she could not unclose her lips. "I am only a poor girl, Monsieur le Marquis," she murmured at last. "If I accepted your offer, you would regret it continually." "Never!" "But you are no longer free. You have already plighted your troth. Mademoiselle Blanche de Coulommiers is your promised wife." "Ah, say one word, only one, and this engagement which I detest is broken." She was silent. It was evident that her mind was fully made up, and that she refused his offer. "Do you hate me, then?" asked Martial sadly. If she had allowed herself to tell the whole truth, Marie Anne would have answered yes. The Marquis de Sairmeuse did inspire her with an almost insurmountable aversion. "I no more belong to myself than you belong to yourself, monsieur," she faltered. A gleam of hatred, quickly extinguished, shone in Martial's eye. "Always Maurice," said he. "Always." She expected an angry outburst, but he remained perfectly calm. "Then," said he, with a forced smile, "I must believe this and other evidence. I must believe that you have forced me to play a most ridiculous part. Until now I doubted it." The poor girl bowed her head, crimsoning with shame to the roots of her hair, but she made no attempt at denial. "I was not my own mistress," she stammered. "My father commanded and threatened, and I obeyed him." "That matters little," he interrupted. "Your role has not been that which a pure young girl should play." It was the only reproach he had uttered, and still he regretted it, perhaps because he did not wish her to know how deeply he was wounded, perhaps because, as he afterward declared, he could not overcome his love for Marie Anne. "Now," he resumed, "I understand your presence here. You come to ask mercy for Monsieur d'Escorval." "Not mercy, but justice. The baron is innocent." Martial approached Marie Anne, and lowering his voice, "If the father is innocent," he whispered, "then it is the son who is guilty." She recoiled in terror. He knew the secret which the judges could not or would not penetrate. But seeing her anguish, he had pity. "Another reason," said he, "for attempting to save the baron. His blood shed upon the guillotine would form an impassable gulf between Maurice and you. I will join my efforts to yours." Blushing and embarrassed, Marie Anne dared not thank him. How was she about to reward his generosity? By vilely traducing him. Ah, she would infinitely have preferred to see him angry and revengeful. Just then a valet opened the door, and the Duc de Sairmeuse, still in full uniform, entered. "Upon my word," he exclaimed, as he crossed the threshold, "I must confess that Chupin is an admirable hunter. Thanks to him—" He paused abruptly. He had not perceived Marie Anne until now. "The daughter of that scoundrel Lacheneur," said he, with an air of the utmost surprise. "What does she desire here?" The decisive moment had come. The life of the baron hung upon Marie Anne's courage and address. The consciousness of the terrible responsibility devolving upon her restored her self-control and calmness as if by magic. "I have a revelation to sell to you, monsieur," she said resolutely. The duke regarded her with mingled wonder and curiosity. Then, laughing heartily, he threw himself upon a sofa, exclaiming, "Sell it, my pretty one, sell it." "I cannot speak until I am alone with you." At a sign from his father, Martial left the room. "You can speak now," said the duke. She did not lose a second. "You must have read, monsieur," she began, "the circular convening the conspirators." "Certainly. I have a dozen copies in my pocket." "By whom do you suppose it was written?" "By the elder d'Escorval, or by your father." "You are mistaken, monsieur. That letter was the work of the Marquis de Sairmeuse, your son." The duke sprang up, fire flashing from his eyes, his face purple with anger. "Zounds, girl, I advise you to bridle your tongue." "The proof of what I have asserted exists." "Silence, you hussy, or—" "The lady who sends me here, monsieur, possesses the original of this circular written by the hand of Monsieur Martial, and I am obliged to tell you She did not have the opportunity to complete the sentence. The duke sprang to the door, and in a voice of thunder called his son. As soon as Martial entered the room, "Repeat," said the duke, "repeat before my son what you have just said to me." Boldly, with head erect and clear, firm voice, Marie Anne repeated her accusation. She expected on the part of the marquis an indignant denial, cruel reproaches, or an angry explanation. Not a word. He listened with a nonchalant air, and she almost believed she could read in his eyes an encouragement to proceed, and a promise of protection. When she had concluded, "Well?" demanded the duke imperiously. "First," replied Martial lightly, "I would like to see this famous circular." The duke handed him a copy. "Here, read it." Martial glanced over it, laughed heartily, and exclaimed, "A clever trick." "What do you say?" "I say that this Chanlouineau is a sly rascal. Who the devil would have thought the fellow so cunning to see his honest face? Another lesson to teach one not to trust to appearances." In all his life the Duc de Sairmeuse had never received so severe a shock. "Chanlouineau was not lying, then?" he said to his son, in a choked, unnatural voice. "You were one of the instigators of this rebellion, then?" Martial's face grew dark, and in a tone of disdainful hauteur he replied, "This is the 4th time, sir, that you have addressed that question to me, and for the 4th time I answer no. That should suffice. If the fancy had seized me for taking part in this movement, I should frankly confess it. What possible reason could I have for concealing anything from you?" "The facts," interrupted the duke, in a frenzy of passion. "The facts." "Very well," rejoined Martial in his usual indifferent tone. "The fact is that the model of this circular does exist, that it was written in my best hand on a very large sheet of very poor paper. I recollect that in trying to find appropriate expressions, I erased and rewrote several words. Did I date this writing? I think I did, but I could not swear to it." "How do you reconcile this with your denials?" exclaimed Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "I can do this easily. Did I not tell you just now that Chanlouineau had made a tool of me?" The duke no longer knew what to believe, but what exasperated him more than all else was his son's imperturbable tranquillity. "Confess rather that you have been led to this filth by your mistress," he retorted, pointing to Marie Anne. But this insult Martial would not tolerate. "Mademoiselle Lacheneur is not my mistress," he replied in a tone so imperious that it was a menace. "It is true, however, that it rests only with her to decide whether she will be the Marquise de Sairmeuse tomorrow. Let us abandon these recriminations. They do not further the progress of our business." The faint glimmer of reason which still lighted Monsieur de Sairmeuse's mind checked the still more insulting reply that rose to his lips. Trembling with suppressed rage, he made the circuit of the room several times, and finally paused before Marie Anne, who remained in the same place as motionless as a statue. "Come, my good girl," said he, "give me the writing." "It is not in my possession, sir." "Where is it?" "In the hands of a certain person who will give it to you only under certain conditions." "Who is this person?" "I am not at liberty to tell you." There was both admiration and jealousy in the look that Martial fixed upon Marie Anne. He was amazed by her coolness and presence of mind. Ah, how powerful must be the passion that imparted such a ringing clearness to her voice, such brilliancy to her eyes, such precision to her responses. "And if I should not accept the conditions which are imposed, what then?" asked Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "In that case, the writing will be utilized." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, sir, that early tomorrow morning a trusty messenger will start for Paris, charged with the task of submitting this document to the eyes of certain persons who are not exactly friends of yours. He will show it to Monsieur Laine, for example, or to the Duc de Richelieu, and he will, of course, explain to them its significance and its value. Will this writing prove the complicity of the Marquis de Sairmeuse? Yes or no? Have you, or have you not, dared to try to condemn to death the unfortunate men who were only the tools of your son?" "Ah, wretch, hussy, viper!" interrupted the duke. He was beside himself. A foam gathered upon his lips. His eyes seemed starting from their sockets. He was no longer conscious of what he was saying.
"This," he exclaimed with wild gestures, "is enough to appall me. Yes, I have bitter enemies, envious rivals who would give their right hand for this execrable letter. Ah, if they obtain it, they will demand an investigation, and then farewell to the rewards due my services. It will be shouted from the housetops that Chanlouineau, in the presence of the tribunal, declared you, Marquis, his leader and his accomplice. You will be obliged to submit to the scrutiny of physicians, who, seeing a freshly healed wound, will require you to tell where you received it and why you concealed it. Of what shall I not be accused? They will say that I expedited matters in order to silence the voices that had been raised against my son. Perhaps they will even say that I secretly favored the insurrection. I shall be vilified in the journals. And who has thus ruined the fortunes of a house that promised so brilliantly? You alone, Marquis. You believe in nothing. You doubt everything. You are cold, skeptical, disdainful, blasé. But a pretty woman makes her appearance on the scene. You go wild like a schoolboy, and are ready to commit any act of folly. It is you who I am addressing, Marquis. Do you hear me? Speak. What have you to say?"
Martial had listened to this tirade with unconcealed scorn, and without even attempting to interrupt it. Now he responded slowly. "I think, sir, if Mademoiselle Lacheneur had any doubts of the value of the document she possesses, she has them no longer." This response fell upon the Duke's wrath like a bucket of ice water. He instantly comprehended his folly, and frightened by his own words, he stood stupefied with astonishment. Without deigning to add another word, the Marquis turned to Marie Anne. "Will you be so kind as to explain what is required of my father in exchange for this letter?" "The life and liberty of Monsieur d'Escorval." The Duke started as if he had received an electric shock.
"Ah!" he exclaimed, "I knew they would ask something that was impossible."
He sank back in his armchair. A profound despair succeeded his frenzy. He buried his face in his hands, evidently seeking some expedient.
"Why did you not come to me before judgment was pronounced?" he murmured. "Then I could have done anything. Now my hands are bound. The commission is spoken. The judgment must be executed."
He rose, and in the tone of a man who is resigned to anything, he said,
"Decidedly, I should risk more in attempting to save the baron."
In his anxiety he gave Monsieur d'Escorval his title.
"1,000 times more than I have to fear from my enemies. So, mademoiselle,"
he no longer said "my good girl,"
"you can utilize your document."
The Duke was about leaving the room, but Martial detained him by a gesture. "Think again before you decide. Our situation is not without a precedent. A few months ago the Count de la Valette was condemned to death. The king wished to pardon him, but his ministers and friends opposed it. Though the king was master, what did he do? He seemed to be deaf to all the supplications made in the prisoner's behalf. The scaffold was erected, and yet La Valette was saved, and no one was compromised. Yes, a jailer lost his position. He is living on his income now." Marie Anne caught eagerly at the idea so cleverly presented by Martial. "Yes," she exclaimed, "the Count de la Valette, protected by royal connivance, succeeded in making his escape." The simplicity of the expedient, the authority of the example, seemed to make a vivid impression upon the Duke. He was silent for a moment, and Marie Anne fancied she saw an expression of relief steal over his face.
"Such an attempt would be very hazardous," he murmured. "Yet with care, and if one were sure that the secret would be kept."
"Oh, the secret will be religiously preserved, monsieur," interrupted Marie Anne. With a glance Martial recommended silence. Then turning to his father, he said, "One can always consider an expedient, and calculate the consequences. That does not bind one. When is this sentence to be carried into execution?"
"Tomorrow,"
responded the Duke. But even this terrible response did not cause Marie Anne any alarm. The duke's anxiety and terror had taught her how much reason she had to hope, and she saw that Martial had openly espoused her cause. "We have, then, only the night before us," resumed the Marquis. "Fortunately, it is only 7:30, and until 10 o'clock my father can visit the citadel without exciting the slightest suspicion." He paused suddenly. His eyes, in which had shone almost absolute confidence, became gloomy. He had just discovered an unexpected and, as it seemed to him, almost insurmountable difficulty. "Have we any intelligent men in the citadel?" he murmured. "The assistance of a jailer or of a soldier is indispensable." He turned to his father and brusquely asked, "Have you any man in whom you can confide?" "I have 3 or 4 spies. They can be bought." "No, the wretch who betrays his comrade for a few sous will betray you for a few louis. We must have an honest man who sympathizes with the opinions of Baron d'Escorval, an old soldier who fought under Napoleon if possible." A sudden inspiration visited Marie Anne's mind. "I know the man that you require," she cried. "You?" "Yes, I, at the citadel." "Take care. Remember that he must risk much. If this should be discovered, those who take part in it will be sacrificed." "He of whom I speak is the man you need. I will be responsible for him." "And he is a soldier?" "He is only an humble corporal, but the nobility of his nature entitles him to the highest rank. Believe me, we can safely confide in him." If she spoke thus, she who would willingly have given her life for the baron's salvation, she must be absolutely certain. So thought Martial. "I will confer with this man," said he. "What is his name?" "He is called Bavois, and he is a corporal in the 1st Company of Grenadiers." "Bavois," repeated Martial, as if to fix the name in his memory. "Bavois. My father will find some pretext for desiring him summoned." "It is easy to find a pretext. He was the brave soldier left on guard at Escorval after the troops left the house." "This promises well," said Martial. He had risen and gone to the fireplace in order to be nearer his father. "I suppose," he continued, "the baron has been separated from the other prisoners?" "Yes, he is alone, in a large and very comfortable room." "Where is it?" "On the 2nd story of the corner tower." But Martial, who was not so well acquainted with the citadel as his father, was obliged to reflect a moment. "The corner tower," said he, "is not that the tall tower which one sees from a distance, and which is built on a spot where the rock is almost perpendicular?" "Precisely." By the promptness Monsieur de Sairmeuse displayed in replying, it was easy to see that he was ready to risk a good deal to effect the prisoner's deliverance. "What kind of window is that in the baron's room?" inquired Martial. "It is quite large, and furnished with a double row of iron bars, securely fastened into the stone walls." "It is easy enough to cut these bars. On which side does this window look?" "On the country." "That is to say, it overlooks the precipice. The devil! That is a serious difficulty, and yet, in one respect, it is an advantage. For they station no sentinels there, do they?" "Never. Between the citadel wall and the edge of the precipice there is barely standing room. The soldiers do not venture there, even in the daytime." "There's only one more important question. What is the distance from Monsieur d'Escorval's window to the ground?" "It is about 40 feet from the base of the tower." "Good. And from the base of the tower to the foot of the precipice, how far is that?" "Really, I scarcely know. 60 feet at least, I should think." "Ah, that is high, terribly high. The baron, fortunately, is still agile and vigorous." The duke began to be impatient. "Now," said he to his son, "will you be so kind as to explain your plan?" Martial had gradually resumed the careless tone which always exasperated his father. "He is sure of success," thought Marie Anne. "My plan is simplicity itself," replied Martial. 60 and 40 are 100. It is necessary to procure 100 feet of strong rope. It will make a very large bundle, but no matter. I will twist it around me, envelop myself in a large cloak, and accompany you to the citadel. You will send for Corporal Bavois. You will leave me alone with him in a quiet place. I will explain our wishes." Monsieur de Sairmeuse shrugged his shoulders.
And how will you procure 100 feet of rope at this hour in Montaignac? Will you go about from shop to shop? You might as well trumpet your project at once."
"I shall attempt nothing of the kind. What I cannot do, the friends of the Escorval family will do." The Duke was about to offer some new objection when his son interrupted him. "Pray do not forget the danger that threatens us," he said earnestly, "nor the little time that is left us. I have committed a fault. Leave me to repair it." And turning to Marie Anne, "You may consider the baron saved," he pursued, "but it is necessary for me to confer with one of his friends. Return at once to the Hôtel de France, and tell the curé to meet me on the Place d'Armes, where I go to await him." End of chapter 29. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 30 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 30. Though among the first to be arrested at the time of the panic before Montaignac, the Baron d'Escorval had not for an instant deluded himself with false hopes. "I am a lost man," he thought, and confronting death calmly, he now thought only of the danger that threatened his son. His mistake before the judges was the result of his preoccupation. He did not breathe freely until he saw Maurice led from the hall by Abbe Midon and the friendly officers, for he knew that his son would try to confess connection with the affair. Then, calm and composed, with head erect and steadfast eye, he listened to the death sentence. In the confusion that ensued in removing the prisoners from the hall, the baron found himself beside Chanlouineau, who had begun his noisy lamentations. "Courage, my boy," he said, indignant at such apparent cowardice. "Ah, it's easy to talk," whined the young farmer. Then, seeing that no one was observing them, he leaned toward the baron and whispered,
"It is for you I am working. Save all your strength for tonight."
Chanlouineau's words and burning glance surprised Monsieur d'Escorval, but he attributed both to fear. When the guards took him back to his cell, he threw himself upon his pallet, and before him rose that vision of the last hour which is at once the hope and despair of those who are about to die. He knew the terrible laws that govern a court-martial. The next day, in a few hours, at dawn perhaps, they would take him from his cell, place him in front of a squad of soldiers. An officer would lift his sword, and all would be over. Then what was to become of his wife and his son? His agony on thinking of these dear ones was terrible. He was alone. He wept. But suddenly he started up, ashamed of his weakness. He must not allow these thoughts to unnerve him. He was determined to meet death unflinchingly, resolved to shake off the profound melancholy that was creeping over him. He walked about his cell, forcing his mind to occupy itself with material objects. The room which had been allotted to him was very large. It had once communicated with the apartment adjoining, but the door had been walled up for a long time. The cement which held the large blocks of stone together had crumbled away, leaving crevices through which one might look from one room into the other. Monsieur d'Escorval mechanically applied his eye to one of these interstices. Perhaps he had a friend for a neighbor, some wretched man who was to share his fate. He saw no one. He called, first in a whisper, then louder. No voice responded to his.
"If I could only tear down this thin partition," he thought.
He trembled, then shrugged his shoulders. And if he did, what then? He would only find himself in another apartment similar to his own, an opening like his upon a corridor full of guards, whose monotonous tramp he could plainly hear as they passed to and fro. What folly to think of escape! He knew that every possible precaution must have been taken to guard against it. Yes, he knew this, and yet he could not refrain from examining his window. 2 rows of iron bars protected it. These were placed in such a way that it was impossible for him to put out his head and see how far he was above the ground. The height, however, must be considerable, judging from the extent of the view. The sun was setting, and through the violet haze the Baron could discern an undulating line of hills, whose culminating point must be the land of the Reche. The dark masses of foliage that he saw on the right were probably the forests of Sairmeuse. On the left he divined, rather than saw, nestling between the hills, the valley of the Oiselle and Escorval. Escorval, that lovely retreat where he had known such happiness, where he had hoped to die the calm and serene death of the just. And remembering his past felicity, and thinking of his vanished dreams, his eyes once more filled with tears, but he quickly dried them on hearing the door of his cell open. 2 soldiers appeared. One of the men bore a torch, the other one of those long baskets divided into compartments which are used in carrying meals to the officers on guard. These men were evidently deeply moved, and yet, obeying a sentiment of instinctive delicacy, they affected a sort of gaiety. "Here is your dinner, monsieur," said one soldier. "It ought to be very good, for it comes from the cuisine of the commander of the citadel." Monsieur d'Escorval smiled sadly. Some attentions on the part of one's jailer have a sinister significance. Still, when he seated himself before the little table which they prepared for him, he found that he was really hungry. He ate with a relish, and chatted quite cheerfully with the soldiers. "Always hope for the best, sir," said one of these worthy fellows. "Who knows? Stranger things have happened." When the Baron finished his repast, he asked for pen, ink, and paper. They brought what he desired. He found himself again alone, but his conversation with the soldiers had been of service to him. His weakness had passed. His sang-froid had returned. He would now reflect. He was surprised that he had heard nothing from Madame d'Escorval and from Maurice. Could it be that they had been refused access to the prison? No, they could not be. He could not imagine that there existed men sufficiently cruel to prevent a doomed man from pressing to his heart in a last embrace his wife and his son. Yet how was it that neither the Baroness nor Maurice had made an attempt to see him? Something must have prevented them from doing so. What could it be? He imagined the worst misfortunes. He saw his wife writhing in agony, perhaps dead. He pictured Maurice, wild with grief, upon his knees at the bedside of his mother. But they might come yet. He consulted his watch. It marked the hour of 7. But he waited in vain. No one came. He took up his pen and was about to write when he heard a bustle in the corridor outside. The clink of spurs resounded on the flags. He heard the sharp clink of the rifle as the guard presented arms. Trembling, the Baron sprang up, saying, "They have come at last." He was mistaken. The footsteps died away in the distance. "A round of inspection," he murmured. But at the same moment 2 objects thrown through the tiny opening in the door of his cell fell on the floor in the middle of the room. Monsieur d'Escorval caught them up. Someone had thrown him 2 files. His first feeling was one of distrust. He knew that there were jailers who left no means untried to dishonor their prisoners before delivering them to the executioner. Was it a friend or an enemy that had given him these instruments of deliverance and of liberty? Chanlouineau's words and the look that accompanied them recurred to his mind, perplexing him still more. He was standing with knitted brows, turning and returning the fine and well-tempered files in his hands, when he suddenly perceived upon the floor a tiny scrap of paper, which had at first escaped his notice. He snatched it up, unfolded it, and read, "Your friends are at work. Everything is prepared for your escape. Make haste." And saw the bars of your window. Maurice and his mother embrace you. Hope, courage. Beneath these few lines was the letter M. But the Baron did not need this initial to be reassured. He had recognized Abbe Midon's handwriting. "Oh, he is a true friend," he murmured. Then the recollection of his doubts and despair arose in his mind. "This explains why neither my wife nor son came to visit me," he thought.
and I doubted their energy, and I was complaining of the neglect." Intense joy filled his breast. He raised the letter that promised him life and liberty to his lips, and enthusiastically exclaimed, "To work! To work!" He had chosen the finest of the two files, and was about to attack the ponderous bars, when he fancied he heard someone open the door of the next room. Someone had opened it, certainly. The person closed it again, but did not lock it. Then the Baron heard someone moving cautiously about. What did all this mean? Were they incarcerating some new prisoner, or were they stationing a spy there? Listening breathlessly, the Baron heard a singular sound, whose cause it was absolutely impossible to explain. Noiselessly he advanced to the former communicating door, knelt, and peered through one of the interstices. The sight that met his eyes amazed him. A man was standing in a corner of the room. The Baron could see the lower part of the man's body by the light of a large lantern, which he had deposited on the floor at his feet. He was turning round and around very quickly, by this movement unwinding a long rope which had been twined around his body as thread is wound around a bobbin. Monsieur d'Escorval rubbed his eyes as if to assure himself that he was not dreaming. Evidently this rope was intended for him. It was to be attached to the broken bars. But how had this man succeeded in gaining admission to this room? Who could it be that enjoyed such liberty in the prison? He was not a soldier, or at least he did not wear a uniform. Unfortunately, the highest crevice was in such a place that the visual ray did not strike the upper part of the man's body, and despite the Baron's efforts, he was unable to see the face of this friend, he judged him to be such, whose boldness verged on folly. Unable to resist his intense curiosity, Monsieur d'Escorval was on the point of rapping on the wall to question him, when the door of the room occupied by this man, whom the Baron already called his saviour, was impetuously thrown open. Another man entered whose face was also outside the Baron's range of vision, and the newcomer, in a tone of astonishment, exclaimed, "Good heavens, what are you doing?" The Baron drew back in despair. "All is discovered," he thought. The man whom Monsieur d'Escorval believed to be his friend did not pause in his labor of unwinding the rope, and it was in the most tranquil voice that he responded. "As you see, I am freeing myself from this burden of rope, which I find extremely uncomfortable. There are at least 60 yards of it, I should think, and what a bundle it makes! I feared they would discover it under my cloak." "And what are you going to do with all this rope?" inquired the newcomer. "I am going to hand it to the Baron d'Escorval, to whom I have already given a file. He must make his escape tonight." So improbable was this scene that the Baron could not believe his own ears. "I cannot be awake. I must be dreaming," he thought. The newcomer uttered a terrible oath, and in an almost threatening tone he said, "We will see about that. If you have gone mad, I, thank God, still possess my reason. I will not permit—" "Pardon," interrupted the other coldly. "You will permit it. This is merely the result of your own credulity. When Chanlouineau asked you to allow him to receive a visit from Mademoiselle Lacheneur, that was the time you should have said, 'I will not permit it.' Do you know what the fellow desired? Simply to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur a letter of mine, so compromising in its nature that if it ever reaches the hands of a certain person of my acquaintance, my father and I will be obliged to reside in London in future. Then farewell to the projects for an alliance between our two families." The newcomer heaved a mighty sigh, accompanied by a half-angry, half-sorrowful exclamation, but the other, without giving him any opportunity to reply, resumed. "You yourself, Marquis, would doubtless be compromised. Were you not a chamberlain during the reign of Bonaparte? Ah, Marquis, how could a man of your experience, a man so subtle and penetrating and acute, allow himself to be duped by a low, ignorant peasant?" Now Monsieur d'Escorval understood. He was not dreaming. It was the Marquis de Coulommiers and Martial de Sairmeuse who were talking on the other side of the wall. This poor Monsieur de Coulommiers had been so entirely crushed by Martial's revelation that he no longer made any effort to oppose him.
"And this terrible letter," he groaned. "Marie-Anne Lacheneur gave it to Abbe Midon, who came to me and said, 'Either the Baron will escape, or this letter will be taken to the Duc de Richelieu.' I voted for the Baron's escape, I assure you. The Abbe procured all that was necessary. He met me at a rendezvous which I appointed in a quiet spot. He coiled all his rope around my body, and here I am." "Then you think if the Baron escapes they will give you back your letter?" "Most assuredly." "Deluded man! As soon as the Baron is safe they will demand the life of another prisoner, with the same menaces." "By no means. You will see." "I shall see nothing of the kind, for a very simple reason. I have the letter now in my pocket. The Abbé gave it to me in exchange for my word of honor." Monsieur de Courtornieu's exclamation proved that he considered the Abbé an egregious fool. "What!" he exclaimed, "you hold the proof, but this is madness. Burn this accursed letter by the flames of this lantern, and let the Baron go where his slumbers will be undisturbed." Martial's silence betrayed something like stupor. "What, you would do this? You?" he demanded at last. "Certainly, and without the slightest hesitation." "Ah, well, I cannot say that I congratulate you." The sneer was so apparent that Monsieur de Courtornieu was sorely tempted to make an angry response, but he was not a man to yield to his first impulse. This former chamberlain under the Emperor, now become a grand prévôt under the Restoration. He reflected, should he, on account of a sharp word, quarrel with Martial, with the only suitor who had pleased his daughter? A rupture. Then he would be left without any prospect of a son-in-law. When would heaven send him such another? And how furious Mademoiselle Blanche would be! He concluded to swallow the bitter pill, and it was with a paternal indulgence of manner that he said, "You are young, my dear Martial." The Baron was still kneeling by the partition, his ear glued to the crevices, holding his breath in an agony of suspense. "You are only 20, my dear Martial," pursued the Marquis de Courtornieu. "You possess the ardent enthusiasm and generosity of youth. Complete your undertaking. I shall interpose no obstacle. But remember that all may be discovered, and then—" "Have no fear, sir," interrupted the young Marquis. "I have taken every precaution. Did you see a single soldier in the corridor just now? No. That is because my father has, at my solicitation, assembled all the officers and guards under pretext of ordering exceptional precautions. He is talking to them now. This gave me an opportunity to come here unobserved. No one will see me when I go out. Who then will dare suspect me of having any hand in the Baron's escape? If the Baron escapes, justice will demand to know who aided him." Martial laughed. "If justice seeks to know, she will find a culprit of my providing. Go now. I have told you all. I had but one person to fear, that was yourself. A trusty messenger requested you to join me here. You came. You know all. You have agreed to remain neutral. I am tranquil. The Baron will be safe in Piedmont when the sun rises." He picked up his lantern and added gaily, "But let us go. My father cannot harangue those soldiers forever." "But," insisted Monsieur de Courtornieu, "you have not told me—" "I will tell you all, but not here. Come, come." They went out, locking the door behind them, and then the Baron rose from his knees. All sorts of contradictory ideas, doubts, and conjectures filled his mind. What could this letter have contained? Why had not Chanlouineau used it to procure his own salvation? Who would have believed that Martial would be so faithful to a promise wrested from him by threats? But this was a time for action, not for reflection. The bars were heavy, and there were 2 rows of them. Monsieur d'Escorval set to work. He had supposed that the task would be difficult. It was 1,000 times more so than he had expected. He discovered this almost immediately. It was the first time that he had ever worked with a file, and he did not know how to use it. His progress was despairingly slow. Nor was that all. Though he worked as cautiously as possible, each movement of the instrument across the iron produced a harsh, grating sound that froze his blood with terror. What if someone should overhear this noise? And it seemed to him impossible for it to escape notice, since he could plainly distinguish the measured tread of the guards, who had resumed their watch in the corridor. So slight was the result of his labors that at the end of 20 minutes he experienced a feeling of profound discouragement. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to sever the first bar before daybreak. What, then, was the use of spending his time in fruitless labor? Why mar the dignity of death by the disgrace of an unsuccessful effort to escape? He was hesitating when footsteps approached his cell. He hastened to seat himself at the table. The door opened, and a soldier entered, to whom an officer who did not cross the threshold remarked, "You have your instructions, Corporal. Keep a close watch. If the prisoner needs anything, call." Monsieur d'Escorval's heart throbbed almost to bursting. What was coming now? Had Monsieur de Courtornieu's counsels carried the day, or had Martial sent someone to aid him? "We must not be dawdling here," said the corporal as soon as the door was closed. Monsieur d'Escorval bounded from his chair. This man was a friend. Here was aid in life. "I am Bavois," continued the corporal. "Someone said to me just now, a friend of the Emperor is in danger. Are you willing to lend him a helping hand?" I replied, "Present, and here I am." This certainly was a brave soul. The baron extended his hand, and in a voice trembling with emotion, "Thanks," said he. "Thanks to you who, without knowing me, expose yourself to the greatest danger for my sake." Bavois shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. "Positively, my old hide is no more precious than yours. If we do not succeed, they will chop off our heads with the same axe. But we shall succeed. Now, let us cease talking and proceed to business." As he spoke, he drew from beneath his long overcoat a strong iron crowbar and a small vial of brandy, and deposited them upon the bed. He then took the candle and passed it back and forth before the window 5 or 6 times. "What are you doing?" inquired the baron in suspense. "I am signaling to your friends that everything is progressing favorably. They are down there awaiting for us. And see, now they are answering." The baron looked, and 3 times they saw a little flash of flame, like that produced by the burning of a pinch of gunpowder. "Now," said the corporal, "we are all right. Let us see what progress you have made with the bars." "I have scarcely begun," murmured Monsieur d'Escorval. The corporal inspected the work. "You may indeed say that you have made no progress," said he. "But never mind. I have been a locksmith, and I know how to handle a file." Having drawn the cork from the vial of brandy which he had brought, he fastened the stopper to the end of one of the files, and swathed the handle of the instrument with a piece of damp linen. "That is what they call putting a stop on the instrument," he remarked by way of explanation. Then he made an energetic attack on the bars. It at once became evident that he had not exaggerated his knowledge of the subject, nor the efficacy of his precautions for deadening the sound. The harsh grating that had so alarmed the baron was no longer heard, and Bavois, finding he had nothing more to dread from the keenest ears, now made preparations to shelter himself from observation. To cover the opening in the door would arouse suspicion at once, so the corporal adopted another expedient. Moving the little table to another part of the room, he placed the light upon it, in such a position that the window remained entirely in shadow. Then he ordered the baron to sit down, and handing him a paper, said, "Now, read aloud without stopping for an instant until you see me cease work." By this method they might reasonably hope to deceive the guards outside in the corridor. Some of them, indeed, did come to the door and look in, then went away to say to their companions, "We have just taken a look at the prisoner. He is very pale, and his eyes are glittering feverishly. He is reading aloud to divert his mind. Corporal Bavois is looking out the window. It must be dull music for him." The baron's voice would also be of advantage in overpowering any suspicious sound, should there be one. And while Bavois worked, Monsieur d'Escorval read. He had completed the perusal of the entire paper, and was about to begin it again, when the old soldier, leaving the window, motioned him to stop. "Half the task is completed," he said in a whisper. "The lower bars are cut." "Oh, how can I ever repay you for your devotion?" murmured the baron. "Hush, not a word.
interrupted Bavois. "If I escape with you, I can never return here, and I shall not know where to go, for the regiment, you see, is my only family. Ah, well, if you will give me a home with you, I shall be content."
Whereupon he swallowed a big draught of brandy, and set to work with renewed ardor. The corporal had cut one of the second row of bars, when he was interrupted by Monsieur d'Escorval, who, without discontinuing his reading, had approached and pulled Bavois's long coat to attract his attention. He turned quickly. "What is it?" "I heard a singular noise."
"Where?"
"In the adjoining room where the ropes are." Honest Bavois muttered a terrible oath.
"Do they intend to betray us? I risked my life, and they promised me fair play."
He placed his ear against the opening of the partition and listened for a long time. Nothing, not the slightest sound.
"It must have been some rat that you heard," he said at last. "Resume your reading."
And he began his work again. This was the only interruption, and a little before 4 o'clock everything was ready. The bars were cut, and the ropes, which had been drawn through an opening in the wall, were coiled under the window. The decisive moment had come. Bavois took the counterpane from the bed, fastened it over the opening in the door, and filled up the keyhole. "Now," said he, in the same measured tone which he would have used in instructing his recruits,
"Attention, sir, and obey the word of command."
Then he calmly explained that the escape would consist of 2 distinct operations, the first in gaining the narrow platform at the base of the tower, the second in descending to the foot of the precipitous rock. The abbé, who understood this, had brought Martial 2 ropes, the one to be used in the descent of the precipice being considerably longer than the other.
"I will fasten the shortest rope under your arms, monsieur, and I will let you down to the base of the tower. When you have reached it, I will pass you the longer rope and the crowbar. Do not miss them. If we find ourselves without them, on that narrow ledge of rock, we shall either be compelled to deliver ourselves up, or throw ourselves down the precipice. I shall not be long in joining you. Are you ready?"
Monsieur d'Escorval lifted his arms. The rope was fastened securely about him, and he crawled through the window. From there the height seemed immense. Below, in the barren fields that surrounded the citadel, 8 persons were waiting, silent, anxious, breathless. They were Madame d'Escorval and Maurice, Marianne, Abbé Midon, and the 4 retired army officers. There was no moon, but the night was very clear, and they could see the tower quite plainly. Soon after 4 o'clock sounded, they saw a dark object glide slowly down the side of the tower. It was the Baron. After a little another form followed very rapidly. It was Bavois. Half of the perilous journey was accomplished. From below they could see the 2 figures moving about on the narrow platform. The corporal and the Baron were exerting all their strength to fix the crowbar securely in a crevice of the rock. In a moment or 2 one of the figures stepped from the projecting rock and glided gently down the side of the precipice. It could be none other than Monsieur d'Escorval. Transported with happiness, his wife sprang forward with open arms to receive him. Wretched woman! A terrific cry rent the still night air. Monsieur d'Escorval was falling from a height of 50 feet. He was hurled down to the foot of the rocky precipice. The rope had parted. Had it broken naturally? Maurice, who examined the end of it, exclaimed with horrible imprecations of hatred and vengeance that they had been betrayed, that their enemy had arranged to deliver only a dead body into their hands, that the rope, in short, had been foully tampered with. Cut. End of chapter 30. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 31 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 31.
Chupin had not taken time to sleep, nor scarcely time to drink, since that unfortunate morning when the Duc de Sairmeuse ordered affixed to the walls of Montaignac that decree in which he promised 20,000 francs to the person who should deliver up Lacheneur, dead or alive. 20,000 francs, Chupin muttered gloomily. 20 sacks with 100 pistoles in each. Ah, if I could discover Lacheneur, even if he were dead and buried 100 feet underground, I should gain the reward, the appellation of traitor which he would receive. The shame and condemnation that would fall upon him and his did not make him hesitate for a moment. He saw but one thing, the reward, the blood money. Unfortunately, he had nothing whatever to guide him in his researches, no clue, however vague. All that was known in Montaignac was that Monsieur Lacheneur's horse was killed at the Croix d'Arcy. But no one knew whether Lacheneur himself had been wounded, or whether he had escaped from the fray uninjured. Had he reached the frontier, or had he found an asylum in the house of one of his friends? Chupin was thus hungering for the price of blood, when, on the day of the trial, as he was returning from the citadel, after making his deposition, he entered a drinking saloon. While there, he heard the name of Lacheneur uttered in low tones near him. Two peasants were emptying a bottle of wine, and one of them, an old man, was telling the other that he had come to Montaignac to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur news of her father. He said that his son-in-law had met the chief conspirator in the mountains which separate the arrondissement of Montaignac from Savoy. He even mentioned the exact place of meeting, which was near Saint-Pavin-des-Gottes, a tiny village of only a few houses. Certainly, the worthy man did not think he was committing a dangerous indiscretion. In his opinion, Lacheneur had ere this crossed the frontier and was out of danger. In this he was mistaken. The frontier bordering on Savoy was guarded by soldiers who had received orders to allow none of the conspirators to pass. The passage of the frontier, then, presented many great difficulties, and even if a man succeeded in effecting it, he might be arrested and imprisoned on the other side, until the formalities of extradition had been complied with. Chupin saw his advantage, and instantly decided on his course. He knew that he had not a moment to lose. He threw a coin down upon the counter, and without waiting for his change, rushed back to the citadel, and asked the sergeant at the gate for pen and paper. The old rascal generally wrote slowly and painfully. Today it took him but a moment to trace these lines.
I know Lacheneur's retreat, and beg Monseigneur to order some mounted soldiers to accompany me, in order to capture him. Chupin.
This note was given to one of the guards, with a request to take it to the Duc de Sairmeuse, who was presiding over the military commission. 5 minutes later, the soldier reappeared with the same note. Upon the margin the Duke had written an order, placing at Chupin's disposal a lieutenant and 8 men chosen from the Montaignac chasseurs, who could be relied upon, and who were not suspected, as were the other troops, of sympathizing with the rebels. Chupin also requested a horse for his own use, and this was accorded him. The Duke had just received this note when, with a triumphant air, he abruptly entered the room where Marie-Anne and his son were negotiating for the release of Baron d'Escorval. It was because he believed in the truth of the rather hazardous assertion made by his spy that he exclaimed upon the threshold,
"Upon my word, it must be confessed that this Chupin is an incomparable huntsman. Thanks to him."
Then he saw Mademoiselle Lacheneur and suddenly checked himself. Unfortunately, neither Martial nor Marie-Anne were in a state of mind to notice this remark and its interruption. Had he been questioned, the Duke would probably have allowed the truth to escape him, and Monsieur Lacheneur might have been saved. But Lacheneur was one of those unfortunate beings who seem to be pursued by an evil destiny which they can never escape. Buried beneath his horse, Monsieur Lacheneur had lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, restored by the fresh morning air, the place was silent and deserted. Not far from him he saw 2 dead bodies, which had not yet been removed. It was a terrible moment, and in the depth of his soul he cursed death, which had refused to heed his entreaties. Had he been armed, doubtless he would have ended by suicide, the most cruel mental torture which man was ever forced to endure. But he had no weapon. He was obliged to accept the chastisement of life. Perhaps, too, the voice of honor whispered that it was cowardice to strive to escape the responsibility of one's acts by death. At last he endeavored to draw himself out from beneath the body of his horse. This proved to be no easy matter, as his foot was still in the stirrup, and his limbs were so badly cramped that he could scarcely move them. He finally succeeded in freeing himself, however, and on examination discovered that he, who it would seem ought to have been killed 10 times over, had only one hurt, a bayonet wound in the leg, extending from the ankle almost to the knee. Such a wound, of course, caused him not a little suffering, and he was trying to bandage it with his handkerchief when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He had no time for reflection. He sprang into the forest that lies to the left of the Croix d'Arcy. The troops were returning to Montaignac after pursuing the rebels for more than 3 miles. There were about 200 soldiers, and they were bringing back as prisoners about 20 peasants. Hidden by a great oak, scarcely 15 paces from the road, Lacheneur recognized several of the prisoners in the gray light of dawn. It was only by the merest chance that he escaped discovery, and he fully realized how difficult it would be for him to gain the frontier without falling into the hands of the detachment of soldiery, who were doubtless scouring the country in every direction. Still, he did not despair. The mountains lay only 2 leagues away, and he firmly believed that he could successfully elude his pursuers as soon as he gained the shelter of the hills. He began his journey courageously. Alas, he had not realized how exhausted he had become from the excessive labor and excitement of the past few days, and by the loss of blood from his wound, which he could not staunch. He tore up a pole in one of the vineyards to serve as a staff, and dragged himself along, keeping in the shelter of the woods as much as possible, and creeping along beside the hedges and in the ditches when he was obliged to traverse an open space. To the great physical suffering and the most cruel mental anguish was now added an agony that momentarily increased hunger. He had eaten nothing for 30 hours, and he felt terribly weak from lack of nourishment. This torture soon became so intolerable that he was willing to brave anything to appease it. At last he perceived the roofs of a tiny hamlet. He decided to enter it and ask for food. He was on the outskirts of the village when he heard the rolling of a drum. Instinctively he hid behind a wall, but it was only a town crier beating his drum to call the people together. And soon a voice rose so clear and penetrating that each word it uttered fell distinctly on Lacheneur's ears. It said, "This is to inform you that the authorities of Montaignac promise to give a reward of 20,000 francs, 2,000 pistoles, you understand, to him who will deliver up the man known as Lacheneur, dead or alive. Dead or alive, you understand. If he is dead, the compensation will be the same, 20,000 francs. It will be paid in gold." With a bound, Lacheneur had risen, wild with despair and horror. Though he had believed himself utterly exhausted, he found superhuman strength to flee. A price had been set upon his head. This frightful thought awakened in his breast the frenzy that renders a hunted wild beast so dangerous. In all the villages around him he fancied he could hear the rolling of drums and the voice of the criers proclaiming this infamous edict. Go where he would now, he was a tempting bait offered to treason and cupidity. In what human creature could he confide? Under what roof could he ask shelter? And even if he were dead, he would still be worth a fortune. Though he died from lack of nourishment and exhaustion under a bush by the wayside, his emaciated body would still be worth 20,000 francs. And the man who found his corpse would not give it burial. He would place it on his cart and bear it to Montaignac. He would go to the authorities and say, "Here is Lacheneur's body. Give me the reward." How long and by what paths he pursued his flight he could not tell. But several hours after, as he traversed the wooded hills of Shrove, he saw two men who sprang up and fled at his approach. In a terrible voice he called after them, "Hey, you men! Do each of you desire 1,000 pistoles? I am Lacheneur." They paused when they recognized him, and Lacheneur saw that they were two of his followers. They were well-to-do farmers, and it had been very difficult to induce them to take part in the revolt. These men had part of a loaf of bread and a little brandy. They gave both to the famished man. They sat down beside him on the grass, and while he was eating they related their misfortunes. Their connection with the conspiracy had been discovered. Their houses were full of soldiers who were hunting for them, but they hoped to reach Italy by the aid of a guide who was waiting for them at an appointed place. Lacheneur extended his hand to them. "Then I am saved," said he. "Weak and wounded as I am, I should perish if I were left alone." But the two farmers did not accept the hand he offered. "We should leave you," said the younger man gloomily, "for you are the cause of our misfortunes. You deceived us, Monsieur Lacheneur." He dared not protest, so just was the reproach. "Nonsense! Let him come all the same," said the other, with a peculiar glance at his companion. So they walked on, and that same evening, after 9 hours of traveling on the mountains, they crossed the frontier. But this long journey was not made without bitter reproaches, and even more bitter recriminations. Closely questioned by his companions, Lacheneur, exhausted both in mind and body, finally admitted the insincerity of the promises with which he had inflamed the zeal of his followers. He acknowledged that he had spread the report that Marie-Louise and the young king of Rome were concealed in Montaignac, and that this report was a gross falsehood. He confessed that he had given the signal for the revolt without any chance of success, and without means of action, leaving everything to chance. In short, he confessed that nothing was real save his hatred, his implacable hatred of the Sairmeuse family. A dozen times at least during this terrible avowal, the peasants who accompanied him were on the point of hurling him down the precipices upon whose verge they were walking. So it was to gratify his own spite, they thought, quivering with rage, that he sets everybody to fighting and killing one another, that he ruins us and drives us into exile. We will see. The fugitives went to the nearest house after crossing the frontier. It was a lonely inn about a league from the little village of Saint-Jean-de-Coche, and was kept by a man named Balstain. They rapped. In spite of the lateness of the hour, it was past midnight. They were admitted, and they ordered supper. But Lacheneur, weak from loss of blood and exhausted by his long tramp, declared that he would eat no supper. He threw himself upon a bed in an adjoining room and was soon asleep. This was the first time since their meeting with Lacheneur that his companions had found an opportunity to talk together in private. The same idea had occurred to both of them. They believed that by delivering up Lacheneur to the authorities, they might obtain pardon for themselves. Neither of these men would have consented to receive a single sou of the money promised to the betrayer, but to exchange their life and liberty for the life and liberty of Lacheneur did not seem to them a culpable act under the circumstances. For did he not deceive us? They said to themselves. They decided at last that as soon as they had finished their supper, they would go to Saint-Jean-de-Coche and inform the Piedmontese guards. But they reckoned without their host. They had spoken loud enough to be overheard by Balstain, the innkeeper, who had learned during the day of the magnificent reward which had been promised to Lacheneur's captor. When he heard the name of the guest who was sleeping quietly under his roof, A thirst for gold seized him. He whispered a word to his wife, then escaped through the window to run and summon the gendarmes. He had been gone half an hour before the peasants left the house, for to muster up courage for the act they were about to commit, they had been obliged to drink heavily. They closed the door so violently on going out that Lacheneur was awakened by the noise. He sprang up and came out into the adjoining room. The wife of the innkeeper was there alone. "Where are my friends?" he asked anxiously. "Where is your husband?" Moved by sympathy, the woman tried to falter some excuse, but finding none, she threw herself at his feet, crying, "Fly, monsieur, save yourself, you are betrayed." Lacheneur rushed back into the other room, seeking a weapon with which he could defend himself, an issue through which he could flee. He had thought they might abandon him, but betray him? No, never. "Who has sold me?" he asked in a strained, unnatural voice. "Your friends, the two men who supped there at that table." "Impossible, madame, impossible!" He did not suspect the designs and hopes of his former comrades, and he could not, he would not believe them capable of ignobly betraying him for gold. "But," pleaded the innkeeper's wife, still on her knees before him, "they have just started for Saint-Jean-de-Coche, where they will denounce you. I heard them say that your life would purchase theirs. They have certainly gone to summon the gendarmes. Is it not enough, or am I obliged to endure the shame of confessing that my own husband, too, has gone to betray you?" Lacheneur understood it all now, and this supreme misfortune, after all the misery he had endured, broke him down completely. Great tears gushed from his eyes, and sinking down into a chair, he murmured, "Let them come. I am ready for them. No, I will not stir from here. My miserable life is not worth such a struggle." But the wife of the traitor rose, and grasping the unfortunate man's clothing, she shook him. She dragged him to the door. She would have carried him had she possessed sufficient strength. "You shall not remain here," said she with extraordinary vehemence. "Fly, save yourself. You shall not be taken here. It will bring misfortune upon our house." Bewildered by these violent adjurations, and urged on by the instinct of self-preservation, so powerful in every human heart, Lacheneur stepped out upon the threshold. The night was very dark, and a chilling fog intensified the gloom. "See, madame," said the poor fugitive gently, "how can I find my way through these mountains, which I do not know, and where there are no roads, where the footpaths are scarcely discernible?" With a quick movement, Balstin's wife pushed Lacheneur out, and turning him as one does a blind man to set him on the right track. "Walk straight before you," said she, "always against the wind. God will protect you. Farewell." He turned to ask further directions, but she had re-entered the house and closed the door. Upheld by a feverish excitement, he walked for long hours. He soon lost his way, and wandered on through the mountains, benumbed with cold, stumbling over rocks, sometimes falling. Why he was not precipitated to the depths of some chasm it is difficult to explain. He lost all idea of his whereabouts, and the sun was high in the heavens when he at last met a human being of whom he could inquire his way. It was a little shepherd boy, in pursuit of some stray goats, whom he encountered, but the lad, frightened by the wild and haggard appearance of the stranger, at first refused to approach. The offer of a piece of money induced him to come a little nearer. "You are on the summit of the mountain, monsieur," said he, "and exactly on the boundary line. Here is France, there is Savoy." "And what is the nearest village?" "On the Savoyard side, Saint-Jean-de-Coche; on the French side, Saint-Pavin." So, after all his terrible exertions, Lacheneur was not a league from the inn. Appalled by this discovery, he remained for a moment undecided which course to pursue. What did it matter? Why should the doomed hesitate? Do not all roads lead to the abyss into which they must sink? He remembered the gendarmes that the innkeeper's wife had warned him against, and slowly and with great difficulty descended the steep mountainside leading down to France. He was near Saint-Pavin when, before an isolated cottage, he saw a pretty peasant woman spinning in the sunshine. He dragged himself toward her, and in weak tones begged her hospitality. On seeing this man, whose face was ghastly pale, and whose clothing was torn and soiled with dust and blood, the woman rose, evidently more surprised than alarmed. She looked at him closely and saw that his age, his stature, and his features corresponded with the descriptions of Lacheneur, which had been scattered thickly about the frontier. "You are the conspirator they are hunting for, and for whom they promise a reward of 20,000 francs," she said. Lacheneur trembled. "Yes, I am Lacheneur," he replied after a moment's hesitation. "I am Lacheneur. Betray me, if you will, but in charity's name, give me a morsel of bread, and allow me to rest a little." At the words "betray me," the young woman made a gesture of horror and disgust. "We betray you, sir," said she. "Ah, you do not know the Antoine. Enter our house and lie down upon the bed while I prepare some refreshments for you. When my husband comes home, we will see what can be done." It was nearly sunset when the master of the house, a robust mountaineer with a frank face, returned. On beholding the stranger seated at his fireside, he turned frightfully pale. "Unfortunate woman," he whispered to his wife, "do you not know that any man who shelters this fugitive will be shot, and his house leveled to the ground?" Lacheneur rose with a shudder. He had not known this. He knew the infamous reward which had been promised to his betrayer, but he had not known the danger his presence brought upon these worthy people. "I will go at once, sir," said he gently. But the peasant placed his large hand kindly upon his guest's shoulder and forced him to resume his seat. "It was not to drive you away that I said what I did," he remarked. "You are at home, and you shall remain here until I can find some means of ensuring your safety." The pretty peasant woman flung her arms about her husband's neck, and in tones of the most ardent affection exclaimed, "Ah, you are a noble man, Antoine." He smiled, embraced her tenderly, then pointing to the open door, "Watch," he said. "I feel it my duty to tell you, sir, that it will not be easy to save you," resumed the honest peasant. "The promises of reward have set all evil-minded people on the alert. They know that you are in the neighborhood. A rascally innkeeper has crossed the frontier for the express purpose of betraying your whereabouts to the French gendarmes. Bastin? Yes, Bastin. And he is hunting for you now. That is not all. As I passed through Saint-Pavin on my return, I saw 8 mounted soldiers guided by a peasant also on horseback. They declared that they knew you were concealed in the village, and they were going to search every house. These soldiers were none other than the Montaignac chasseurs placed at Chupin's disposal by the Duc de Sairmeuse. It was indeed as Antoine had said. The task was certainly not at all to their taste, but they were closely watched by the lieutenant in command, who hoped to receive some substantial reward if the expedition was crowned with success. Antoine, meanwhile, continued his exposition of his hopes and fears. "Wounded and exhausted as you are," he was saying to Lacheneur, "you will be in no condition to make a long march in less than a fortnight. Until then you must conceal yourself. Fortunately, I know a safe retreat in the mountain not far from here. I will take you there tonight, with provisions enough to last you for a week." A stifled cry from his wife interrupted him. He turned and saw her fall almost fainting against the door, her face whiter than her coif, her finger pointing to the path that led from Saint-Pavin to their cottage. "The soldiers, they are coming!" she gasped. Quicker than thought, Lacheneur and the peasant sprang to the door to see for themselves. The young woman had spoken the truth. The Montaignac chasseurs were climbing the steep footpath slowly but surely. Chupin walked in advance, urging them on with voice, gesture, and example. An imprudent word from the little shepherd boy, whom Monsieur Lacheneur had questioned, had decided the fugitive's fate. On returning to Saint-Pavin, and hearing that the soldiers were searching for the chief conspirator, the lad chanced to say, "I met a man just now on the mountain who asked me where he was, and I saw him go down the footpath leading to Antoine's cottage." And in proof of his words, he proudly displayed the piece of silver which Lacheneur had given him. "One more bold stroke and we have our man!" exclaimed Chupin. "Come, comrades!" And now the party were not more than 200 feet from the house in which the proscribed man had found an asylum. Antoine and his wife looked at each other with anguish in their eyes. They saw that their visitor was lost.
"We must save him! We must save him!"
cried the woman. "Yes, we must save him," repeated the husband gloomily. "They shall kill me before I betray a man in my own house."
"If he would hide in the stable behind the bundles of straw."
"They would find him. These soldiers are worse than tigers, and the wretch who leads them on must have the keen scent of a bloodhound." He turned quickly to Lacheneur. "Come, sir," said he, "let us leap from the back window and flee to the mountains. They will see us, but no matter. These horsemen are always clumsy runners. If you cannot run, I will carry you. They will probably fire at us, but they will miss us."
"And your wife?"
asked Lacheneur. The honest mountaineer shuddered, but he said, "She will join us." Lacheneur took his friend's hand and pressed it tenderly.
"Ah, you are noble people," he exclaimed, "and God will reward you for your kindness to a poor fugitive. But you have done too much already. I should be the basest of men if I consented to uselessly expose you to danger. I can bear this life no longer. I have no wish to escape."
He drew the sobbing woman to him and kissed her upon the forehead.
"I have a daughter, young and beautiful like yourself, as generous and proud. Poor Marianne, and I have pitilessly sacrificed her to my hatred. I should not complain, come what may. I have deserved it."
The sound of approaching footsteps became more and more distinct. Lacheneur straightened himself up, and seemed to be gathering all his energy for the decisive moment.
"Remain inside," he said imperiously to Antoine and his wife. "I am going out. They must not arrest me in your house."
As he spoke, he stepped outside the door with a firm tread, a dauntless brow, and a calm and assured mien. The soldiers were but a few feet from him. "Halt!" he exclaimed in a strong, ringing voice. "It is Lacheneur you are seeking, is it not?"
"I am he. I surrender myself."
An unbroken stillness reigned. Not a sound, not a word replied. The spectre of death that hovered above his head imparted such an imposing majesty to his person that the soldiers paused, silent and awed. But there was one man who was terrified by this resonant voice, and that was Chupin. Remorse filled his cowardly heart, and pale and trembling, he tried to hide behind the soldiers. Lacheneur walked straight to him.
"So it is you who have sold my life, Chupin," he said scornfully. "You have not forgotten, I see plainly, how often Marianne has filled your empty larder, and now you take your revenge."
The miserable wretch seemed crushed. Now that he had done this foul deed, he knew what treason really was.
"So be it," said Monsieur Lacheneur. "You will receive the price of my blood, but it will not bring you good fortune, traitor."
But Chupin, indignant with himself for his weakness, was already trying to shake off the fear that mastered him.
"You have conspired against the king," he stammered. "I have done only my duty in denouncing you."
And turning to the soldiers, he said,
"As for you, comrades, you may rest assured that the Duc de Sairmeuse will testify his gratitude for your services."
They had bound Lacheneur's hands, and the party were about to descend the mountain, when a man appeared bareheaded, covered with perspiration, and panting for breath. Twilight was falling, but Monsieur Lacheneur recognized Balstain. "Ah, you have found him!" he exclaimed, as soon as he was within hearing distance, and pointing to the prisoner, "The reward belongs to me. I denounced him first on the other side of the frontier. The gendarme at Saint-Jean-de-Coche will testify to that. He would have been captured last night in my house, but he ran away in my absence, and I have been following the bandit for 16 hours." He spoke with extraordinary vehemence and volubility, beside himself with fear lest he was about to lose his reward, and lest his treason would bring him nothing save disgrace and obloquy. "If you have any right to the reward, you must prove it before the proper authorities," said the officer in command. "If I have any right," interrupted Balstain, "who contests my right, then?" He looked threateningly around, and his eyes fell on Chupin. "Is it you?" he demanded. "Do you dare assert that you discovered the brigand?"
"Yes, it is I who discovered his hiding place."
"You lie, impostor!" vociferated the innkeeper. "You lie!" The soldiers did not move. This scene repaid them for the disgust they had experienced during the afternoon. "But," continued Balstain, "what else could one expect from a vile knave like Chupin? Everyone knows that he has been obliged to flee from France a dozen times on account of his crimes. Where did you take refuge when you crossed the frontier, Chupin? In my house, in the inn kept by honest Balstain. You were fed and protected there. How many times have I saved you from the gendarmes and from the galleys? More times than I can count. And to reward me, you steal my property. You steal this man who was mine." "He is insane," said the terrified Chupin. He is mad." Then the innkeeper changed his tactics. "At least you will be reasonable," he exclaimed. "Let us see, Chupin. What will you do for an old friend? Divide, will you not? No, you say no? What will you give me, comrade? A third? Is that too much? A quarter, then." Chupin felt that all the soldiers were enjoying his terrible humiliation. They were sneering at him, and only an instant before they had avoided coming in contact with him with evident horror. Transported with anger, he pushed Balstain violently aside, crying to the soldiers, "Come, are we going to spend the night here?" An implacable hatred gleamed in the eye of the Piedmontese. He drew his knife from his pocket, and making the sign of the cross in the air, "Saint Jean de Coche," he exclaimed in a ringing voice, "and you, Holy Virgin, hear my vow. May my soul burn in hell if I ever use a knife at my repasts until I have plunged this, which I now hold, into the heart of the scoundrel who has defrauded me." Having said this, he disappeared in the woods, and the soldiers took up their line of march. But Chupin was no longer the same. All his accustomed impudence had fled. He walked on with bowed head, a prey to the most sinister presentiments. He felt assured that an oath like that of Balstain's, and uttered by such a man, was equivalent to a death warrant, or at least to a speedy prospect of assassination. This thought tormented him so much that he would not allow the detachment to spend the night at Saint-Pavin, as had been agreed upon. He was impatient to leave the neighborhood. After supper, Chupin sent for a cart. The prisoner, securely bound, was placed in it, and the party started for Montaignac. The great bell was striking 2 when Lacheneur was brought into the citadel. At that very moment, Monsieur d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois were making their preparations for escape. End of chapter 31. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.
you.